Chapter 233. A sweet taste entered Ling Zhao's mouth, and a faint virgin fragrance assailed his nostrils. All of Ling Zhao's defenses had collapsed. No matter when, Ling Zhao's greatest weakness was that when he met a beautiful woman, especially such a peerless beauty, he couldn't control himself. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to counterattack, something seemed to enter his mouth and drill into it. Ling Zhao pushed the priestess away and asked, "What did you put in there?" "Love parasite. From now on, you are my husband," the priestess said indifferently. "Love parasite? What's that?" Ling Zhao murmured in confusion. Then an old voice sounded out. "My people, cheer as much as you like. Let us send the priestess into the bridal chamber." The citizens of the city cheered again, and the scene became extremely lively. Subsequently, 8 king rank experts flew out while carrying a large lotus-shaped bed that seemed like a mobile palace. For a moment, more than 10 spirit master women carried flower baskets that emitted bright and delicious flower petals. Ling Zhao stared at the pink bed in front of him. There was a faint floral fragrance coming from it, and he was completely stunned. A flower bed carried by king stage experts. Ling Zhao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, before he could come back to his senses, he was carried into the flower bed. Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he watched the priestess carry him into the flower bed, and his expression became even more shocked. You've already reached the king stage?" Ling Zhao asked in disbelief. The priestess from before was probably a year or two younger than him, but she was already a king stage expert at such a young age. This Tenbin was even more terrifying than Yun Mengqi, who had received the inheritance. The priestess didn't answer Ling Zhao's question. Instead, she sat quietly and allowed the 8 king stage experts to carry the flower bed into a quiet and secluded courtyard within the main hall. The courtyard was extremely wide, and all sorts of unknown flowers and plants were planted around it. Looking at these flowers and plants, Ling Zhao was once again shocked to the point of numbness. Ling Zhao had read the catalog of magic herbs in depth, but he still didn't know much about the flowers and plants here. However, he did recognize 2 stalks of poisonous grass. One was a Tier 3 high-tier black snow silkworm vine, and the other was a Tier 4 low-tier thousand-year black widow. There were also a few other stalks of poisonous grass between Tier 3 and Tier 4 low-tier. Ling Zhao glanced at a corner and was attracted by a blooming flower with blue patterns. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Deep star blue!" Ling Zhao jumped down from the flower bed and ran towards a stalk of spirit herb. "It really is serene star blue. Wonderful, wonderful." Ling Zhao seemed to have forgotten his own situation. Looking at the flower in front of him, he shouted, "It really is serene star blue." This servant also knows about the star blue. The priestess walked over from behind and asked calmly. According to the customs of Guji City, the priestess was already Ling Zhao's wife. Regardless of whether she truly liked him or not, she had already accepted her fate. Fortunately, this guy's strength wasn't any worse than those people who were easy to fight over, and he didn't look lazy either. At least he was a bit better than that ugly freak, and could barely be considered a match for her. If Ling Zhao knew that he, the most handsome man in the Northwest, was only a bit better than that ugly freak Wei Ying, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Of course I know. A mid-tier 4 poisonous grass. Any little bit can poison a Tier 3 spiritual herb to death. Ling Zhao didn't notice how the priestess addressed him and nodded in response. The priestess's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of a strange expression, and then she asked, "Is this star blue useful to you?" "Useful, very useful." Before Ling Zhao could finish, he immediately closed his mouth and smiled awkwardly, just casually looking around. How could he forget that this was someone else's territory? This star serene flower was a mid-tier 4 poisonous grass, and it was very valuable. Even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to snatch it from someone else. "Oh, in any case, this place will belong to you in the future. You can look however you want," the priestess said calmly. At this time, Ling Zhao suddenly remembered that he had been inexplicably treated as someone else's servant. From the looks of it, she wasn't joking. If he didn't make things clear, you really wouldn't know what to do this time. How about we discuss something? Ling Xiao looked at the priestess seriously and said. The priestess said, "Sure, but first into the room." Oh my, could it be that this girl is a tyrant? Then is this young master's illustrious reputation going to end here? Ling Xiao thought in fear. However, at this point, he could only bite the bullet and follow the priestess into the room. The interior of the room was decorated in an extremely festive and elegant manner. The screen and curtains were extremely hazy and ethereal. At one end of the room was a large soft couch that was more than 2 meters wide. On the desk was a carving of a dragon and a phoenix intertwining with each other. It looked very lifelike. Beside the bed was a dressing table carved from 1,000-year-old sandalwood. When Ling Xiao entered the room, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Could it be that we're really going to the bridal room? Isn't it a little too fast? The priestess brought a sandalwood table, took out a wine jug, and poured wine into 2 cups. A different kind of wine fragrance filled the entire room. Medicinal wine? Ling Xiao also drank often. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, he could guess that what the priestess was pouring was not ordinary wine, but medicinal wine. He just didn't know what effect this medicinal wine had. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, could it be used to strengthen one's sex drive? Isn't this looking down on this young master's ability? Really, in a bit, I'll definitely let you know how powerful this young master is. Fuma, come over and have a cup of wine, the priestess called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat next to the priestess, but didn't take her wine. He said very seriously, I feel that I need to explain things clearly. Although Ling Xiao was extremely interested in beautiful women, he didn't want to lose his virginity at this critical moment. At the very least, he wanted everyone to be honest first. This was also a kind of respect for him and the priestess. The priestess put down the wine in her hand and said, I know what you want to say, but this has already become the truth. Even if you don't want to face it, you have to face it. Otherwise, only death awaits you or me. But if I don't explain things clearly, even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Ling Xiao said bluntly. He had to understand what was going on. Was he going to sell himself just because of an embroidered ball? What's more, the position of his main wife was going to be left for Yun Mingqi. How could he suddenly give it to a woman whose name he didn't even know? Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ling Xiao only felt that his hidden heart was being bitten by something. That feeling was so painful that he couldn't help but scream. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and kept rolling on the ground. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than when the fire poison entered his body. One had to know that the hidden heart was the weakest part of anyone, and it was also the foundation of a person's survival. The priestess frowned and leaned down to look at Ling Xiao. Don't think about other women. This way your pain will disappear. What did you do to me? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, but he still kept rolling on the ground. He did his best to circulate his spiritual qi in an attempt to reduce his pain, but it was to no avail. However, he remembered the priestess' words just now and quickly forced himself to not think about any other women. Sure enough, the pain in Ling Xiao's chest gradually lessened until he didn't feel any pain at all. He crawled up from the ground and wiped away his cold sweat. He gloomily said to the priestess, What did you do to me? The love gu is our gu clan's sacred object of love. You and I are already husband and wife, and neither of us can think about other members of the opposite sex. Otherwise, we will suffer from heart-devouring pain. Just now, you must have been thinking about other women, and that's why you were bitten by the gu, the priestess explained indifferently. Her tone was indifferent, as if no emotions could be heard. Is that what you put in my mouth? Ling Xiao asked. Just now, outside the square, the priestess had kissed him forcefully and put something in his mouth for him to swallow. That's right, the priestess didn't deny it. Is there any way to get it out? Ling Xiao asked with a dark expression. Once it enters your body, it will accompany you for the rest of your life. As long as you treat me wholeheartedly, it won't hurt you. Instead, it will be very beneficial to you, the priestess replied. When Ling Xiao heard the priestess' words, he took a deep breath and said faintly, I'll ask you again. Is there any way to get it out for me? There is. You can ask my grandfather to help you force it out, the priestess said very honestly. Your grandfather, the high priestess? Ling Xiao asked with a dispirited expression. No, I definitely can't let it control me, Ling Xiao said unwillingly in his heart. Then, he ignored the priestess and sat down cross-legged. He planned to use his own spiritual energy to expel the love, goo, from his body, or to destroy it within his body. Don't waste your effort. Even I can't force it out. It's residing in your heart. Once you drive it out or kill it, it'll be the end of your path, the priestess said again. Impossible, Ling Xiao said in disbelief. He then immediately mobilized 30% of his returning energy, and all of his spiritual energy surged towards his heart. After 15 minutes, Ling Xiao became dispirited again. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess unwillingly and said, Since you already know that I have a woman I love, do you still insist on making me your man? This isn't fair to you at all, is it? No matter how many women you have had in the past, you will forget them from today onwards, the priestess said faintly. Don't you think this is very cruel to you or to me? Will we be happy if we force ourselves to be together? Furthermore, we don't even know each other's names. Are we really going to be together like this? Ling Xiao said in an attempt to persuade the priestess. He knew that as long as he could persuade the priestess, she would definitely plead for him to the high priestess. This is the will of the heavens. I can't change it. The priestess' expression was still indifferent. Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move against the priestess. After all, she was a king-level expert. She could toy with him with just one hand. Was this young master going to die here? Chapter 234. In the most majestic hall of Gu Sacrifice City, the Jade Building was simple and unadorned, and its imposing manner was magnificent and extraordinary. An invisible evil aura enveloped the hall, and from afar, it looked as deep and terrifying as an ancient beast. This was the Gu Sacrifice Hall, and it was also the place where the high priest usually lived. In a place so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers, an old man sat cross-legged at the very center. This old man was the high priest of the city and Gu Sacrifice City. At this time, there was a terrifying insect beast wriggling behind him. This insect beast looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its round and fat body was covered with black thorns, making it look like a hedgehog. Its pair of blue bell-like eyes emitted a terrifying and gloomy color, and there were two antennae on its forehead that kept swaying. It let out a strange hissing sound, and its mood seemed to be a little impatient. The high priest slowly opened his old eyes and stood up. He placed the scepter in his hand on the ground and gently stroked the insect beast's forehead, saying, Old man, I know you can't bear to part with little Foer, but the child has grown up and already has a home that belongs to her. Let's wish her happiness together. The insect beast seemed to be able to hear the high priest's words. Its antennae swayed a few times and finally retreated into the darkness and disappeared. The high priest sighed softly, stroked his white beard, and said, I hope that kid is really, as Xianxia said, the true son of Gu Sacrifice City. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. On the wood flag peak of the Purple Sky Sect, an extremely fast figure flew to the cultivation place of the peak, Lord Mu Huai. Senior brother, you're back. Do you have any news of Ling Xiao? Mu Huai flew out of the cave residence and asked. The person who came was Mu Huai's senior brother, Mu In. He shook his head and said, I searched the vicinity of Flame Valley, but I couldn't find any trace of that kid. I don't know where he went. Was he harmed by the people of the Moon Worship Sect? Mu Huai said with a serious expression. It shouldn't be. When we were in Flame Valley, I saw with my own eyes that the kid rode a flying mount that was very similar to the divine beast Qilin. Its flying speed was even faster than ours, so he should be fine. Muin said clearly. If that's the case, why hasn't the little guy come back yet? Mu Huai said with a sigh. To be honest, ever since he took Ling Xiao in as his disciple, he had placed all his hopes on Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had not returned for half a year, he was very anxious, so he asked his senior brother to go out on his behalf to look for Ling Xiao. However, there was still no trace of Ling Xiao, and he could not help but worry in his heart. I think it might be related to Zhu Ruchong, Muin guessed. Mu Huai frowned and said, Senior brother thinks that Zhu Ruchong doesn't want Ling Xiao to come back, so he sent someone to. Mu Huai shook his head and said, Not necessarily. Maybe Ling Xiao doesn't want to stay in the sect anymore. For a moment, Mu Huai's expression darkened. In another half a year, it will be the sect pledge assembly. I wonder if that boy will be able to make it back in time. Mu Huai thought in his heart with anticipation. Above the Purple Heaven sect, where Herb Peak was located, Hua Xiaogui was bowing to Nangong Changle and pleading with him. Nangong Changle sighed and said, Xiaogui, your strength is low. Before you reach the Spirit Master level, I will not let you take even half a step out of the sect. Master, Grandpa Nangong, I beg you, let me go out and look for Senior Brother. I believe that nothing will happen to him. Hua Xiaogui knelt on the ground and pleaded. You child, get up first. I heard that Mu Huai has already sent Elder Muin out to look for Ling Xiao. If he finds him, he will naturally bring your Senior Brother back. If he doesn't find him, what's the point of you going out? Nangong Changle said. Elder Muin is going to look for him personally? Hua Xiaogui asked in astonishment. Nangong Changle nodded and said, That's right. Mu Huai treats your Senior Brother like a treasure. How could he see something happen to him? You should just wait here quietly. Hua Xiaogui stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head towards Nangong Changle and said, Grandpa Nangong, have you decided to expel Senior Brother from Herb Peak? This was unanimously agreed upon by the sect's elders. They feel that it is not suitable for your Senior Brother to have one disciple and two masters, so Nangong Changle replied, Haha, all right. I knew that Senior Brother is overflowing with talent and is not favored by some people. However, Grandpa Nangong, do you think that Senior Brother should not stay in our Herb Peak? Hua Xiaogui smiled bitterly. Of course not. Ling Xiao's alchemy Tenbin is extraordinary. As long as he steps into the Spirit Master realm, he will definitely be able to become a third-rank alchemist. Think about how old he is. He is only 20 years old. I'm afraid that even in the entire continent, he is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Of course, I don't want to let such an outstanding disciple go, but your Senior Brother has offended your martial Uncle Zhu. Your martial Uncle Zhu is determined to force your Senior Brother to leave. Otherwise, he will leave Herb Peak. This is something that I don't want to see. Nangong Changle sighed lightly. Nangong Changle knew about Ling Xiao's alchemy Tenbin. Although he wanted Ling Xiao to stay in Herb Peak, his junior brother strongly opposed it. Moreover, Wood Flag Peak had also spread the word that as long as Ling Xiao was not expelled from the sect, he would definitely be a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Because of this, the sect's elders had always believed that Ling Xiao should leave Herb Peak and only become a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Of course, Ling Xiao himself did not know about this yet. Grandpa Nangong, in the future, you will know how big of a mistake you made, Hua Xiaogui said before walking out without looking back. Nangong Changle looked at Hua Xiaogui's back and smacked his lips. Stinking brat, I'm still your grandfather. How dare you speak to me like that? No one knew that Nangong Changle was actually Hua Xiaogui's grandfather. Of course, he was not Hua Xiaogui's biological grandfather, but their relationship was not much worse than a biological grandfather's. 20 years ago, Nangong Changle had entered deep into the mountain range to search for spirit herbs. Unexpectedly, he had encountered an attack from a high-grade spirit beast and had almost lost his life in the beast's stomach. Fortunately, Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had saved him. Because of this, the two of them became friends despite the difference in age and became sworn brothers. Originally, Nangong Changle had wanted to bring Hua Xiaogui's grandfather to the Purple Sky sect to settle down, but Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had refused, so not many people knew about the relationship between the two. Hua Xiaogui had only found out before coming to the Purple Sky sect that the Peak Lord of Herb Peak, Nangong Changle, was his other grandfather. On the main peak of the Purple Sky sect, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, Two elegant and refined women were constantly dancing. The two of them were like fluttering butterflies, a sight that was pleasing to the eye and exceptionally lively and carefree. The swords in their hands intertwined with each other. Every time their swords clashed, they would immediately separate. The two of them did not use any spiritual energy. They were just exchanging pointers. Not long after, the two of them stopped sparring at the same time. These two girls were the fairy-like Yun Mingqi and the ice-cold Bing Ruoshui. During the sex test, Bing Ruoshui's attribute purity was extremely high, and she was accepted as an inner disciple by Yun Mingqi's father, Yun Xiong. However, the two of them had become close friends after participating in the Flame Volcano operation half a year ago. Junior sister, your state of mind isn't good. Yun Mingqi looked at Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui smiled and said, Senior sister, aren't you the same? Bing Ruoshui had entered the sect late, and her strength was below Yun Mingqi's. Although Yun Mingqi was younger than her by a year, Bing Ruoshui had no choice but to call her senior sister. Isn't it all because of that bastard? I don't even know where he died, Yun Mingqi said indignantly as she swung the sword in her hand. Bing Ruoshui's eyes flashed with imperceptible worry as she said, He should be fine. Junior sister, do you think he'll leave the sect and never come back? Yun Mingqi asked worriedly. I don't think so. Since he came for you, he probably won't leave before he obtains you. Bing Ruoshui indifferently replied. She didn't know why, but her heart was somewhat sour. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's already been seduced by another woman, Yun Mingqi said with a pout. Since he's such an unresolute man, why would junior sister be so worried about him? Why don't senior sister just forget about him? In any case, there are so many senior brothers who have feelings for you, Bing Ruoshui said to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was rendered speechless by Bing Ruoshui's words. She immediately looked at Bing Ruoshui and said, Junior sister, don't tell me you also have designs on him? I remember you once said you hated him to the bone. Of course I won't let him off so easily. At that time, senior sister, don't stop me, Bing Ruoshui said insincerely. Haha, don't worry, I definitely won't stop you. I'll let you properly beat up that fellow to vent your anger. Yun Mingqi seemed to have forgotten about her unhappiness. I'm just afraid junior sister won't be willing to do that, Bing Ruoshui said with a smile. Who said that? That heartless fellow. Even if you beat him to death, I wouldn't mind, Yun Mingqi said insincerely. However, just as Bing Ruoshui was about to say something, Yun Mingqi pouted. That annoying fellow has come again. Just as she finished speaking, a female disciple walked in and reported, Miss, senior brother Su requests an audience. No, let him go, Yun Mingqi impatiently said, who knew that at this moment, a young man around 28 years of age would walk into the courtyard. This man was quite handsome. Although he wasn't as handsome as the dead Huang Yifeng, his aura was many times stronger than Huang Yifeng's. He was tall and mighty, and his aura was dignified. He could be considered a dragon in human life. The only unfortunate thing was that there was a mole near his lower lip. There were even a few hairs growing out of that mole. Anyone who looked at him would feel disgusted, and their impression of him would drop a few notches. This young man was called Su Yi, and he was the son of Golden Tree Peak's Peak Lord, Su Jiannan. He was already a high-stage spirit master, and was one of the top 3 true disciples in the sect. Mingqi, why do you have to be like this? Could it be that senior brother really makes you hate him so much? Su Yi said with a smile. He wasn't the slightest bit angry at Yun Mingqi's words. Yun Mingqi impatiently waved her hand for the female disciple to leave. She then coldly said to Su Yi, Senior brother Su, my name isn't something you can call. Chapter 235. Sui had liked Yun Mingqi for a long time. The two of them could be said to have grown up like childhood sweethearts. When they were young, Yun Mingqi would always follow behind him like a shadow, playing with him. And he would also take care of Yun Mingqi like a big brother. At that time, the two of them were still young. Of course, they didn't know what love was. Later on, the two of them gradually grew up. Yun Mingqi also became more and more beautiful. Su Yi was gradually captivated by his younger sister, who was a few years younger than him. Therefore, every time the two of them sparred, Su Yi would unobtrusively touch Yun Mingqi. At that time, although Yun Mingqi was naturally brilliant, she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. When Su Yi took advantage of her, her impression of this big brother Su Yi rapidly took a turn for the worse. Later on, the two of them met less for cultivation. Moreover, Yun Mingqi always had the intention to avoid Su Yi. She originally thought that this would make Su Yi give up. She didn't think that Su Yi would often come to find her and confess his feelings. Yun Mingqi naturally rejected Su Yi's confession. However, she didn't think that Su Yi wouldn't give up and continue to pester her. Later on, she was forced to pretend to have a trace of affection for the new disciple, Huang Yifeng. As expected, Su Yi didn't come to pester her anymore. Yun Mingqi thought that Su Yi had given up. Who would have thought that Su Yi didn't retreat in the face of difficulties, but rather he had already seen through Yun Mingqi's tricks. He knew that Yun Mingqi didn't like Huang Yifeng at all, and Su Yi's disappearance was because he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Yi came out half a year ago and actually broke through from middle stage to high stage spirit master. This was enough to show that his cultivation Tenbin wasn't weak. Of course, it also had to do with his father Su Jiannan's painstaking nurturing. Su Yi came out of closed-door cultivation and naturally came to pester Yun Mingqi again. Moreover, Yun Mingqi's father Yun Xiong was also quite satisfied with Su Yi's Tenbin and didn't interfere in young people's matters. Coincidentally, Huang Yifeng died in Fire Valley. Su Yi was overjoyed. With Huang Yifeng's death, his junior sister had no excuse to reject him. Therefore, Su Yi often came to Yun Mingqi's residence to please her, hoping to capture her heart. Yun Mingqi naturally wouldn't give Su Yi any face. However, Su Yi's skin was really thick enough. He actually put on a pestering attitude, hoping that Xianxia would be able to move metal and stone. Senior apprentice brother Su, my name isn't something you can call me, Yun Mingqi said, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Originally, the two of them had known each other since they were young, so Yun Mingqi shouldn't be so heartless. But thinking of Su Yi's dirty tricks, Yun Mingqi couldn't help but feel disgusted. Not to mention, there was already a figure buried deep within her heart. There was no room for anyone else. Su Yi did not mind and smiled. He then glanced at Bing Ruoshui, who was standing at the side. His gaze seemed to be telling Bing Ruoshui to leave tactfully. Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui ignored his gaze and continued to sit there without any intention of leaving. Su Yi was slightly unhappy, but he still smiled at Yun Mingqi and said, Mingqi, we grew up together. I've always called you little sister Mingqi, and you call me big brother Su. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If you were still the little brother Su, I would naturally call you that. But the current you, I don't want to say anymore. In any case, it's impossible for us to dual cultivate. You should give up on that thought, said Yun Mingqi very straightforwardly. Su Yi's face twitched slightly, and then he lightly sighed and said, Mingqi, in the sect, do you think there's anyone else besides me who's worthy of you? Don't tell me you plan on staying alone for the rest of your life. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. If you were still the little brother Su, I think we would still be as good as when we were young. Yun Mingqi also knew that she had gone a bit overboard, so she softened her tone a bit. After all, Su Yi was elder Su's son, so she had to give him some face. A look of displeasure flashed past Su Yi's eyes, and then he shook his head and said, Mingqi, if you were still that naughty little girl from back then, perhaps we would still be the same as before. But now that you and I have both grown up, it's impossible for us to return to the past. However, if we dual cultivate, I believe that everyone in the sect will be willing to see it. Perhaps you haven't thought it through, but I can wait. After the sect oath assembly, I will definitely propose to the sect master. After Su Yi finished speaking, he directly turned and left. However, the moment he left, he had already made up his mind. He would definitely obtain the sect master's approval during the sect oath assembly and let Yun Mingqi marry him. At that time, Yinmingqi would have no choice but to agree. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about everything that had happened in the Purple Sky sect. At this moment, he was in Guzhai City, acting as a lord. Most people who became a lord would live a carefree and happy life. But Ling Xiao was an exception. Not only did he not enjoy the happiness of being alone in the bridal chamber, but he also had to constantly feel that heart-wrenching pain. After 3 months, he had become thinner than before. His former elegance had disappeared, and instead, he had become as sloppy as a beggar. Every time the priestess saw Ling Xiao, who slept in the same room as her, she would always feel guilty. She must have already known that Ling Xiao was really just an outsider who was passing by and did not know the customs of their Guzhai city. That day, Ling Xiao accidentally obtained the embroidered ball. If he had thrown the embroidered ball to someone else at that time, he wouldn't have become a lord of the priestess. However, Ling Xiao threw the embroidered ball back to the priestess. That was why there was today's karma. According to the customs of Guzhai City, the embroidered ball was a token of love between a man and a woman. If the woman threw it out and it fell into the hands of any man, and the man returned it to the woman, the two of them would be a couple bestowed by the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know these customs of Guzhai City, so under a freak combination of factors, he very innocently became a lord of the vassal. Even though the priestess knew all about Ling Xiao and sympathized with him, she would never let Ling Xiao leave because of this. After all, the tens of thousands of years of customs left behind in Guzhai City could not be changed because of her. Although the two became husband and wife, because of this, they had not done it yet. The priestess was very concerned about this. As a priestess, she could be said to be a person above tens of thousands of people in Guzhai City. Moreover, she was proud of her unparalleled beauty. Her grandfather and several protector grandfathers all praised her for being able to charm any man in the world. However, Ling Xiao would rather endure the heart-wrenching pain than acknowledge her as his wife, nor was he willing to consummate his marriage with her. This made her feel both hate and joy in her heart. What she hated was that Ling Xiao didn't take her because of her status and beauty, which made her feel very frustrated. What she was happy about was that she still didn't have her holy body taken by this strange man, which allowed her to keep her virginity as a young girl. Once, like any other girl, she fantasized that one day she would be able to live together with the man she loved and be united with him. During this period of time, she had thought a lot, and she had also tried to change her unrealistic thoughts. However, when she invited Ling Xiao to sleep with her on the bed many times, Ling Xiao refused. This made her gradually look at Ling Xiao in a new light, and she couldn't help but think, am I really not as good as the woman in his heart? I don't believe that I, Feng Xianyun, will lose to anyone else. Needless to say, once a woman had the heart to compare, the things she would do would definitely be even crazier than a man. Ever since the priestess had that thought, her attitude towards Ling Xiao had changed from being cold and indifferent to being gentle, considerate, and attentive. Even if the infatuated wife tried to please Ling Xiao in every possible way, Ling Xiao could naturally feel it, but he also believed that his extraordinary handsomeness must have captivated the priestess, which was why she had changed her attitude. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been a very arrogant and narcissistic person. However, he was not in the mood to enjoy this gentleness right now. One must know that it was often the grave of a hero. If he did not have the love goo in his body, he would not mind taking in another priestess. After all, the charm of the priestess was not inferior to the few girls he knew, and the power behind the priestess was not inferior to the Purple Heaven sect at all, and was even slightly stronger. Any man would not be able to resist the urge to possess such a beautiful woman with a powerful background. That was an extremely flashy, glorious, and beautiful thing. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still did not have the fortune to enjoy all of this for the time being. He did not like to be manipulated and interfered with by anyone. Therefore, he had to get rid of the love goo in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really only be able to stay in Guzhai City for the rest of his life. The priestess had once said that only her grandfather, the high priest, had the ability to get rid of the love goo in his body. There was no other way. However, on the second day after Ling Xiao was infected with the love goo, he had already thought of a way to eliminate the love goo in his body. He had at least an 80% chance of success with this method, and that was to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, refinement of organs, to the large success stage. In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the third form to the intermediate stage and was only a step away from the large success stage. Ling Xiao knew that in order to reach the large success stage, he had to refine a grade 4 Dan, the internal organ restoration Dan. As long as the Dan was formed, he could destroy his internal organs and consume the internal organ restoration Dan to rebuild his internal organs. The love goo was left in his heart, and his internal organs also included his heart. When he destroyed his internal organs, his heart would naturally be destroyed as well. At that time, the love goo in his body would definitely not be able to survive. In this way, when the Dan took effect and rebuilt his internal organs, he would be fine. This was a way to come back from the dead, and it was also the only way to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Ling Xiao knew the method, so of course he wanted to conceive of refining the internal organ restoration Dan. He originally thought that it would not be difficult for him to refine a grade 4 Dan when he reached the Spirit Master level. However, when he really started to refine it, it was not the case. The process and requirements of refining a grade 4 Dan was more than 10 times harder than refining a grade 3 Dan. Every time Ling Xiao reached a crucial point in his refinement, he would more or less make a small mistake. As a result, he would not be able to refine the pill, and instead, he would waste a lot of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the most important grade 4 spiritual herb, the live spotted bamboo, was not wasted. Otherwise, if he lost this main ingredient, he would not be able to refine the internal organ restoration Dan. He finally understood why only his master, Nangong Chengal, was a grade 4 alchemist on the Medicine Peak. Even Chang He and Yang were not at this level. It was probably because the difficulty was not something an ordinary person could easily overcome. However, after 3 months of continuous attempts to refine a grade 4 Dan, Ling Xiao had gained a lot. Tonight, he must refine the internal organ restoration Dan successfully before he would stop. Chapter 236. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, Ling Xiao sat on a stone platform. Wisps of different elemental Ling Qi covered his Tianling acupoint. Among them, the wood, wind, and fire Ling Qi were the fastest. In his consciousness, the 3 foreign species were glowing and seemed to be growing stronger. In Ling Zhao's Dantian, the thumb-sized, multicolored profound Qi was also glowing. At the same time, a large portion of his acupoints were already radiating a dazzling radiance, as vast and flawless as the stars. Although Ling Xiao was poisoned by the love goo, it didn't affect the realm of his strength. At the same time, after 3 months of cultivation, the speed at which the Ling Qi in his body condensed was so fast that it made him speechless. He originally thought that his cultivation speed before was already very fast. He didn't think that when he reached the spiritual master level, his absorption speed would be many times faster than before. One had to know that the higher a fighter went, the longer the process of accumulation would be. Without a fortuitous encounter or miraculous medicine, it would be very difficult to break through to the next level. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the intermediate spiritual master level not long ago, but his Ling Qi was already very stable. He felt that if this continued, he could reach the peak of the intermediate spiritual master level in less than half a year. Breaking through to the high spiritual master level in a year wouldn't be difficult. If others were to find out about this speed, they would probably be extremely jealous of him. The realm that others couldn't reach after years or decades was achieved by a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. How could they not be jealous and envious? In reality, Ling Xiao also knew that the reason why he could absorb Ling Qi so quickly was because of the 3 foreign species in his consciousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this with just the 3 parts returning qi. After a period of meditation, all of Ling Zhao's essence qi reached the unity realm. This was his preparation for refining a 4th level pill. Ling Xiao had just stood up when a different kind of fragrance wafted into his nose. Without needing to look, Ling Xiao knew it was his so-called wife. The priestess walked over. Although Ling Xiao didn't consummate with the priestess in these 3 months, the 2 of them had been together for so long and slept in the same room. One slept on the bed, while the other slept on the ground. They didn't interfere with each other's business, so naturally, he was very familiar with the priestess's scent. This wasn't to say that Ling Xiao was the legendary Lu Xiaohui. It was just that he was desperate to find a way to get rid of the love goo. Otherwise, the love goo would be like a bomb buried in his body, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Fuma, you still won't give up. The priestess looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. Ling Xiao noticed that the priestess seemed a little different than usual, but he didn't know what was going on. I'm not used to being controlled by others, and I can't forget them. So, as long as I don't get rid of the love goo, I won't be able to have peace, Ling Xiao said honestly. The priestess hesitated for a moment before saying, there's actually another way to get rid of the love goo. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Although he felt that there was an 80% chance of eliminating the love parasite in his body after cultivating the 3rd transformation of the Vajra technique to the Great Completion realm, he didn't dare to guarantee a 100% success rate. Now that the priestess said that there was another way to get rid of the love goo, how could he not be excited and nervous? The priestess pursed her lips and said, "Come into my room with me, and I'll tell you. Could it be that I have to consummate my marriage to get rid of the love goo? Impossible." Ling Xiao thought to himself as he gazed at the alluring figure of the priestess walking in front of him. After the 2 entered the bridal chamber, the priestess turned to Ling Xiao and said, "The love parasite is a sacred object of my tribe's husband and wife. It can bind 2 people to each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to break it is to kill either one of them. That way, the parasite will lose its effect and will no longer be a threat to the other party. So that's how it is," Ling Xiao replied in realization. A complicated look flashed through his eyes, and he said, "You don't think that I have the strength to kill a king-level expert like you, do you?" Since the priestess said that as long as he killed either one of them, the love goo would naturally be cured. However, the priestess said that Ling Xiao had to kill her to get rid of the love goo. He didn't think that he could kill the priestess with his strength as a mid-stage soul master. The priestess took a step closer to Ling Xiao and said softly, "I know that you have unforgettable feelings for your woman, and you aren't willing to stay by my side. Why don't you let me help you? As long as I kill myself, you will be free." Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the priestess. He suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? A dignified king-level expert would kill himself for me? Ridiculous." Was what the priestess said even possible? She was a dignified king-level expert and a genius of Guzhai City. How could she kill herself for a nominal husband like him? No one would believe it if he said it. The priestess was unmoved. She gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, you don't know that I can't live past 20 years old." "What? How is that possible?" Ling Xiao was surprised. A dignified king-level expert had a lifespan of at least 300 to 500 years, but the priestess said that she couldn't live past 20 years old. Ling Xiao felt that the priestess' lies were getting more and more outrageous. The priestess sat in front of the dressing table and looked at her face in the bronze mirror. She said faintly, "Can you come and help me comb my hair?" Ling Xiao didn't understand what the priestess meant, but he still followed her wishes. Stroking the beautiful black hair of the beauty in front of him and smelling the tempting light fragrance, Ling Xiao's mind calmed down. He picked up a special wooden comb made of millennium sandalwood and gently combed the priestess' hair. The priestess said indifferently, "What I said just now was all true. In fact, I was born with the Heaven Gu body." The Heaven Gu body? Ling Xiao was startled, and the wooden comb in his hand trembled for no reason. You know about the Heavengu body? The priestess was puzzled. I've only heard of it, but I don't know the specifics, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Oh, since you know, then it's easy to explain, the priestess replied. She then said, the Heavengu body is an extremely rare constitution in my Gu tribe. It can be said that it's rare to see one even in 1,000 years. It's dozens of times faster than an ordinary person. Although it can speed up one's cultivation, without my tribe's Heavengu divine art, anyone with a Heavengu body won't live past 20 years old. You're saying that you're not cultivating the Heavengu divine art right now, so you only have 2 years left to live? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. The Heavengu divine art has been lost for many years. My grandfather has been searching everywhere for many years, but he hasn't found any news, so, the priestess said indifferently. There was no sadness on her face, but her eyes revealed a desolate look that fell into Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for her, and in his heart, he already believed the priestess' words. It looks like she's already resigned to her fate. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly felt pity for her, and at the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Help her find the Heavengu divine art. At that moment, the priestess stood up, turned around, and stared at Ling Xiao. Although we are husband and wife in name, we are not husband and wife in reality. Take me today, let me become a real woman, and after today, I will return your freedom. After saying that, the priestess' body trembled slightly, and a wave of spiritual energy spread out, forcing Ling Xiao to take 2 steps back. Then, a flawless and delicate body appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao forgot to breathe, and looking at that perfect body, his throat became dry. Under the dim light, the perfect size of the holy maiden stood proudly, and the 2 bright red spots were like delicate flower buds, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That flat and delicate belly did not have a trace of fat, and that skin exuded a lustrous color. The mysterious black grass was even more alluring. The priestess walked in front of Ling Xiao, lightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, and exhaled like orchids. Take me. At that moment, the priestess put down her high and mighty status, put down her pride as a young lady, in order to completely transform herself into a real woman. In this way, even if she committed suicide, it could be considered that she had tasted the taste of being a woman. Looking at the priestess's flushed skin, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to climb up that firm holy maiden peak. The priestess closed her eyes slightly, and her curled eyelashes kept trembling, showing how nervous she was at the moment. Just as Ling Xiao was about to grasp that firm spot, he stopped and gently pushed the priestess away. The priestess felt a slight pain in her heart. She did not understand why Ling Xiao still did not want her until now. I have found a way to remove the love goo. You should cherish the remaining 2 years, Ling Xiao said, and then left the room without looking back. The priestess looked at the leaving Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. After leaving the room, Ling Xiao walked into another room and sat down cross-legged again. The state that he had adjusted before was disrupted by the priestess, and now he had to adjust it again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao woke up again, and the obsidian cauldron flew out of his space ring and landed in front of him. Then Ling Xiao took out a lot of third-grade spirit grasses one by one. These spirit grasses were the auxiliary spirit grasses for refining the internal organ-restoring pill. Ling Xiao used the flame shadow palm, and spirit grasses were constantly thrown into the medicine cauldron. The extracted essence did not need Ling Xiao to imprison it, as the obsidian cauldron could imprison it inside the medicine cauldron, not letting it waste even a little bit of medicinal power. In order to refine a 4th-grade medicinal pill, not only were the auxiliary spirit herbs of a high grade, but there were also a lot of them. The spiritual power consumed was also very large. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have failed. This time, Ling Xiao was very well prepared. Every time his spiritual power was exhausted, he would grab a few pills and throw them into his mouth. Now Ling Xiao could cast 48 flame shadow palms, and his speed was so fast that it made people speechless. After 2 hours, the essence of nearly 100 first-grade to third-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Not long after, even the essence of a few main fourth-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I only lost 2 or 3 spirit grasses." At this time, a water attribute high-grade fourth-grade beast core appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the medicine cauldron without thinking. Success or failure depended on the results this time. Chapter 237. Concocting a rank 4 pill required a rank 4 beast core, and the one Ling Xiao threw in was a high rank 4 beast core. The energy it contained was more than 10 times that of a rank 3 beast core. Naturally, it took more time. If Ling Xiao did not have the help of his mental strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to dissect and refine the beast core with his spirit master strength. He would need a lot of time, and he would not be able to confine the spreading spiritual energy. This would only waste the energy of the beast core. Now, Ling Xiao's mental strength was not the same as before. Liquefaction of his mental strength allowed his mental strength to have a qualitative leap. Therefore, his mental strength split into 10 invisible knives to dissect the beast core. The blue demon flame in his hand displayed the advantage of the heavenly fire. Using both methods simultaneously, the beast core was dissected by Ling Xiao in no time. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength also showed signs of exhaustion at this time. His mental strength immediately showed signs of not being able to continue, and the spiritual energy of the beast core that was dissected quickly dispersed. Ling Xiao panicked. Fortunately, the obsidian cauldron still retained a large portion of the spiritual energy. If it was a normal medicine cauldron, everything Ling Xiao did would have been for naught. Ling Xiao let out a breath of relief and immediately swallowed a few medicinal pills to recover. The next step was the most crucial one, which was also the most difficult one. Ling Xiao mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, including the innate Yin Wind Pearl and the blue demon flame pearl, which provided him with an endless supply of innate spiritual energy. When Ling Xiao reached his peak condition, his face tightened and he pressed down with both palms, quickly drawing out the spiritual energy in his body. Condense. Xiao. All the spiritual energy in his body pressed towards the obsidian cauldron, and the surrounding air produced a slight friction sound. Bang! The strong spiritual energy was all concentrated in the medicine cauldron, giving off a shocking explosion. No, the spiritual energy is not enough. Ling Xiao suppressed his surging blood and looked at the medicinal pill that was only half formed and panicked. I'll give it my all. Seeing that the last step was going to be fruitless, Ling Xiao was very unwilling. Therefore, he once again mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body and ordered the 2 spiritual pearls in his sea of consciousness to exert more power. Condense. Bang. 2 consecutive earth-shattering explosions alarmed the priestess in the room. Her heart tightened, and she immediately rushed out of the room. The guards guarding the priestess in the courtyard immediately rushed over, afraid that the priestess and Fu Ma would have an accident. At the same time, a few protectors flew over from different directions. "Is Her Highness the priestess all right?" a protector asked immediately after seeing the priestess. "I'm fine. You can all leave now." The priestess waved her hand and went into the room where Ling Xiao was. As soon as he entered the house, a strong smell of pills assailed his nostrils. Fu the 222222 Xiao 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 had a beast 2452 pill core. At this moment, Ling Xiao took a few steps back. His face was very pale, but there was a strong smile on his face. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao did not take the medicinal pill. He immediately walked to the undamaged cauldron and took out a medicinal pill. "Ah, I've finally succeeded. Although the quality is a little poor, it's enough." Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and laughed a few times. Then he put away the cauldron and took the vitalizing viscera pill. The priestess did not expect that Ling Xiao was also a medicinal pill core. Although Ling Xiao had stayed here for 3 months, the priestess did not restrict his freedom and let him do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao did not go out and often came to this room. She once wanted to find out, but she thought that he was her Fu Ma and she should not peep at him. Therefore, she did not know that Ling Xiao was actually staying here to refine medicinal pills. Could the medicinal pill in his hand really be able to expel the love goo? The priestess thought to herself as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. For some reason, at this moment, she suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to be able to get rid of the love goo. He must have already known her secret, and she could be considered to have opened her heart to him. In her heart, she had already accepted the reality that Ling Xiao was her husband. Ling Xiao had never treated her as his wife. If she let him expel the love goo, Ling Xiao would have even less scruples, and he would definitely leave her. For a moment, she was confused. In fact, she had forgotten that her grandfather, the high priest, would let Ling Xiao leave so easily. The priestess saw that Ling Xiao was meditating, so she quietly left the room and closed the door. As soon as the priestess turned around, she found that there was someone standing behind her. Grandpa! The priestess exclaimed. Silly girl, come here. Let's have a good talk. The person who had come was the priestess' grandfather, the high priest. The priestess nodded obediently and went forward to help the high priest to a courtyard not far away. The high priest sat on a stone bench and asked faintly, You haven't consummated your marriage with your husband? The priestess blushed slightly and did not dare to hide anything. She nodded obediently. Child, you are still too kind. The high priest sighed softly. He still has concerns in his heart. He would rather endure the heart-devouring pain than touch me. He feels that it is unfair to him, to me, and to the concerns in his heart, the priestess replied. This kid's temperament is not bad. The high priest praised in his heart. He then said, I believe that you have not used the love goo before, right? The priestess did not know how to answer and was momentarily speechless. If you use the love goo to consummate your marriage with him, he will only be your husband for the rest of his life, the high priest said. But grandfather, I really don't want to hurt him. He is innocent, and there is no need to sacrifice his life for a short-lived person like me. It is unfair to him. The priestess shook her head. Your relationship is fated by the heavens. To be able to accompany you for 2 years is his honor. The high priest snorted. Hearing this, the priestess fell silent. The high priest did not continue to pester her, and instead changed the topic. What was that kid doing inside just now? Why was he so emotional? He seemed to be refining pills, the priestess replied. Refining pills? That kid is an alchemist? 1st grade or 2nd grade? The high priest was slightly stunned. Probably neither. The priestess shook her head. She was about to continue speaking when the high priest smiled and said, That's right. That kid is only in his 20s. It is already not bad for him to have the strength of a middle spirit master. How could he be a standard grade alchemist? No, grandfather, he might be a 3rd grade alchemist or even a 4th grade. The priestess immediately corrected from the side. A 3rd grade alchemist? How is that possible? When the high priest heard this, he immediately stood up and shouted. There's no doubt about it. That medicinal power is definitely not something a 1st or 2nd grade pill can release. Even a 3rd grade pill doesn't seem to have that much medicinal power, the priestess said with certainty. When the priestess said this, the high priest's expression changed. If Ling Xiao was already a 3rd or 4th grade alchemist, then this was too monstrous. Could he be a disciple from that place? The high priest thought with a serious expression. Grandfather, what's wrong? The priestess asked. The high priest shook his head and said, Grandfather is fine. All right, do you know what pill he's refining? I don't know, the priestess replied. She then said, however, he previously said that he had already found a way to restrain the love goo. I think it's the pill he's refining. If the love goo was so easy to restrain, our Guji clan would have gone extinct a long time ago, the high priest said disapprovingly. The priestess nodded her head lightly. seeming to agree with the high priest's words. The love gu was a mystical secret technique of the Guji clan. Only those who truly had the bloodline of the Guji clan could use this technique. The love gu was also known as the yin-yang gu. It was a female and a male gu that the Guji clan fed with their own blood since they were young. If it was a female gu that was fed by a female, then the female gu would be the primary gu and the male gu would be the secondary gu. If it was a male gu that was fed by a male gu, then the male gu would be the primary gu and the female gu would be the secondary gu. Any gu that was the primary gu could control the gu that was the secondary gu. The love gu that the priestess fed was the female gu and Ling Xiao's male gu was the secondary gu. As long as Ling Xiao thought about another member of the opposite sex, he would be bitten by the gu, which would cause heart-wrenching pain. Ling Xiao had already experienced this deeply. However, he did not know that the love gu had another fatal flaw. The main gu could command the secondary gu to attack at any time, causing torment to the person who was affected by the gu. In other words, the priestess could use the love gu to make Ling Xiao suffer heart-wrenching pain at any time. The pain would be 10 times more painful than usual, even if he did not think about other women. At the same time, it would also stimulate Ling Xiao's desire and cause him to lose his mind. At that time, it would be easy for the priestess to consummate her marriage with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would completely forget all the women he liked and would only be infatuated with the priestess. He would no longer have any other thoughts. Moreover, if the priestess died one day, Ling Xiao would follow in her footsteps. When a main gu died, the secondary gu would die. This was the true terror of the love gu and also its mysterious function. The Guji clan had always used the love gu to extend the loyalty of a husband and wife. The Guji clan had also used this love gu to keep many experts in the Guji clan as their clansmen. At that time, the Guji clan had been very powerful. If not for the fact that they had offended a powerful force because of this method, the clan would have almost been destroyed. As a result, they could only live in a remote corner of the land now. Therefore, Ling Xiao should be glad that the priestess did not use the love gu. Otherwise, he would have completely become the priestess's servant. At the same time, when the priestess's heaven gu body exploded and died, he would be buried with her. Right, since this kid is an alchemist, you can't let him go. Girl, when he comes out, you have to use the love gu to control him no matter what, understand? The high priestess said after thinking for a moment. What's the use of controlling him? It's only for 2 years, the priestess replied. She then pleaded, Grandpa, why don't you use the love gu on him? Girl, are you stupid? That's impossible, the high priestess shouted. The priestess knelt on the ground and said, Grandpa, I know you've always loved me, but this time I beg you to let him go. I don't want him to die with me. He's innocent. Chapter 238. What was the reason for the priestess to make up her mind to beg her grandfather to expel the love gu for Ling Xiao? Apart from the priestess' kindness, there was also another important reason, and that was because Ling Xiao was able to control his desire and did not want the priestess. If Ling Xiao had been unable to control his desire and consummated his marriage with the priestess, then the love gu in Ling Xiao's body would have taken effect, making him forget his previous woman and only love the priestess wholeheartedly. If that was the case, the priestess also planned to accompany Ling Xiao for the rest of his 2 years. She must have been very benevolent towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not bewitched by the priestess, which allowed him to escape this calamity. At the same time, the priestess also believed that Ling Xiao had a loyal heart toward his woman, which was why she was moved and begged her grandfather to help Ling Xiao get rid of the love gu. Girl, why do you have to do this for an insensible brat? The high priest doted on the priestess, and the priestess had always been filial and sensible to him. Since she was young, she had never begged him. Now, she was begging him for the sake of a nominal follower. This made him feel very upset, and, at the same time, he felt that his granddaughter was too kind. Grandpa, just think of it as doing a good deed for Xiaoyan so he could go to heaven in the future. Help him get rid of the love goo and let him leave Goo Sacrifice City. He's really innocent, the priestess begged. Sigh. The high priest sighed heavily, then helped the priestess up and said, Girl, get up and listen to grandfather. After the priestess stood up, the high priest said, Do you know that if grandfather really does expel the love goo for him, grandfather will have to use up a third of his blood essence? At that time, grandfather will probably go to see the gods before you. What should we do? For a moment, the priestess' face turned pale. She really wanted to expel the path love goo for Ling Xiao. But now that her grandfather said so, she naturally didn't want her grandfather to get into trouble because of Ling Xiao. After all, her grandfather was the person closest to her. The high priestess patted the back of the priestess' hand and said, Girl, this is his fate, and he can't blame anyone. However, Xianxia once said that your vassal will be the true son of heaven of our Guji tribe. I believe that he will bring you and our Guji tribe a pleasant surprise. He really said that? The priestess was stunned for a moment before asking. No. Before the high priest could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared blankly at a direction in surprise. The priestess sensed the high priest's abnormality and followed his gaze. Her eyes also froze. The alchemy room Ling Xiao was in was actually emitting a dazzling light, appearing so dazzling and unusually noble. At the same time, the surrounding metal attribute spiritual energy frantically surged towards Ling Xiao's room. What's going on? What is that kid doing inside? The high priest asked in confusion. Did he really expel the path love goo? The priestess thought doubtfully in her heart. At this time, the protectors who were hiding or cultivating nearby all noticed the abnormality here. They originally wanted to rush over to investigate, but when they felt the high priest's aura, they could only stay in place and watch. Inside the room, Ling Xiao didn't know about the abnormality he had caused. Just now, after he took the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill, he sat down cross-legged and channeled the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the same time, he also used spiritual energy to destroy his internal organs. Once his internal organs were destroyed, Ling Xiao's life was cut off. At the same time, the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill began to display its medicinal effects and began to rebuild Ling Xiao's internal organs. The vitalizing internal organ restoring pill was worthy of being a 4th-grade elixir. At the same time, it was also an elixir developed specifically for the Vajra 5 transformation technique, so its medicinal effects were very abundant. After the Vajra 5 transformation technique absorbed the medicinal effects, it began to regenerate Ling Xiao's internal organs. Not long after, Ling Xiao's internal organs were once again restored, and his vitality was restored. However, Ling Xiao still underestimated the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. After his internal organs were regenerated, he actually continued to absorb the metal attribute spiritual energy from the outside world to temper his skin, meridians, and internal organs. Ling Xiao cultivated the 3 major mysterious techniques, mainly with the 3 parts restoration technique, followed by the Vajra 5 transformation technique. He no longer needed to cultivate the hidden wood technique. He originally thought that the 3 parts restoration technique was the most powerful of the 3 mysterious techniques. But now that the Vajra 5 transformation technique had displayed its power, he had a new understanding of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Now that he had completed it, he was sure that the Vajra 5 transformation technique was not just a simple external defensive cultivation technique. Perhaps it was a mysterious technique that was not inferior to the 3 parts restoration technique. The metal attribute spiritual energy was like swallows returning to their nest, constantly surging towards Ling Xiao. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was operating at an extreme speed, and the spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's body was tempered and channeled into his muscles again and again. Ling Xiao only felt comfortable and calm. This feeling was very wonderful. It was as if he had become a powerful Vajra body. No matter how powerful the attack was, he was confident that he would not be injured in the slightest. Ling Xiao did not know that the golden energy that was being emitted from his body was many times stronger than before, and a noble aura was beginning to appear. At this moment, if there was a martial artist weaker than Ling Xiao, it was likely that they would be intimidated by his noble aura and would kneel on the ground in worship. Martial artists of the same level as him would also be shaken. This was the other magical ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. As the large amount of spiritual energy gathered, Ling Xiao's organs had already recovered to their original state, and they were even more perfect than before. Through this rebirth of his organs, the muscles in his body had become more energetic, which unknowingly added 50 years to Ling Xiao's lifespan. Ling Xiao examined the condition of his body and saw that all his meridians had turned into a golden color, like thick chains cast from gold. They looked extraordinarily tough. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also suffused with a golden color, appearing extremely noble and full of vitality. Not only that, but the large amount of metal attribute spiritual energy he had just absorbed had allowed his spiritual energy to reach the middle level of a middle-level soul master. He could reach the peak of the middle-level soul master at any time, and the 3 parts returning technique had also greatly benefited. He only needed a dozen or so of his 365 acupoints to be completely filled. At that time, he would have successfully cultivated the 3rd level of wide acupoints and could enter the 4th level of spirit strengthening. Ling Xiao really did not think that cultivating the 3rd transformation would bring him so many surprises. He couldn't help but cry out in pleasant surprise. Good. This is great. With my current defense, it should be comparable to a grade 4 armor. I can even withstand the attack of a king stage expert. When he first obtained the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Ling Xiao thought that with each transformation, he would have an additional layer of defense. However, it seemed that the current situation was not that simple. Back when he had cultivated to the initial level of organs refinement, he could block an attack from a low-level soul master. Now that he had cultivated it to the large level, he could not only block an attack from a high-level soul master. He felt that even a low-level king stage expert would not be able to harm him. Perhaps only a middle-level king stage expert would be able to break through his defense. It seemed that with the success of each transformation, the strength of his defense would also increase. Ling Xiao couldn't help but fantasize that if he cultivated the 5th transformation to the large level of blood refinement, would it mean that he would reach a level where even spirit weapons and treasures could not harm him? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and cast aside this unrealistic thought. He had only just cultivated the 3rd transformation, organs refinement, and he had not even started on the 4th transformation, bones refinement. How could he think so far ahead? Moreover, the difficulty and pain of cultivating each transformation was not something a normal person could imagine. So whether or not he could cultivate the 4th transformation was still unknown. Right, let's see if I can get rid of the love goo. Ling Xiao withdrew his excited thoughts and immediately returned to reality. He immediately thought of his former women, Bai Yushi and Wei Dai. Haha, it's really fine. I can finally be free again. Ling Xiao shouted with joy. It had been 3 months, and he had finally escaped his passive fate. How could he not be happy? The high priestess pushed open the door and walked in. Kid, don't be too happy. Even if you get rid of the love goo, you can't leave this place. Otherwise, the high priestess also walked in behind him. Her gaze towards Ling Xiao became even more complicated. In fact, she had just felt that the female goo in her body was acting strangely, so she knew that the love goo in Ling Xiao's body had been successfully expelled. She had not expected that the love goo, which no one had ever successfully expelled with their own strength, would be expelled by Ling Xiao. It was truly inconceivable. How could the high priestess not think so? She had thought that other than the members of the Guji tribe, no one else would be able to get rid of the love goo. This was recorded in the tribe's history. Of course, that was excluding the accident that happened tens of thousands of years ago. It seemed that everything was fated. The rise and fall of the Guji tribe, depended on this young man in front of him. Ling Xiao had seen the high priestess's strength, so he naturally did not dare to go against the high priestess. Otherwise, he would be courting death. "Greetings, high priestess." Ling Xiao bowed respectfully. The high priest did not expect Ling Xiao to be so flexible. Even after being threatened by him, he was still able to endure it. He thought to himself, "This kid is really not ordinary. Even though you've gotten rid of the love goo, you are still my good granddaughter's servant. You can call me Grandpa like she does." The high priestess softened her attitude. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still called out, "Grandpa." The high priestess smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Since you admit it, go consummate with Xiaoyan now. From now on, take care of Xiaoyan with all your heart." The Xiaoman the high priestess mentioned was naturally the priestess. Her name was Feng Xianyun, which Ling Xiao also knew. "As long as Yaner agrees, I can do it any time, but I won't stay in Guji City forever." "Please forgive me, Grandpa," Ling Xiao replied. The priestess was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao's attitude had changed, but she was worried that the latter half of his words would anger her grandpa. The high priestess narrowed her eyes, and an aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. "If you have the guts, say it again." The high priestess's strength exceeded the scope of Ling Xiao's understanding. Even with Ling Xiao's current strength as a middle-stage spirit master, coupled with his powerful mental strength, he still felt suffocated under the high priestess's pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, leaving him no room to resist. High priestess, I can extend Yuner's life." Ling Xiao bit his lip and said with difficulty. Chapter 239. Since ancient times, the heaven goo body had been a unique body. This was due to the goo worms residing in the goo tribe's bodies all year round, causing their blood to mutate. This allowed their descendants to have innate control over the goo worms. At the same time, as the concentration of the bloodline increased, the ability to control the goo worms would become stronger. Their cultivation speed would also be much faster than ordinary people. This was the benefit of the bloodline. The higher the concentration of the bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed. When the bloodline reached 100% concentration, it was called the heaven goo body. The cultivation speed was insane. However, this heaven goo body was extremely rare. It was rare to see one in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. But every time such a body appeared, the goo tribe would usher in a new round of prosperity. Although the heaven goo body was insanely powerful, there were conditions. It was necessary to cultivate the heavenly goo divine art created by the ancestors of the goo tribe in order to display its miraculous effects. Otherwise, a martial artist with a heavenly goo body would not be able to live past the age of 20. After death, a martial artist would mutate and evolve into a powerful goo king that would harm the world. Therefore, martial artists with the heaven goo body would kill those who did not cultivate the heaven goo divine technique before they reached the age of 20. They could not allow them to become the goo worm king. Otherwise, even a heavenly venerable or even a mystic Tharch would not be able to destroy it. Only a saint-level expert would be able to do so. This showed how terrifying the heaven goo body was. As the heaven goo divine technique had long been lost, and the priestess had the heaven goo body, she would not be able to escape the fate of death. All these years, the high priest had never given up on tracking the heaven goo divine technique. After all, although the heaven goo divine technique was powerful, those who did not have the goo tribe's bloodline could not cultivate it. Even if they obtained it, it would be useless. Unfortunately, after many years of investigation, they still could not find the heaven goo divine technique. Without the heaven goo divine technique, the priestess' fate was obvious. But now, Ling Xiao said that he could prolong the priestess' life. Although the high priest did not believe it, for the sake of his granddaughter, he released his pressure on Ling Xiao and asked softly, "Can you really prolong little Yun's life?" The priestess also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but she didn't think Ling Xiao could do it. Of course. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he thought to himself, An Earth sovereign stage powerhouse is too terrifying. Ling Xiao felt that if the high priest wanted his life, he would only need a second to make him disappear from this world. Then tell me how you can extend Xiaoyan's life. How long can it prolong your life? The high priest stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao glanced at the high priest, then at the priestess, and said, although I can't change her sky goo body, I can delay her outbreak for a year. Only 1 year? Isn't that as good as nothing? The high priest frowned and said unhappily. He had thought that Ling Xiao would say 10 or 20 years. Who knew that he would only say 1 year? It seemed too short. The priestess smiled faintly. Waiting for a year is good enough. At least I can stay with Grandpa for another year. Looking at the priestess smile, Ling Xiao felt his heart ache for no reason. Although he hadn't consummated his marriage with the priestess, she was still his first wife in name. How could he bear to let her die at the age of 20? 1 more year means a little more time to find the sky goo divine art. As long as I find it, Yin can live. Ling Xiao said with a lack of confidence. He knew that the world was boundless, and finding the sky goo divine art was like a dream. First, tell me how you can make little Yun live a year longer. The high priest asked. Pills, Ling Xiao answered with certainty. What pills? 5th grade life prolonging pill. 5th grade life prolonging pill. Both the high priest and the priestess were puzzled. Yes, the life prolonging pill can increase anyone's lifespan by 100 years. It has the effect of gathering essence, consolidating one's foundation, and bringing the dead back to life. Although it can't restrain the sky goo body, it can use the essence of the pill to resist the poison. It can definitely increase Yin Er's lifespan by 1 year, Ling Xiao said with certainty. He had memorized all the prescriptions in the elixir refining tactics, including the one for the soul-strengthening elixir. At the same time, there was a special note stating that this elixir could resist the poison of the goo poison. It could even resist the poison of the goo poison body. That was why Ling Xiao had answered the high priest so confidently. The high priest asked, "Do you have a life-prolonging pill on you?" Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't have it. The high priest was displeased. "You dare lie to me? Although I don't have it, I can definitely refine the life-prolonging pill within 2 years," Ling Xiao said with certainty. Now that he was a 4th grade alchemist, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the 5th grade realm in 2 years. Huh, you brat. You actually dare to speak such nonsense. In the vast Northwest, as far as I know, the number of 5th grade alchemists can be counted on one hand. Do you think I'm easy to fool? The high priest laughed. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. He looked at the priestess and said, "Yin, my love parasite has been cured. Do you still want me to be your vassal?" Before the priestess could reply, the high priest said, "You don't know how to appreciate favors. So many people want to be the companion of my goose sacrifice city, but you're still so reluctant. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The priestess hurriedly said, "Grandpa, let him go. Since he has already gotten rid of the love goo, it must be the will of the heavens. Why should we force him?" As the priestess spoke, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with incomparable disappointment. She had thought that before the end of her life, she would be able to feel what it would be like to be someone's wife. Unfortunately, she was fated to die alone. The high priest couldn't bear to look at the priestess and said, "Girl, if you let him go, your reputation will be completely ruined. I'm about to lose my life, so what's the point of my reputation? Why don't you let me spend more time with Grandpa? Consider it as Yin being filial to you," the priestess said with a forced smile. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and felt very uncomfortable. No matter what, this was the first nominal wife that he had held a ceremony with. Was he really going to just watch her leave like this? Forget it. Let him go. The high priest doted on his granddaughter and immediately gave up on the idea of forcing Ling Xiao. He shook his head and left. "Fuma, I'll go get some water for you. Look at how dirty and ugly your body is. Take a bath first before you leave. Grandpa won't make things difficult for you." The priestess seemed to have let go of her state of mind. She smiled at Ling Xiao and walked out. Ling Xiao looked at the back of the priestess as she left, and a sense of melancholy shrouded his heart. Ling Xiao stood still for a while and sighed silently in his heart. The heavens are jealous of my beauty. How can the heavens be so cruel? The priestess returned and prepared a bath water and a change of clothes for Ling Xiao. Fuma, let me help you bathe and change your clothes. The priestess walked to Ling Xiao's side and said softly. Ling Xiao took a light breath and stepped forward to hold the priestess's slender waist. He lowered his head and kissed her jade lips. The priestess's body trembled slightly, and a strange feeling came over her. Immediately after, she closed her eyes tightly and held on to Ling Xiao's tiger waist, twisting her body passionately. Breathing in the priestess's sweet scent, the fire of lust that had been suppressed in Ling Xiao's body for a long time suddenly soared. As he kissed the jade person in his arms to his heart's content, his hands began to rub the firm and erect peaks of the virgin roughly. The priestess's body began to soften after being teased by Ling Xiao like this. She could not help but moan, and her delicate and beautiful face instantly became completely red. The priestess's soft moans were like a spell, and it completely made Ling Xiao lose his mind. His big hands violently tore apart her veil, revealing that perfect and alluring body. Ling Xiao looked at the devilish body in front of him that was suffused with a flush, and the blood vessels in his body surged rapidly. The priestess shyly said softly, "Fuma wants me." Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. The spiritual energy in his body shook, and all the clothes on his body were shaken off. In the next moment, he tightly hugged the clean and flawless body of lust, and tightly joined together. A shameful scream pierced through the sky. Ling Xiao was like a beast that had lost its mind. He did not care about the pain of the jade person in his arms at all, and continued to launch the fiercest attacks on that mysterious bush. The priestess tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger body, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. In her heart, she thought, "I'm already a woman, no longer a young girl." The screams of pain gradually turned into soft cries of joy. It was unknown how many hours had passed, but after a series of screams, all the sound in the room finally stopped. Inside the room, in the bathtub, the 2 naked people were hugging each other. The priestess had changed from a young girl to a woman, and her whole person became more and more delicate and alluring, and it also added a bit of seductive charm. Ling Xiao gently caressed the priestess's face and said softly, "Do you regret it?" The priestess buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said, "You are my Fuma, and I am your wife. What is there to regret? Why don't you come with me? Even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth, I will find the heaven gu divine art for you." Ling Xiao said softly, "No, I will stay by Grandpa's side and serve him. Moreover, even before I die, I want to give birth to a child that belongs to us. After I die, I want the child to stay by Grandpa's side and not let him be too lonely. Can you promise me that?" The priestess had already accepted Ling Xiao and wholeheartedly treated him as her husband. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, but I will definitely refine the vitality prolonging pill for you within 2 years. Trust me." Of course I trust you. Since ancient times, only 2 people have been able to expel the poison of our love goo, and you are the second. I also believe that you can do it, but I don't want you to force yourself, the priestess replied. Don't worry. I will definitely not abandon you. There is still a bit of time, so let's make more people. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, and then his lower body went straight into the deep alley of the sea. The priestess's lower body was filled, and her face was full of shyness and satisfaction. Her mouth could not help but let out a moan again. The room was once again intertwined with a moving sound of rhythm. Chapter 240. For several days in a row, Ling Xiao and the priestess did not leave the room, working day and night on their plan to make a human. On this day, the 2 of them finally walked out of the room. After dressing up, the priestess fully displayed the charm of a married woman. She was like a blooming orchid, even more charming and beautiful. Ling Xiao had also swept away his sloppy appearance, and his thin face was full of resolute and handsome features. He wore a dark blue robe embroidered with dazzling gold edges, looking extremely noble and magnificent, especially like a noble prince in the palace. The two of them held hands and once again sat in the moving palace on the day of the wedding. A few protectors rushed out from their hiding places and respectfully greeted the two of them on one knee. "Greetings to your highness, the priestess. Greetings to your highness." The two of them nodded slightly and landed on the bed of the moving palace. The priestess said softly, "Enter the hall." The protectors responded at the same time, and together they lifted the moving palace and flew up. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This feeling of being high up in my hands is really good. If I had a few more beauties by my side, what more could I ask for in life? The priestess picked up the 1,000-year-old grape from the fruit plate and placed it in front of Ling Xiao's mouth. "Please." Ling Xiao smiled slightly and gently embraced the priestess's slender waist. He opened his mouth wide and let the priestess throw the grape into his mouth. The priestess's beautiful eyes were full of affection, and she smiled widely, completely immersed in the joy of being a married woman for the first time. Not long after, the moving palace landed in the grand hall's inner hall. When all the guards saw the palace, they immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully welcomed them. The priestess led Ling Xiao straight into the hall and arrived at the high priestess's usual meditation place. The high priestess saw the arrival of the two of them without the slightest surprise, as if she had already expected it. "Kid, are you sure you want to leave?" The high priestess did not wait for the two of them to speak and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Grandpa. Xiao has left the sect for a long time. I have to go back and report. The Purple Sky sect is only a rank 8 sect. As far as I know, only Nangong is a rank 4 alchemist. Now that you have reached rank 4, why do you still stay in such a small sect? Why not stay with little Yun and let her spend the rest of her time well?" The high priestess asked bluntly. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Purple Sky sect is Ling Xiao's sect, and I dare not to casually leave the sect, otherwise I would be a disloyal and unjust. Moreover, after returning to the sect to report, I want to travel around to see if there is a chance to find the Heaven Gu technique. Whether or not there is any news in 2 years, I will to, and so. Ling I shall dare I, and in blood to approve, and that I yun. I, and an I, and will I, and will. Then he bit his bloody finger and swore to the heavens to show his determination. "Good, since you have this intention. Don't let little Yin plead for you, otherwise I will definitely let you suffer the punishment of the 10,000 gu." The high priestess nodded and said to the priestess, "Girl, you go out first. I have something to say to him alone." "Grandpa." The priestess looked at her grandpa worriedly, as if she was afraid that he would harm Ling Xiao after she left. When a girl is grown, she can't be kept at home. If I want to kill this kid, it's as easy as turning my hand. Why hide? The high priestess waved her hand. The priestess blushed slightly and left the room. As soon as the priestess left, the high priestess raised her hand, and a light screen isolated everything from the outside world. The high priestess said to Ling Xiao, "Since you have consummated your marriage with little Yun, you are a true follower of my Guji city. Our Guji city has always followed monogamy. If others know that you have another woman outside, even I can't protect you. So when you go outside, you must not announce your identity, or I will definitely kill you first." Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao obeys. Even if the high priestess didn't say it, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would gossip. Moreover, he also knew the strange rules of the Guji clan. Even if he didn't care about himself, he didn't want the priestess to be humiliated because of him. The high priestess continued, "After you leave this time, you must refine the spirit-prolonging pill for little Yun within 2 years. Even if you let her live one more day, you must do it. Since little Yun has approved of you, I won't make it difficult for you. There are a lot of spirit herbs here. I believe you can use them in the future. Consider it a little gift from me as a grandfather." Ling Xiao took the space ring from the high priestess and put it away without looking at it. He respectfully thanked. "Thank you, grandfather. Ling Xiao will definitely live up to Grandfather Gu and Yun Er's expectations. Remember every word I say." The high priestess reminded him seriously. "In these 2 years, you must go to our Guji clan's ancestral land to see if you can find the whereabouts of the Heaven Gu divine art. In addition, you must find our clan's sacred object, the Heaven Gu cauldron. These 2 tasks are not easy, but I hope you can complete them. This is not only related to little Yun's life, but also the future of our clan." Next, the high priestess told Ling Xiao the location of the Guji clan's ancestral land and the appearance of the Heaven Gu cauldron before sending Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the ruins of the Guji clan would be in the most remote place of the southern wilderness. It was a legendary forbidden place. The environment was very harsh, and the spirit beasts were powerful. It was difficult for ordinary people to survive. He really didn't know how the Guji clan could survive in such a dangerous place. However, since it was possible to inquire about the Heaven Gu divine art, Ling Xiao naturally had to find a way to go there. In addition, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the sacred object of the Guji clan was actually the heaven-ranked god cauldron, ranked 8th among the 9 heaven-ranked god cauldron. Every heaven-ranked god cauldron was a divine artifact. What kind of existence was a family that could use a divine artifact as the clan's treasure? Ling Xiao couldn't help but imagine that the Guji clan in its heyday might be powerful and terrifying, but he didn't know why it fell into such a predicament. After listening to the high priest's teachings, Ling Xiao was sent away. Just as he was about to leave the room, the high priest stopped him again and took out a jade tube. "If you can find the Heaven Gu divine art or the Heaven Gu cauldron but can't get it, crush it. I will rush over as soon as possible." Ling Xiao took the jade tube, put it away, and left the room. After seeing Ling Xiao leave, the high priest sighed and said, "I hope you don't let little Yun down." Ling Xiao stayed in Guji City for another 3 days. In these 3 days, he spent the whole night with the priestess, enjoying the joy before leaving. 3 days later, Ling Xiao put on a set of clothes sewn for him by the priestess and left Guji City. As soon as he left the boundary of Guzhai City, Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King and sprinted in the direction of Purple Heaven Sect. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a woman silently chasing him in the sky. She only gave up after flying for thousands of miles. "Fuma, you have to take care of yourself. The next time you come, you will definitely be able to see our child," the woman murmured with tears in her eyes. Ling Xiao thought that leaving Guji City would be much more relaxed and refreshed, but he found that he couldn't be happy. He only felt that these 3 months were like a dream, like a flash in the pan, but it left a deep impression on him. Now, he had an extra worry in his heart and a heavy mission. If he didn't resolve this worry and mission for a day, it would be difficult for him to truly be happy. "Yin'er, don't worry. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find the Heaven Gu divine art for you." Ling Xiao silently made up his mind. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King for half a month and was finally getting closer and closer to the sect. On this day, Ling Xiao arrived at Burning Ground City, which was the closest city to Purple Heaven Sect. This was a place he had to pass to get to Purple Heaven Sect. Burning Earth City was close to Purple Heaven City, so it was a prosperous city that was only second to Purple Heaven City. The largest family in Burning Ground City was the Lao clan. The 2 ancestors of the Lao clan were both king-level experts, so no one dared to provoke the Lao clan. Otherwise, they would definitely disappear from Burning Ground City the next day. Now, Ling Xiao was a middle-stage spirit master, and the Golden Wolf King was high-stage 3rd stage. In order to hurry, Ling Xiao didn't put away the Golden Wolf King. With his current strength, there weren't many people who dared to have any ideas about the Golden Wolf King. Moreover, he was an intersect disciple of Purple Heaven Sect. Within Purple Heaven Sect's territory, no one dared to provoke him. As soon as Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King into the city, it caused countless citizens to panic. Who is this? He actually dares to ride a spirit beast in the city. Does he not know the Lao clan's rules? One look, and you can tell that he's someone from outside the city. This young man from outside is going to suffer. Isn't that so? I just saw someone report to the nurse team. There will definitely be a good show to watch later. Some of the bold citizens pointed at Ling Xiao and discussed in low voices. As for those young girls, when they saw how handsome Ling Xiao was and how he was riding a powerful spirit beast, they couldn't help but secretly send him flirtatious glances. Ling Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to what the citizens were saying. He continued to ride the Golden Wolf King through the city. At this moment, a group of guards ran out from both sides of the street and blocked Ling Xiao's path. There were a total of 10 people in this group of guards, and they were all wearing the same martial attire. One of the high-level mystic cultivators stood out and said timidly, "Who are you? You actually dare to cause trouble in Burning Ground City?" The leader of the guards couldn't see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, but he could tell that the spirit beast in front of him was definitely a strong, rank 3 wolf spirit beast. He was afraid that if the spirit beast suddenly pounced on him, he would lose his life. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Big brother, I had urgent matters to attend to and was passing by this place. Please forgive me if I was alarmed." With that, Ling Xiao took out a bag of gold coins and threw it at the leader of the guards, hoping that he would let him pass. Ling Xiao's strength was above these guards, but he also knew that he was being a bit rude. Moreover, this was someone else's territory, and he wasn't the kind of person to bully others. Thus, he planned to resolve this matter peacefully. The leader of the guards weighed the gold coins in his hand and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hurry up and leave. Don't let your spirit beast run around. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences." "Thank you, big brother." Ling Xiao thanked the guard and was about to leave again. Unexpectedly, an arrogant voice rang out from behind. "Which wild kid dares to ride a spirit beast in the city? Hurry up and come down. I'll slaughter the spirit beast and drink it with wine." Chapter 241. When the guard captain heard that voice, his body trembled, and he hurriedly hid the gold coin in his hand. He immediately ran over and knelt on one knee in front of that person. "Greetings, 14th young master." When Ling Xiao turned around, he saw a young man who looked to be in his early 20s glaring at him. This young man's appearance was quite pretentious. He wore a luxurious robe, and his head was raised high. His 2 nostrils were like his eyes as he looked at people. He looked quite flashy, and when he strode forward, he had the demeanor of a young master. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he looked like a wretch who deserved a beating. Beside this young man, there was also a good-looking young woman. She had the figure of Anna and a full figure. Just based on these 2 points, she really was the type of mature woman that Ling Xiao liked. However, when he looked at her face, covered in rouge, Ling Xiao felt like vomiting. She was clearly quite good-looking, so why did she have to put so much on? She was practically like a monster. The young man in front of him was a direct descendant of the Lao family. He was ranked 14th and was known as the 14th young master, Lao Feiyang. Lao Feiyang arrived 5 meters away from Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. He used his 2 nostrils to look at Ling Xiao and pointed at the Golden Wolf King. "You over there, why haven't you come down after seeing this young master? This spirit beast looks quite sturdy. Bring it to the strange fragrance pavilion and have the chef cook it. It should taste quite good." "Young master, you definitely have to let me have a taste," the woman coquettishly said to Lao Feiyang. "Darling, don't worry. This young master will definitely leave you a big and fat piece of wolf meat to enjoy. At night, this young master will reward you with another night. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied to death." Lao Feiyang patted the woman's hand with a smile. "Young master, you're so annoying." The woman rebuked as she leaned into Lao Feiyang's embrace. Lao Feiyang laughed, but he found that Ling Xiao had already left on the Golden Wolf King. There were many people in the city, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to recklessly ride the Golden Wolf King like he did just now. He could only move forward slowly. "Bastard, he dares ignore my words. Captain Zhou, why aren't you going to stop him? If he gets away, your position as captain will be over," shouted Lao Feiyang unhappily. Yes, yes, young master. I'll immediately stop him. The captain of the guards hurriedly responded, but in his heart, he was cursing. Are you blind? You actually wanted to stop a third-rank spirit beast? God bless me, so that I don't get eaten by it. The captain of the guards and his group hurriedly ran over and stopped Ling Xiao once again, shouting, This, brother, you should stop. If you anger my young master, it will be difficult to deal with. The guard captain had just received some benefits from Ling Xiao, so he naturally didn't dare to speak ill of him. Moreover, the Golden Wolf King in front of him was giving him a lot of pressure. Oh, could it be that this city is managed by your family's young master? Ling Xiao asked lightly. This, of course not. However, there are many things in Blazing City that our Lao family has the final say, replied the guard captain. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when Lao Feiyong caught up to him and shouted, Why are you talking so much to him? Captain Zhou, kill this spirit beast. I don't have time to waste with him. Ling Xiao glanced at Lao Feiyong and then gently rubbed the Golden Wolf King's forehead. Xiao Jin, someone said that he wants to eat you. What do you think we should do? Then, I'll eat him first, replied the Golden Wolf King. The third-rank spirit beast had already gained intelligence and could sense that Lao Feiyong was hostile towards it. Then what are you waiting for? Asked Ling Xiao faintly. In the next moment, the Golden Wolf King's body trembled, and its body began to shine with a golden light as it pounced forward like lightning. Awoo! The Golden Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sinister fangs as it bit towards Lao Feiyong. Don't come over. Lao Feiyong was so frightened by the Golden Wolf King that he stumbled and fell to the ground. His face was pale as he waved his hands and called out. Lao Feiyong was only a low-level, profound practitioner. Only when the Golden Wolf King displayed its strength did he realize just how terrifying this enormous spirit beast was. Don't! The guard captain immediately cried out in alarm as the long sword in his hand slashed towards the Golden Wolf King. The guards behind the guard captain also made their move, and dozens of swords flew towards Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful attack produced an earth-shattering explosion, and the surrounding people were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. The guard captain originally thought that Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King would disappear under this wave of attacks. However, when the smoke dissipated, they saw that the man and beast weren't injured at all. Fortunately, their young master hadn't been eaten by the spirit beast and was still sitting on the ground. Even the woman had fallen to the ground, and her face had turned pale from fright. The front of their young master's pants was completely drenched. It turned out that yellow and white matter had come out from the fright, and the stench was abnormally disgusting. Ling Xiao pinched his nose and looked at Lao Feiyong with disdain. He caressed the Golden Wolf King's head and said, It stinks. Xiao Jin, let's go. Master, why didn't you let me eat him? The Golden Wolf King asked. That guy is as skinny as a match, and he won't even be enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Forget it, replied Ling Xiao. The man and beast didn't care about anything else and slowly walked towards the east gate. The guard captain didn't dare to stop them. The wolf spirit beast was clearly a rank 3 spirit beast, and that youth seemed to be an expert spirit master as well. Otherwise, how could he have withstood their full power attack and be fine? Too scary. It's good that we didn't anger him, or else we'd be in trouble. The guard captain wiped his cold sweat. At this time, the guard captain remembered that their 14th young master was still sitting on the ground, trembling. The guard captain endured the soaring stench and helped Lao Feiyong up before timidly asking, 14th young master, are you all right? Lao Feiyong quivered before coming back to his senses. He raised his hand and viciously slapped the guard captain's face. Pow! Immediately, a bright red palm imprinted itself on the guard captain's face. He was furious, but he still pretended to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I'm sorry, young master. Useless trash. You can't even stop a man and a beast with a dozen people. You motherfucker, go die. Lao Feiyong flew into a rage out of humiliation and started punching and kicking the guard captain. After venting his anger, Lao Feiyong turned to the other guards and yelled, "You bunch of trash, what are you still doing? Go back to the clan and call the consecrated elders out." Burning City was the Lao family's territory, and they were the biggest family here. They had absolute authority, and most of the rules were set by the Lao family. As a direct descendant of the Lao family, Lao Feiyong had always been arrogant and conceited in Burning City. His own strength wasn't something to be scoffed at. If it weren't for his family's influence, he would have long since been thrown to the dogs. Lao Feiyong had never been bullied like this before, and he had even been scared shitless in front of everyone. This had completely destroyed the wisdom he had accumulated over the years. He swore that he would definitely make that man and beast disappear from Burning City. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about this small matter and continued riding the Golden Wolf King. The hidden guards in the surroundings were constantly watching Ling Xiao's tracks. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Even if the head of the Lao family personally came, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Although his strength hadn't reached the king level yet, he already had a life-saving technique that could make a king-level expert suffer. What was there for him to be afraid of? Ling Xiao had always adhered to the principle of, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Just as Ling Xiao passed by a restaurant, he saw a man on the second floor raise a glass of wine towards him and say in a clear voice, "Old Ma, would you do me the honor of drinking with me?" Ling Xiao really didn't expect to meet someone who knew him in Burning City. Moreover, this person called him Old Ma. Presumably, this person had been to Guzhai City or was originally from there. Before Ling Xiao left Guzhai City, the priest had instructed him not to reveal his identity. Now that he had been recognized not long after leaving, a trace of killing intent couldn't help but rise in his heart. When Ling Xiao raised his head and saw who this person was, he couldn't help but be stunned. He directly smiled and replied, "Brother, I dare not refuse your invitation." As Ling Xiao spoke, he gently stepped on the wolf's back and went to the second floor. At the same time, he put away the Golden Wolf King with the Spirit Beast Bracer. The person who invited Ling Xiao up to drink was an elegant young man with a slightly pale face. He had a warm smile on his face and kept waving the white paper fan in his hand. He looked more or less like Zhuge Liang's feather fan and silk towel style. Coupled with the wine cup in his hand, he looked even more carefree. This young man was Xianxia, who had participated in the fight for the priest horse in Guzhai City. Before Ling Xiao could sit down, he was attracted by the white paper fan in Xianxiao's hand. "Brother, can I have a look at the beautiful woman's fan in your hand?" Ling Xiao asked with a fawning expression. Xianxiao chuckled and said, "Old Ma, feel free to take it." Ling Xiao smiled and took the fan. He saw that there were 8 women drawn in the fan. Each woman seemed to be lifelike, making people feel amazed. The lifelike drawing was not the reason why Ling Xiao was attracted to it. The most important thing was that each of the women in the painting had a peerless beauty, making people want to fall in love. However, among the 8 beauties, there was a portrait of his wife, the priest's daughter. In the portrait, the priest's daughter was squatting down and picking spirit herbs. She looked very indifferent, and her whole person was lifelike, making her look extremely beautiful. However, Ling Xiao still felt that something was missing. Xianxiao laughed dryly from the side and said, "Old Ma, please don't blame me for being rude. I secretly drew a portrait of Her Highness the priest's daughter. I couldn't help it. Why would I blame you? However, I'll accept this fan. Just treat it as a greeting gift from brother." Ling Xiao responded and put away the white paper fan. "Old Ma, you don't have to be so ruthless. This is my favorite weapon," Xianxiao said with a bitter face. However, he was thinking in his heart, "I knew that something would be missing today. Sigh, I can't go against heaven's will. How much is this broken weapon worth? It seems that brother isn't a stingy person. Come, it's fate that we can meet here. Don't call me Old Ma, just call me Ling Xiao. In order to thank brother for giving me the fan, I'll drink first," Ling Xiao said to Xianxiao in a very familiar manner. After that, he picked up a pot of wine and drank it. Chapter 242. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. Brother Ling is indeed forthright. If I continue to ask for more, it would make me seem petty. Today, I've met Brother Ling, and we should drink until we're drunk. Waiter, bring me another 5 jugs of wine. Ling Xiao laughed and sat down. Since Brother Yao is in such a good mood, Ling Xiao will naturally serve you to the end. Good. To be able to make a friend like Brother Ling is a great fortune for me. Brother Yao, you're wrong. I don't like men. Haha, I only like women. While Ling Xiao and Xianxia were drinking to their heart's content, the restaurant was surrounded by a large number of Lao's guards. None of them dared to enter the restaurant because there was a young spirit master there. They had to wait for their young master and elders to arrive before they dared to move. They were just guarding and not letting the young man leave. Otherwise, their fates would be miserable. At this moment, Lao Feiyang, who had changed into a new set of clothes, angrily ran over with 2 elders following behind him. One of the elders was dressed in black and the other in gray, and their expressions were fierce. A guard walked up to Lao Feiyang and the 2 elders and respectfully said, "Greetings, 14th young master and elders. Cut the crap. Where did that brat and that wolf run off to?" Lao Feiyang impatiently waved his hand. "Young master, he's drinking up there," the guard replied. "Brat, you actually dare to look down on our Lao family? Too hateful and too arrogant." Lao Feiyang clenched his fists as he spoke. He then turned to the 2 elders behind him and said, "Elders, that bastard is up there. Hurry up and take care of him." The 2 elders nodded and were about to go up when they saw that Lao Feiyang hadn't moved. They couldn't help but say, "14th young master, let's go up together. With us here, he can't do anything to you." These 2 elders were the Lao clan's consecrated elders. One was a middle-stage spirit master called Chai Xiao, and the other was a low-stage spirit master called Wuxia. Although the 2 of them were not from the Lao clan, they were extremely famous in Burning Ground City. Because the 2 of them were the founders of the #1 mercenary group in Burning Ground City, they had made a name for themselves in Burning Ground City. Later on, they returned to the Lao family and faded from the public sight. Hearing Chai Xiao's words, Lao Feiyang mustered up his courage and said, "Fine, I'll watch the 2 elders show off our Lao family's might." In his heart, he thought to himself, "You dare to make a fool of me? Watch how this young master plays you to death." Everyone saw that the Lao family had come in an aggressive manner. Without waiting for the Lao family's order, the customers immediately dispersed. Xianxia, who was drinking, smiled at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, you're in trouble. These flies are so annoying. Even when I drink a cup of wine, they keep buzzing in my ears." Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and shouted unhappily, "Haha, Brother Ling is right. Do you need my help?" Xianxia laughed. "There's no need to bother Brother Yao to chase away a few flies," Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. At this moment, Lao Feiyang had already brought Chai Xiao and Hu Xiao to the 2nd floor. "Elders, it's this stinking brat. He actually told a spirit beast to eat me. If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid I would have died," Lao Feiyang said shamelessly. When Ling Xiao called out Lao Feiyang's words, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "I've seen many shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless." He's scared to the point of pissing himself, yet he still says his strength is not bad. This bastard is too talented. Chai Xiao looked at Ling Xiao and Xianxia and couldn't help but be shocked. What a young spirit master, and they've already reached the middle stage. Could they be true disciples of the Purple Sky sect? Chai Xiao saw through Ling Xiao and Xianxiao's strength and guessed their identities. He didn't dare to act rashly and instead went up to Ling Xiao and Xianxia and cupped his hands. "How should I address you 2 brothers?" Ling Xiao glanced at Chai Xiao and replied, "This lowly one is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, from now on, you can change your name to Ling Xiao. In a bit, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy. This young master will make you wish you were dead," Lao Feiyang said through gritted teeth. Hu Xiao, who was standing to the side, could naturally see through Ling Xiao and Xianxiao's strength. He immediately pulled on Lao Feiyang, hinting for him to not be rash. Who would have thought that Lao Feiyong would be so simple-minded and not understand Hu Qiao's meaning at all? Elder Hu, why are you pulling on my clothes? Hurry up and get rid of this bastard for me, Lao Feiyong urged. Ling Xiao hated being scolded by others the most. If it was someone else scolding him behind his back, he wouldn't care if he didn't hear it. However, someone was right in front of him, pointing at his nose and calling him a bastard. No one would be able to take it, especially Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao abruptly stood up and released a wave of pressure towards Lao Feiyong. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Immediately, Lao Feiyong was sent flying by Ling Xiao's pressure, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stop! Chai Xiao reacted just in time, and at the same time, he also released his own aura in an attempt to counteract Ling Xiao's pressure. Unfortunately, he found that as soon as he faced off against Ling Xiao, he felt as if he had smashed into a rock. He couldn't move at all, and instead, he was being suppressed to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Take this brat and leave immediately. Don't disturb this young master's drinking. If you dare provoke me again, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and arrogantly said, You're too savage. This old man wants to see just how you're going to kill me. Chai Xiao had once been a mercenary group leader, and his previous life as a mercenary had filled him with a murderous and berserk aura. Although he had restrained it in the past few years, he had been infuriated by a brat today. He decided that if he didn't take down this brat, it would damage his reputation. Chai Xiao roared, and his two palms slammed towards Ling Xiao. Two balls of blue palm images were ferocious, and the surrounding tables and chairs were all sent flying. Chai Xiao had used his full strength from the start. After all, the two youths in front of him were both middle-stage spirit masters, and he had to kill them in one blow. Otherwise, if the two of them joined hands, it would be troublesome. Damn, I hate it when people disturb my drinking. Ling Xiao cursed unhappily, and he directly met the two palms that were flying towards him. Papa! Chai Xiao's entire body was sent flying, while Ling Xiao still stood in his original spot. He even leisurely picked up his wine jug and continued to drink. To the side, Xianxia's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. He raised his cup towards Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling's strength is indeed extraordinary. Brother Yao, you flatter me. I can handle a few flies, but against an opponent like Brother Yao, Ling Xiao can only hope to run away, said Ling Xiao modestly. However, his tone didn't have the slightest trace of modesty, but rather a bit of pride. Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao's faces alternated between red and green. They had never been scolded like this before, and they immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since you want to die, I'll help you, said Chai Xiao with a malevolent expression. At the same time, he took out his famous longsword and swung it at Ling Xiao a few times. Hu Qiao didn't stay idle either. He had just seen his boss being sent flying by this youth, and it could be seen that this youth's strength wasn't ordinary. Thus, he didn't care about face and immediately took out his long spear to stab at Ling Xiao a few times. The two spirit masters appeared at the same time, and an enormous sword chi and spear light blossomed. The restaurant was instantly shaken to the point of collapse. The injured Lao Feiyong was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped out of the window. Although this fellow was a middle-level profound practitioner, he had just suffered internal injuries from Ling Xiao's attack. He didn't have the ability to circulate his profound energy and was no different from a normal person. Jumping from such a high place obviously wasn't easy. Io! Lao Feiyong fell heavily to the ground, and one of his feet fell down, causing him to cry out in pain. Coincidentally, the restaurant collapsed at this time, and it was also falling toward him. My mother! Someone come and save me! Save me! Lao Feiyong roared with all his might. It was a pity that the nurses only cared about running for their lives and couldn't hear his screams. The pitiful Lao Feiyong could only watch as the wooden wall of the restaurant heavily smashed towards him. After the restaurant collapsed, four figures flew out. Xianxia was still holding a jar of wine and a cup as he stood on top of a collapsed wooden pillar. As he poured the wine, he said, If there's anything, we can talk it out. There's no need to use swords and spears. We almost wasted this jar of good wine. The other person, Chai Xiao and Hu Xiao, continuously attacked Ling Xiao. The two of them were worthy of being old partners, and their coordination was very good. One sword and one spear attacked from two different directions, causing Ling Xiao to dodge in all directions. However, people with good eyesight could tell that although Ling Xiao was defending, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Is that all you have? You disappoint me too much. Ling Xiao did a somersault and dodged Hu Xiao's spear as he said disdainfully, "Bastard!" Chai Xiao cursed, and then shouted to Hu Xiao, "Second brother, use your full strength." Hu Xiao seemed to know what Chai Xiao was referring to, and immediately nodded his head as he began to gather energy. Chai Xiao loudly shouted, "Sword defense for defense." Immediately, his hand slashed out dozens of times, and the water attribute Sword Light formed a circle, trapping Ling Xiao in one place, making it impossible for him to struggle. Courageous and courageous. Hu Xiao took this opportunity, and the spear in his hand shone brightly, and a huge spear shadow pierced towards the trapped Ling Xiao. Xianxia, who was not far away, tightened his grip, and the jar of wine immediately exploded. The wine spilled onto the ground, and a strong fragrance filled the air. Xianxia shook his head and muttered to himself, "What a waste of good wine." Rumble. Hu Xiao's stab with all his strength caused an earth-shattering explosion. Chai Xiao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he once again waved the sword in his hand, and countless sword shadows once again flew towards the center of the billowing smoke. "Now you're dead," Chai Xiao said as he stabbed his sword into the ground. He really didn't think that dealing with a young man would exhaust almost all of his spiritual energy, and immediately sighed in his heart. "I'm really old and useless." Hu Xiao also relaxed, but his eyes were still fixed on the gradually dissipating smoke. Suddenly, a shadow flashed out, and Hu Xiao's pupils shrank as he hurriedly shouted, "Boss, be careful." However, he was still a second too late. Chai Xiao didn't know what was going on, but his body was heavily hit by a hard object, and a tyrannical force directly shattered his dark protection force, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, always forcing this young master to hit a fly. Chapter 243. Ling Xiao gripped the iron rod in his hand and cursed unhappily. "He's completely fine." Xianxia looked at the completely unharmed Ling Xiao. Just now, Chai Xiao and Hu Xiao had used all their strength to kill Ling Xiao, and every move was incomparably ferocious. Even if Ling Xiao was a mid-stage spirit master, even if he didn't die, he would at least be heavily injured. But now, not only was Ling Xiao not injured at all, he had even viciously struck Chai Xiao with his rod. This was simply too valiant. Xianxia thought to himself, "Brother Ling is indeed a fated subordinate. If he had come up to fight for it that day, he would have definitely taken it. This really is fate, and it can't be forced." "Boss, how are you?" Hu Xiao ran over to Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao crawled out of the ruined restaurant. One of his arms was bent, and there was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked to be in a sorry state. From this, it could be seen how ferocious Ling Xiao's attack had been. Chai Xiao endured the pain and said in a low voice, "My arm is broken, and I need to return to the clan to ask for reinforcements. We aren't a match for this brat. He might be a high-stage spirit master." "What?" Hu Xiao quivered. He saw that Ling Xiao was only around 20 years old. So how could he be a high-stage spirit master? Even if he was a true disciple of the Purple Sky sect, Timbin shouldn't be this monstrous. Ling Xiao held the iron rod in his hand and walked toward Chai Xiao and Hu Xiao step by step. Hu Xiao supported Chai Xiao as he retreated. What else do you want? Don't forget that this is Blazing City. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat our Lao family. I advise you not to act recklessly." I haven't acted recklessly. It's all because you guys have gone too far," Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he waved the iron rod in his hand. "Then let's forget about this matter. As long as you leave Blazing City immediately, we won't cause any more trouble for you." Xiao said in a compromising manner. He knew that the young man in front of him was very powerful, so he must have a very strong background. If they provoked a crazy revenge, then even the Lao family would not be able to protect them. I didn't want to stay here for long in the first place, but you guys insisted on keeping me here, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then added, next time, be more observant. Don't think that you're the emperor here. Ling Xiao did not plan to kill Xiao and Hu Qiao. After all, these two people were also other people's dogs. They would bite whoever their master told them to bite. He could not blame them. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and say something to Xianxia, a few powerful auras rushed towards him. Who said that our Lao family isn't the emperor here? A loud voice came from afar. Just as he finished speaking, a figure had already landed in front of Ling Xiao. Following that, there were a few more whooshing sounds as a few more people rushed over. The middle-aged man who had rushed over first glanced at Xiao and Hu Qiao, then his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. His eyes narrowed as he coldly said, "Were you the one who spoke arrogantly just now?" As the middle-aged man spoke, a powerful pressure pressed towards Ling Xiao. Peak Spirit Master. Ling Xiao's aura tightened as he hurriedly circulated his spiritual power to resist. Ling Xiao was already an intermediate spirit master, and he was many times stronger than an ordinary intermediate spirit master. He also had a powerful mental strength to rely on. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was a peak spirit master and had an incomparably powerful aura, Ling Xiao was not afraid. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The middle-aged man had a plan and released his aura. The surrounding air seemed to be compressed and deformed as it pressed towards Ling Xiao. The pressure of a peak spirit master could instantly kill anyone below the spirit master rank. Let's see how long you can last. The pressure of a peak spirit master could instantly kill anyone below the spirit master rank. Even low and intermediate spirit masters would be injured. However, Ling Xiao was still unperturbed, and his expression was as calm as water. However, the mental strength in his sea of consciousness slowly spread out and resisted the pressure of the middle-aged man without revealing any openings. Unless you're a king rank expert, don't even think of suppressing me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. Xianxia, who wasn't far away, also revealed a shocked expression. The four elders who came with the middle-aged man were also shocked. This middle-aged man was the third brother of the Lao family's leader, Lao Langchong. He was the strongest person in the 21st generation of the Lao family. He was only 53 years old this year, but he was already a peak spirit master. He was known as the genius of the Lao family who had the highest chance of stepping into the king rank. However, the strongest person in the 21st generation of the Lao family couldn't suppress a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. As expected, you have some skill. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lao Langchong roared, and no longer used his aura to suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao's chest. Good, Ling Xiao yelled. The metal rod in his hand met Lao Langchong's heavy punch and pierced forward. This metal rod was a Xian artifact. Each move it made was no weaker than a spirit master's attack. Lao Langchong naturally didn't dare to meet the Xian artifact head-on. Instead, he turned his fist into a claw and directly grabbed at the rod. Ling Xiao realized Lao Langchong's intentions and immediately changed from a stab to a horizontal move. Lao Langchong didn't expect Ling Xiao to change his move so quickly. He once again turned his claw into a palm and slapped the rod. His other fist once again flew towards Ling Xiao's left shoulder. The fist's momentum hadn't even arrived when the spirit chi attribute had already landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao actually didn't shrink back and took Lao Langchong's punch head-on. Just as Lao Langchong was about to be proud, Ling Xiao's metal rod had already landed firmly between his waist and abdomen. Pooh! Both of them retreated. Ling Xiao was forced back more than 10 steps, while Lao Langchong wasn't much better off. He was forced back 5 steps by Ling Xiao's full-force strike. His body felt a little churning, and he almost vomited blood, but he forcefully suppressed it. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. However, he had the upper hand in this move. Why? Who asked Ling Xiao to have already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the great success stage of the 3rd transformation? Although his body hadn't reached the invincible realm, attacks below the king stage couldn't cause too much damage to him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to meet force with Lao Lang Chong. Who exactly are you? Although your strength isn't bad, you're far from qualified to cause trouble in our burning ground city. Lao Lang Chong asked coldly. He didn't continue to attack, but first treated the internal injuries in his body. Ling Xiao didn't speak, but instead took out a token from his spatial ring. The front of this token was engraved with a simple purple character, and the back was engraved with the word medicine. This was the token used by the inner court disciples of Medicine Peak, and it also represented one's status in the sect. This was because outer court disciples didn't have the qualifications to obtain a token. You're a disciple of the Purple Sky sect? Lao Lang Chong asked in surprise. Ling Xiao showed Lao Lang Chong exactly the side with the purple character engraved. Could it be that this token is fake? Ling Xiao said coldly, and then said in a displeased tone, I'm Ling Xiao, an inner court disciple of the Purple Sky sect's Medicine Peak. I've been ordered by the sect to go out to handle some matters, and now I'm about to rush back to the sect to report, but I've been repeatedly obstructed by your Lao clan. What exactly is the meaning of this? Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to use the sect's token to scare people, but they were outnumbered, and he didn't want to stay here for too long, so he could only reluctantly use the token once. You're Ling Xiao? Lao Lang Chong asked in surprise again. That's right, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and replied, feeling proud in his heart. I didn't expect this young master to be so famous that there are actually people here who know me. Looks like you're holding the profound azure rod in your hand, Lao Lang Chong said, and then his entire face became completely cold, and his whole body's aura rose again, and a strong killing intent appeared. What profound azure rod? Ling Xiao asked in confusion, and at the same time, he was already on guard. You still dare to quibble. Wait for me to capture you first to avenge my son. Lao Lang Chong entered his strongest state, and his whole body glowed with a green light. A long rod similar to the one in Ling Xiao's hand appeared in his hand. Then, the long rod in his hand began to sweep towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh whoosh. Several incomparably tyrannical green lights greeted Ling Xiao from several directions. Ling Xiao didn't dare to face it head-on, and he immediately activated his wind attribute and retreated continuously. At the same time, he shouted, You even dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that my sect will destroy your Lao family? Ling Xiao faintly felt that the iron rod in his hand had been recognized, and he now faintly guessed that the Lao Fanxing he had injured on Wooden Flag Peak was this person's son. Who would know if I killed you? Elders, quickly stop the other kid. Don't let him escape. Lao Lang Chong kept sweeping the long rod in his hand, and at the same time, he ordered the others to attack Xianxia. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pinched his fingers a few times and said, As expected, there will be an unexpected disaster today, but it should be just a scare without any real danger. Then, he said to the elders of the Lao family, Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I just met him. A spirit master ignored Xianxia's explanation and said, It doesn't matter when you met him, just obediently surrender and avoid suffering. No, if I surrender, then I will really suffer. Xianxia waved his hand in response. Then go die. The spirit master didn't waste any more words and attacked Xianxia. The other three also surrounded Xianxia and attacked together. Hey, Ling Xiao, quickly come and save me. Xianxia screamed and actually ran away. This couldn't be blamed on him. Who told his famous Xian artifact, the white paper fan, to be taken by Ling Xiao? Was he supposed to fight 1 against 4? That didn't seem too realistic. When Ling Xiao heard Xianxia's call, he dodged Lao Lang Chong's attack and shouted, Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Haha. let's see how you're going to be impolite. Lao Langchong laughed sinisterly. Then, the long rod in his hand formed a circle and surrounded Ling Xiao. Lao Langchong wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive, and then slowly torture Ling Xiao until he died. Fuck, you forced me to do this. Ling Xiao cursed. He didn't continue to run and raised his speed to the limit as he charged towards Lao Langchong. Lao Langchong lost track of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. He was stunned for a moment and immediately became vigilant. He really didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually disappear under his eyes. At this time, Hu Qiao shouted from not far away, "Third Elder, behind you!" Suddenly, Lao Langchong's killing intent surged behind him. He wanted to quickly dodge, but he found that his mind tightened. Chapter 244. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and struck Lao Longxiang's head with a rod. Although Lao Longxiang had the Dark Protection Force to offset half of Ling Xiao's strength, he still let out a blood-curdling scream and was knocked to the ground. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and took the opportunity to strike Lao Longxiang's limbs. Kacha-kacha. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking and painful cries rang out. For a moment, everyone looked in Ling Xiao's direction. The Lao clan elders were all dumbfounded. Lao Longxiang was the strongest in the 21st generation of the Lao clan and was already a peak spirit master. However, he was crippled by a young man who wasn't even 20 and was only a middle-stage spirit master. Ling Xiao stepped on Lao Longxiang and pointed the rod at his head. He said to the Lao clan elders, "If anyone dares to move again, I'll kill him immediately." Ling Xiao displayed an imposing aura filled with killing intent, suppressing the Lao clan elders to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although Lao Longxiang wasn't the current clan leader of the Lao clan, he was deeply loved by the two ancestors of the Lao clan. This was because the two ancestors firmly believed that Lao Longxiang would be their future successor. He was the fastest genius to break through to the king level in the 21st generation of the Lao clan. He was only in his early 50s, but he was already a peak spirit master. Breaking through to the king level was a sure thing. As long as Lao Longxiang broke through to the king level, the Lao clan would still be in charge of Burning Ground City for the next few hundred years. The Lao clan would continue to flourish like this. However, the future king-level expert of the Lao clan had his limbs broken and stepped on by a young man. This was simply a slap to the Lao clan's face. An elder of the Lao clan stood up and said faintly, "Although you are a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, it seems that you've gone too far to treat an elder of the Lao clan like this. Our Lao clan and the Purple Sky sect are close neighbors, and our relationship has been good for 1,000 years. As long as our clan leader asks your sect leader, I'm afraid that your position as an inner disciple will come to an end." I'm going too far? As soon as I entered the city, people from your Lao clan came to find trouble with me one after another. It is already merciful of me to not kill him. Since you said that your Lao clan has been on good terms with the sect for thousands of years, I will definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. Your Lao clan is so awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao sneered. The Lao family is on good terms with Qinyan? What a joke. The Purple Sky sect was in charge of dozens of cities, including the current Burning Ground City. It could be said that all of them were under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. However, the Lao family was closest to the Purple Sky sect, and every year they gave a lot of things to the Purple Sky sect, so every time the Purple Sky sect recruited outer sect disciples, they would give the Lao family one more spot. How could a big sect be on equal footing with the Lao family? Wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Purple Sky sect? The Lao family elder had only said that to scare Ling Xiao. However, how smart was Ling Xiao? How could he be fooled? The Lao family elder's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Then what do you want for you to let him go?" "Simple. Let him go first," Ling Xiao said as he pointed at Xianxia. "No problem," the Lao family elder replied. Xianxia wasn't delicate at all. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, take care. This time, We haven't drunk to our heart's content. The next time we meet, we must drink to our heart's content. Of course, Brother Yao, you go first, Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia nodded, and with a few leaps, he disappeared in front of everyone. All right, he's already been released. You can let him go now, the Lao family elder said. Although he left, I haven't, Ling Xiao said. You want to go back on your word? The Lao family elder immediately became alert, as if he would immediately pounce on Ling Xiao the moment he moved. Of course not. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. I naturally won't go back on my word. Ling Xiao waved his hand, then grabbed the unconscious Lao Longqiang and threw him towards the Lao family elder. At the same time, the other Lao family elders moved. Each of them pounced towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when they pounced over, Ling Xiao only left behind an afterimage. His real body was already 1,000 meters away. What a fast speed! Qianli, quickly catch up to him. Don't let him escape. I'll go back and report to the patriarch and have him ask the patriarch to come out and make a decision, the Lao family elder who caught Lao Longqiang said to another elder. That elder responded with a yes, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he disappeared. Everyone go back, the Lao family elder said to everyone, then carried Lao Longqiang back in the direction they came from. The others knew that they couldn't catch up to the other party's speed, so they could only nod and return in the direction they came from. Only Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao went to save 14th young master Lao Feiyang from the ruins. Lao Feiyang had been smashed quite badly. There were many injuries on his body, and his aura was extremely weak. Chai Xiao sighed and said, Second brother, feed 14th young master 2 pills first. Hu Qiao nodded and forced 2 pills into Lao Feiyang's hands. At this time, the 2 of them carried Lao Feiyang back to the Lao family. Ling Xiao had the wind attribute, so his running speed was extremely fast. However, the person chasing him wasn't any slower than him. This was because he was also a high-stage spirit master, and one with a wind attribute at that. You have some skill. Let's see how long you can chase me for. Ling Xiao could naturally sense that someone was chasing him, so he increased his speed. The Lao family elder, who was chasing after Ling Xiao, cursed in his heart. How can this kid run so fast? His strength was a level higher than Ling Xiao's, but he still couldn't close the distance between him and Ling Xiao. The 2 of them raced on the official road like 2 bolts of lightning. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. This caused the passers-by on the official road to be astonished. They only heard the sound of the wind, but they didn't see anything pass by. They all muttered in their hearts, what the F***CK, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, rushed for 6 hours. They had already left Burning Ground City far behind them. Ling Xiao arrived in front of a barren mountain, and without a second thought, plunged into it. The Lao family elder didn't hesitate and followed Ling Xiao's footsteps into the barren mountain. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the barren mountain, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at the approaching Lao family elder and sneered, You really have guts to dare come here alone. When the Lao family elder saw that Ling Xiao had stopped, he didn't dare to chase too closely and stopped 100 meters behind Ling Xiao. He could even cripple Lao Longqiang. So what right did he have to fight with him? Moreover, his mission was only to chase after this young man and not let him escape. There was no need for him to risk his life. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards the Lao family elder and said, I'm not running anymore. Why aren't you coming over? The Lao family elder couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw Ling Xiao walking over. He couldn't help but feel timid in his heart. I say, old man, you must be tired after accompanying me for such a long journey. Why don't we sit down and rest first, and then we can run together later? Ling Xiao said with a twist to the topic. As the Lao family elder retreated, he laughed dryly and said, all right, then let's rest for a while. At this moment, Ling Xiao dashed towards him from where he stood. The Lao family elder was already prepared and immediately turned around to escape. However, all of a sudden, he felt a pain in his head and his entire body fell to the ground. He saw that there were no wounds on his body, but his aura was completely cut off. Ling Xiao went forward and took out all the valuable items on his body. Then, he ran out with the Golden Wolf King and began to run towards the sect with all his might. In the cabinet of the Lao family in Burning Earth City, all the direct descendants of the elders were present. The dignified old man sitting at the head of the table looked at Lao Longxiang, who was lying in the hall, and said with a hoarse voice, "Who did it?" This person was the current patriarch of the Lao family, Lao Langhua. He had the strength of a middle-stage spirit master. In the Lao family, the patriarch was just a steward. It wasn't just because he was strong that he could become the patriarch. The reason why he was able to become the current patriarch of the Lao family was because he was the boss of the 21st generation of the Lao family. The other reason was because his management ability and adaptability were the best. Although Lao Longxiang was stronger than him, he was too impulsive and wasn't suited to be the patriarch. The elder who carried Lao Longxiang back respectfully said, "The third elder was injured by an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. I have already sent Elder Qianli to chase after him." "Tell me the whole story first." Lao Langhua didn't immediately send people to chase after the culprit, but he first understood the situation. It could be seen that he was a very cautious person. Following that, the guard captain who had received Ling Zhao's gold coins was brought over. The guard captain knelt in the hall, his body trembling as he told the whole story. After that, Hu Qiao briefly explained what happened to Lao Langhua. Lao Langhua, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! Men, expel this trash Lao Feiyong from the family." "Patriarch, please calm your anger. Feiyong, he's just a child. He doesn't understand anything. Please ask him." An elder immediately knelt down and spoke on behalf of Lao Feiyong. This person was Lao Feiyong's grandfather, and also Lao Longhua's younger brother, Lao Qiangmin. "Seventh elder, look at how the third elder has become. This is all your grandson's fault. If the ancestor were to find out, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as expelling him from the sect." Lao Langhua coldly said, "Clan, patriarch is right. I'll expel that unfilial son from the family." When Lao Qiangmin heard the words ancestor, his body couldn't help but shiver, and he no longer dared to speak up for his grandson. Lao Langhua responded, then said, "Elder Tan, please examine the third elder's injuries." An old man sitting on Lao Langhua's left slowly stood up. He responded softly and walked toward Lao Langchong. This person was called Tan Quan, and he was a third-rank alchemist in Burning Ground City. At the same time, he was also a consecrated elder of the Lao family, and his authority in the Lao family was no less than that of a direct descendant elder. Tan Quan seriously examined Lao Longxiang's body, then lightly said, "The third elder has been crippled." Chapter 245. Third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan said indifferently. "Elder Tan, can you explain it more clearly?" Lao Langhua asked. Everyone despised. Even a blind person knows that the third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan ignored the disdainful gazes of the crowd and explained, "The third elder's 4 limbs are all broken. This old man can refine a bone-growing pill to help the third elder recover, but the third elder is still heavily injured in one place. I can't do anything about it." "There's another serious injury?" Everyone was astonished. Lao Chong hurriedly asked, "Elder Tan, please finish your words." Tan Quan pointed at Lao Lang Chong's head and said, "The third elder's spiritual sea is severely injured. This old man can't do anything about it." "What? The third elder's spiritual sea is injured?" Lao Langhua could no longer calm down and exclaimed loudly. All of the elders' expressions changed as well. The spiritual sea was the key to everyone's thinking, and it was related to a person's intelligence and the foundation of their life. If the spiritual sea was injured, it would cause their mind to be in a trance, and if it was serious, they would become mentally retarded and die. That's right, the third elder's head must have been severely injured by the opponent, which caused the spiritual sea to become chaotic, and the only thing that can heal the spiritual sea is a high-grade medicinal pill. "This old man can't do anything about it," Tan Quan said with certainty. Tan Quan didn't think that Lao Langchong was heavily injured by Ling Zhao's spiritual force attack, and only thought that it was because of Ling Zhao's rod attack. In this world, those who could use spiritual force to attack the spiritual sea were all super experts, or 5th grade or above alchemy grandmasters. And Ling Xiao was only a young man who wasn't even 20 years old, so he naturally wouldn't be considered a super expert or a 5th grade alchemist. Lao Lang Hua's expression darkened as he said, "First, carry the 3rd elder down to recuperate. Everyone else, disperse." Lao Lang Hua and Lao Lang Chong had a deep relationship, so he naturally couldn't let Ling Xiao go. He cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard, no matter if you're a disciple of the Purple Sky sect or not, you must pay with your life for my 3rd brother." Lao Lang Hua left the cabinet and rushed towards the back of the mountain. "Who are you?" Just as Lao Lang Hua was about to arrive at the back of the mountain, 2 figures quickly blocked his path and asked. Lao Lang Hua took out the Patriarch's token and said, "I need to see the ancestor." The 2 of them bowed to Lao Lang Hua and immediately let him pass. Lao Lang Hua started walking again, and soon arrived at a mountainous area with abundant spiritual qi. Lao Lang Hua knelt down heavily on the ground and called out to the entrance of a cave. "Huar, I request to see the 2 ancestors." Lawrence's voice echoed endlessly between the mountains. Following that, a hoarse and aged voice faintly rang out. "Huar, what's the matter?" "Quan Lao Lukama Lang is Lang Lang Shan," the everyone immediately. The 2 said, "Lao, Lan Yin, Shan Lang Tian." Then 2 gusts of strong wind broke through and blew towards Lao Lang Hua. Needless to say, the 2 ancestors of the Lao clan had appeared. Both of them had snow-white hair. Although they looked old, their straight bodies showed that they were very strong, and their eyes were filled with anger. These 2 people were the Lao clan's reliance. The eldest, Lao Yueran, and the second, Lao Yuefan, were both king's stage experts. Both of them were already over 250 years old. Originally, the Lao clan was only a second-rate clan in Burning City. Later on, because of the encounter between Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan, the 2 of them broke through to the king's stage, and the Lao clan gradually became stronger. Later on, they became the most powerful clan in Burning City in one fell swoop. The Lao brothers were even more diligent, advocating to pay tribute to the Purple Sky sect every year, building a good relationship with the Purple Sky sect, making the Lao family's position in the Burning Land City more stable. After 100 years of development, the Lao clan had completely controlled Burning City, and everything in Burning City was done according to the rules set by the Lao clan. "What's going on?" The eldest, Lao Yueran, frowned and asked. Thus, Lao Langhua repeated what had happened today. After Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan heard this, they both emitted a cold, killing intent, and the pressure made it difficult for Lao Langhua to breathe. "Hua, get up first," Lao Yueran said, and then said to Lao Yuefan, "Second brother, I'll leave that bastard from the Purple Sky sect to you. Capture him alive, and I'll definitely let him have a taste of being bitten to death by 10,000 snakes." Lao Yuefan nodded lightly, rose into the air, and shot in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. "Hua, immediately have someone bring Chong here for me to see," Lao Yueran ordered, and then returned to the cave. "Yes, ancestor," Lao Langhua said respectfully, and then retreated. Ling Xiao sat on the Golden Wolf King and sped along the official road. After running for an entire day, he finally left Burning City far behind. Then he found a quiet place to sit down and recover his mental strength. Previously in Burning City, his consumption was not small. The reason why he was able to cripple Lao Longxiang in a short period of time was naturally because of the help of his mental strength. If he only used his spiritual strength to fight with Lao Longxiang, although Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him, it would take a lot of time, and he did not want to reveal too much information to others. In order to save Xianxia, he could only use his mental strength to attack Lao Longxiang's spiritual sea, temporarily making him lose his fighting strength, and then capture him in one fell swoop. he did not use his mental strength to directly obliterate Lao Longqiang in order to make the elders of the Lao family hesitate. If he directly used his mental strength to kill Lao Longqiang, he was afraid that he and Xianxia would suffer crazy revenge. At that time, he could still escape, but he had to consider Xianxia's safety. Although he had only met Xianxia for the second time, he felt that the other was not bad and should be a friend worth making. For someone like Ling Xiao who valued friendship and righteousness, it was impossible for him to disregard the safety of a friend. Using mental strength to injure Lao Longqiang's spiritual sea was an easy thing for the current Ling Xiao. However, when he used his mental strength again to kill the wind attribute Lao family elder, this was where Ling Xiao was truly exhausted. Although his spiritual sea was different from before, to kill someone of a higher level than him in an instant, he naturally felt a little weak. Therefore, after running for a day, Ling Xiao felt that there would not be any danger, so he stopped to rest and recover his mental strength. Now that his spiritual sea had been expanded by the innate sinister wind pearl and the blue demon fireball, he only needed to expand the mental strength in his spiritual sea, and he would probably be able to kill a king-level expert in an instant. Ling Xiao had this confidence. After all, he had killed a high-level spirit master in an instant half a day ago. In just an hour, Ling Xiao's mental strength had recovered again, and there were signs of it becoming stronger. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, thinking that the next time he encountered a middle-level martial artist, he would be able to kill him in an instant. That would definitely be a very refreshing thing. Now, he was even more reliant on the soul-controlling art. The soul-controlling art was a mystical spiritual attack, profound skill, and Ling Xiao had only touched on 1/10 of its magic. Now, he was thinking that if he could gather the remaining 2 parts of the remnant scroll one day, it would definitely not be a problem for him to dominate a region. Ling Xiao jumped on the back of the Golden Wolf King again and prepared to set off in the direction of the sect. According to the Golden Wolf King's speed, they would reach Zitian City in less than 3 days. However, just as the Golden Wolf King was about to leave, a sense of danger gathered behind Ling Xiao's head. "Xiaojin, don't move." Ling Xiao immediately transmitted his voice to the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King responded and didn't even dare to move. At this time, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have been pulled by something and actually pressed down on Ling Xiao's surroundings. King Stage Expert. Ling Xiao's whole body was tense to the extreme. The pressure that could be produced by using spiritual energy was definitely something that could only be produced by a king stage expert. Ling Xiao only felt a heavy aura smashing him from all directions, making him unable to move. His back was covered in cold sweat, and the Golden Wolf King's limbs gradually knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, silently channeling his mental strength to sense the existence of his opponent. Above, Ling Xiao's mental strength could already expand to a range of 2 kilometers, and in an instant, he should be above the pressure coming from him. However, even if he knew that his opponent was above, he could do nothing about it. Just when Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, he had a flash of inspiration and immediately closed his eyes to get in touch with the foreign object in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from all directions formed a vortex and poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Lao Yuefan, who was above Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this and murmured, How is this possible?" Under the pressure of a king stage expert, it was impossible for a cultivator below the king stage to use a mysterious technique to absorb this spiritual energy. After all, this spiritual energy was controlled by a king stage expert. But now, Lao Yuefan's spiritual energy was no longer under his control, and it was all pouring into Ling Xiao's body. How could he not be shocked? Lao Yuefan furrowed his brows and murmured, "No wonder he could make Chong suffer. He really does have some skill." He withdrew his pressure and began to descend. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King felt their bodies and minds relax. They had finally made it through. However, Ling Xiao knew that the real danger had only just begun. Ling Xiao looked at Lao Yuefan, who was floating in the air, and asked, "May I ask why this lord suddenly attacked me?" At the same time, he was already prepared to escape. This was because he could feel that this person wasn't an ordinary low-level king stage cultivator. He was at least a mid-level king stage cultivator, or else he wouldn't be able to emit such a terrifying pressure. Although Ling Xiao had an invisible mental strength to rely on, he knew that it was impossible for him to instantly kill the old man in front of him. If he was killed before he could even injure the old man, then it would be terrible. "Why did I attack you?" "Because you deserve to die," Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. Chapter 246. Lao Lanxiang was the successor to the future pillar of the Lao family. He was the disciple that Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan had high hopes for. However, Lao Lanxiang had already become a cripple. All of this was caused by this damned brat in front of him. Lao Yuefan naturally wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. However, he wanted to see this damned brat being bitten by 10,000 snakes even more. The situation must be very beautiful, and only then would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. He had to capture Ling Xiao alive. Otherwise, when he caught up to Ling Xiao just now, he could have killed him while Ling Xiao was unaware. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to escape this calamity. After hearing Lao Yueran's words, Ling Xiao knew that this person was from the Lao family. This is bad. Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, and his mood was extremely bad. He never thought that the Lao family would actually send a king-level expert to kill him. Even if the Golden Wolf King was extremely fast, it couldn't be faster than a king-level expert. Ling Xiao knew that this time, there was no way he could be kind. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Lao Yuefan said playfully, then continued. "You know you can't escape, right? Since that's the case, let this old man break your limbs first, then bring you back to my clan and let you have a taste of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. I believe you will definitely like it." Lao Yuefan couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last fought. Today, he had to teach this arrogant brat a good lesson. Ling Xiao jumped off the wolf, and with his back facing Lao Yuefan, he said, "You guys provoke me first. Not to mention that you should know that I am an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect, and Nangong Chengal is my master. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to bring out his sect to make this old fellow fear him." Unfortunately, Lao Yuefan seemed to be certain of Ling Xiao. He said coldly, "Even if you are a true disciple of the Purple Sky sect, you will still die." After saying that, Lao Yuefan gently raised a finger. The hair on Ling Xiao's body stood on end. Swoosh! Whoosh! A golden light shot out at extremely fast speed, and a stream of blood-red liquid splattered out. The one bleeding wasn't Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao didn't feel any pain. The Golden Wolf King was no longer by Ling Xiao's side. The golden light had pierced through its body and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. "Little Jean," Ling Xiao shouted and quickly ran towards the Golden Wolf King. Whoosh! Another ray of golden light shot out. Ling Xiao stumbled and fell to the ground. There was a small hole on one of his calves, and blood was trickling out of it. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Lao Yuefan sneered. Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the Golden Wolf King. "Xiao Jin, are you all right?" Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. "Little Jean, are you all right? Bastard, immediately lie down and play dead, or else he'll kill you." Ling Xiao cursed. Ling Xiao knew that the Golden Wolf King would definitely teach him a lesson, so he didn't want it to stand up. Otherwise, the Golden Wolf King would kill it first. Ling Xiao didn't want his beloved mount to die just like that. Just as the Golden Wolf King was obediently listening to Ling Xiao's instructions, Lao Yuefan shot another attack at it. The Golden Wolf King let out a howl and was once again sent flying. This time, it really couldn't get up. "Little Jean," Ling Xiao shouted. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was once again activated, and the wound that had been pierced through quickly healed. Ling Xiao had just stood up when his other leg was struck. This attack caused Ling Xiao to kneel once more, but he also managed to calm down. He couldn't stand up, so he had to take advantage of the Golden Wolf King's weakness. At the same time, the Vajra 5 transformation technique quickly healed his wounds. "Kill me if you dare," Ling Xiao roared at Lao Yuefan. "Don't worry, I'll let you die, but not now," Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. At the same time, he slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. Just as Lao Yuefan was 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, the kneeling Ling Xiao suddenly sent 2 palm strikes at Lao Yuefan. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao solidly struck Lao Yuefan's body and immediately rejoiced. Unexpectedly, before he had time to rejoice, his chest was slapped by a withered old palm. Ling Xiao immediately felt his blood churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew back dozens of meters. "Huh, you want to play dirty with me? You're not even home yet." Lao Yuefan sneered. This time, he was sure that Ling Xiao had suffered internal injuries. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, just as he got close to Ling Xiao actually turned around and attacked him again. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his palms to attack, but instead used his legs to attack. The withered grass and trees around him were all blown away by Ling Xiao. Countless shadows of feet fell on Lao Yuefan's body like a tornado. Among the shadows, there were also sharp blades that were extremely cold, which made people feel cold when they cut their faces. This was the 4th form of the wind god's legs. Destruction of the whirlwind. Lao Yuefan relied on the defense of the Dark Protection Force and was not afraid of Ling Xiao's attacks. You have some skill. With your current strength, it should be rare for you to meet a worthy opponent within the Spirit Master level. However, you are destined to die young. Lao Yuefan sighed and raised his palm again, sending the resisting Ling Xiao flying. Ling Xiao landed heavily on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Luckily, he had already practiced the 3rd form of the 5 changes of the Vajra secret art. Otherwise, he would probably be going to see Yama right now. Lao Yuefan didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to take a beating like this and climb back up with difficulty. Could it be that this brat is wearing high-level armor? Lao Yuefan thought suspiciously. He had used 30% of his strength in those 2 palms. Even a high-level spirit master would die on the spot. However, this brat was clearly only an intermediate spirit master, yet he was still able to take it. This was hard for him to understand. "Come, old dog. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely bathe your Lao clan in blood in the future." Ling Xiao stood up straight and cursed at Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's expression darkened. His body was like a ghost as he once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Grabbing Ling Xiao's neck, he fiercely smashed him into the nearby rock wall. Bang! Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the rock wall. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. "Little bastard, I won't give you the chance," Lao Yuefan said as he pointed out a few times. Xiao xiao. 4 bloody holes appeared on Ling Xiao's 4 limbs in an instant. Fresh blood flowed nonstop. Ling Xiao lay on the ground without moving. It seemed that he really had no way of fighting back this time. Lao Yuefan wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's next move. He flew over and grabbed the back of Ling Xiao's neck. "Die for me." Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and frowned. An invisible wave of psychic energy blasted towards Lao Yuefan. Although Lao Yuefan was vigilant and had the Dark Protection Force protecting his body, he was still unable to block the invisible wave of psychic energy. The psychic energy directly penetrated his Dark Protection Force and directly reached his spiritual sea, heavily injuring him. Ling Xiao could already condense his psychic energy into attacks. It was no longer a simple form of attack. Just now, he had used his psychic energy to condense the 4th form of the firmament palm, toppling mountains and overturning seas to attack Lao Yuefan. The power of a condensed psychic energy attack was many times stronger than a simple form of attack. Even though Lao Yuefan was a king-stage powerhouse and his spiritual C had a certain level of defense, he was still caught off guard by Ling Xiao's attack. Just as Lao Yuefan was holding his head and retreating, Ling Xiao jumped up again. Instead of attacking at close range, Yang Kai took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring. Watch as this young master smashes you into mincemeat. The obsidian cauldron in Ling Xiao's hand continued to grow until it was the size of a house. Then, Ling Xiao used all his strength to smash the obsidian cauldron towards Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's spiritual C had been damaged, and his mind was in a state of chaos, so he had no way to counterattack or dodge. Boom! The huge medicine cauldron was like a small mountain as it smashed into Lao Yuefan. Although Lao Yuefan was a king-stage powerhouse, he was unfortunately in a defenseless state and could only be smashed several dozen meters away. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he swallowed a few pills in quick succession. Then, he once again urged the medicine cauldron to smash the unconscious Lao Yuefan. "How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you be so arrogant?" Ling Xiao repeatedly urged the medicine cauldron to smash Lao Yuefan, who had already sunk into the ground. After an unknown number of times, Ling Xiao finally stopped, and he sat limply on the ground while gasping for breath. Lao Yuefan had been smashed into the bottomless pit by Ling Xiao, and his entire body had turned into a bloody pile of mud. He couldn't act arrogantly any longer. A dignified, mid-level king-stage powerhouse had fallen. Lao Yuefan had never looked down on Ling Xiao from the beginning until the end. It was only because his big brother had ordered him to capture Ling Xiao alive that he wanted to slowly torture Ling Xiao before capturing him. Otherwise, he could have easily annihilated Ling Xiao a long time ago. However, it was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Ling Xiao swallowed another 2 pills and put the medicine cauldron away. He was just about to go check on the Golden Wolf King when he suddenly thought of something and jumped into the pit. It wasn't long before he jumped up again, and then he casually raised a blue flame and shot it into the pit. Bang! Everything in the pit was incinerated, and not a trace of life was left behind. "Xiao Jin, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, who was still breathing. Master, I'm not dead yet," the Golden Wolf King replied reluctantly. "That's good." Ling Xiao took out some spirit herbs, crushed them, and wrapped them around its wounds. He then threw a few healing pills into its stomach and then put it back into the spirit beast Jade to heal. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and immediately changed directions to flee. Since the other party already knew the route he was going to take, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him before he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his strategy and take a detour. Although Lao Yuefan had been killed by him, he might not be as lucky next time. Ling Xiao didn't know that his decision had allowed him to escape a calamity. Chapter 247. Blazing City, Lao Family. Lao Yueran was examining Lao Longxiang's injuries, and he finally came to the same conclusion as the alchemist of the main family. Lao Longxiang was completely crippled. His spiritual C had been severely damaged, and without an Emperor-class expert to help him repair or a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill, Lao Longxiang was destined to be an idiot for the rest of his life. Would the Lao family have an Emperor-class expert? Would the Lao family have a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill? This was obviously impossible. Even in the 8th-grade sect, the Purple Sky sect, it was impossible to exist. When second brother catches that brat, I'll make him wish he was dead. Lao Yueran gnashed his teeth. After Lao Yueran had Lao Longxiang carried away, he stared blankly at the sunset in the distance, his eyelids twitching. Could it be something happened to second brother? Lao Yueran thought uneasily. That's impossible. That brat is only a middle spiritual master. Even if he can kill people above his level, he's at most a high spiritual master. Although second brother's strength isn't as good as mine, it's not too far off. He should be fine. Lao Yuan comforted himself and walked back into the cave talisman. However, after a while, he flew out of the cave again at an extremely fast speed. Lao Yuan looked anxious and murmured, "Second brother, please be safe." After flying for a while, Lao Yuan found a corpse on a barren mountain. Lao Yuan's eyelids twitched even more anxiously, and he immediately descended. Lao Yuan sighed after seeing the dead person. Fortunately, it's not second brother. However, Lao Yuan also recognized that the dead person was a direct descendant of the Lao family. He sent his subordinates to check, but he found that the dead person had no scars at all. His death was very strange. Forget it, let's find second brother first. Lao Yuan casually smashed the corpse into pieces and once again rushed in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. 2 hours later, Lao Yuan arrived at the place where Lao Yue-fan and Ling Xiao had fought. Lao Yuan looked at the hole that had been scorched by the flames, and his eyelids twitched even more violently. Just as Lao Yuan was nervously walking towards the deep pit, a bloody stench wafted over. Lao Yuan frowned and saw a small piece of rag. He immediately bent down and picked it up while shivering. After sniffing the blood, his eyes suddenly widened. "Second brother, goddamn bastard. I, Lao Yuan, swear to kill you." That's right, the rag that Lao Yuan picked up was left behind when Ling Xiao bombarded Lao Yuan with the cauldron. It was because of this that Lao Yuan concluded that his second brother had been killed. After Lao Yuan put away his grief and indignation, he chased after Ling Xiao in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. He had to kill him before he returned to the Purple Sky sect. However, he didn't find any suspicious traces along the way. He guarded the entrance to the Purple Sky sect for a few days, but he didn't find the murderer that Lao Langhua described. He couldn't help but wonder if the other party had perished together with his second brother. Lao Yuan knew that it was not a solution to continue guarding, so he once again returned to burning Earth City. At the same time, he also sent people to the Purple Sky sect to inquire about the whereabouts of Ling Xiao. This also meant that Ling Xiao and the Lao family would have to settle things in the future. Ling Xiao took a detour back to the Purple Sky City. It took him half a month to cross the mountains and ridges before he once again saw the city gate of the Purple Sky City. Ling Xiao revealed a silly smile and shouted, "Hey, this young master is back." Ling Xiao strode towards the Purple Sky City. Just as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by 2 guards of the Purple Sky City. "Pay the city entrance fee first," one of the guards said indifferently. Ling Xiao flicked his long hair, and a token appeared in his hand. He showed it to the 2 guards very ostentatiously. When the 2 of them saw the token in Ling Xiao's hand, they immediately bowed respectfully and let Ling Xiao pass. Ling Xiao patted the 2 on the shoulder and said, "Do it well." Then he strode towards the city. The 2 guards were so happy they almost fainted from Ling Xiao's pat. "Just now, that lord told us to do it well." "That's right, he told us to do it well." "Are we going to be lucky?" "It's possible." "Just now, that lord took a fancy to the 2 of us and asked us to be his followers." "You wish. If that lord transferred me out of the position of guarding the gate, I would be overjoyed." Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what the 2 guards were thinking. Now he had arrived at the courtyard he had bought. "Who is it?" As soon as Ling Xiao approached the courtyard, Li Kuanghu's voice came out. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out of the courtyard. When Li Kuanghu saw who it was, he was overjoyed and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master." "Kuanghu, get up. There's no need to be so polite in the future," Ling Xiao said as he helped Li Kuanghu up. Then he noticed Li Kuanghu's strength and said in surprise, "Kuanghu, you broke through?" He really didn't expect that after he left for half a year, Li Kuanghu had actually broken through to a low-level spirit master. This made him extremely happy for Li Kuanghu. Li Kuanghu said respectfully, "This is all thanks to this young master helping me repair my leg tendons. Otherwise, Kuanghu wouldn't be here today." More than a year ago, Ling Xiao's crippled foot was cured by Li Kuanghu's 3rd-grade bone replenishing pill. At that time, Li Kuanghu was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Moreover, he had previously come to compete for the Purple Sky Sect's Outer Sect disciple quota. Tinbin wasn't worse than the others, so after more than a year, he finally made a breakthrough on his own. Don't be so polite. Let's go out and eat, Ling Xiao said as he hooked his arm around Li Kuanghu's shoulder. He had never treated Li Kuanghu as a servant, but as a brother. This was where Ling Xiao's strength lay. It was also the reason why his subordinates, who followed him in the future, were all dead set on him. Why aren't you walking? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask when he saw that Li Kuanghu didn't move. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, Young master, you also broke through? Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, I broke through. But why do I feel that young master's strength seems to be stronger than mine? Li Kuanghu asked again. That's because young master is one level higher than you. Let's go. Don't grumble. Ling Xiao pulled Li Kuanghu and walked out. One level higher than me, doesn't that mean? Li Kuanghu's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. How old was Ling Xiao now? Not only was he a third-grade alchemist, but he was also a middle-stage spirit master. No matter where he went, he would be respected as a distinguished guest. However, it was rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who didn't neglect both alchemy and cultivation. After Ling Xiao and Li Kuanghu went to the restaurant and drank to their heart's content, they once again returned to the courtyard. Kuanghu, protect me for the next 3 days. Don't come in and disturb me if there's nothing important, Ling Xiao said and then went into the room. Li Kuanghu listened to Ling Xiao's words and didn't leave the door for the next 3 days. Although he didn't see what Ling Xiao was doing inside, he already knew what Ling Xiao was doing. After all, the strong smell of medicine often overflowed from the room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao came out of the room, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked extremely haggard. Kuanghu, go rest. Ling Xiao sent Li Kuanghu away and took a bath himself. He didn't do anything else and directly fell into a deep sleep on the wooden bed. When he woke up early in the morning, he was once again full of energy. Ling Xiao stood in front of the courtyard and looked at the tall tree in front of the courtyard. He couldn't help but think of Xianxia. He didn't know how she was doing now. At this time, Li Kuanghu also walked out of the room and looked at Ling Xiao. Young master, are you thinking of the young lady? Yes, I don't know how that little girl is, Ling Xiao replied with his hand behind his back. Initially, he saved Xianxia because he felt that her experience was similar to his in his previous life. Later, he felt that the little girl was quite likable and Ling Xiao also treated her like a little sister. But now, she was nowhere to be found. It's all my fault for not protecting her well, Li Kuanghu said guiltily. You don't have to blame yourself. This must be Xuanxuan's fate. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Kuanghu, do you have any plans for the future? Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and then said, other than training and following young master, I don't have any plans, but what? Just say it. I want to go home. Go home? No problem. You can go back whenever you want. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but he replied, Young master, I don't mean anything else. I just want to go back to see my mother and then come back to listen to young master's orders. Li Kuanghu was afraid that Ling Xiao would misunderstand that he wanted to leave, so he quickly explained. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Kuanghu, don't be nervous. I cured your foot because I trusted you. Otherwise, it would be useless even if you begged me. I'll give you time to go back and see your mother. At the same time, I also have a task for you. Li Kuanghu heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he began to listen to Ling Xiao's next words. Kuanghu, go visit your mother first, and then bring her to Meteorite City. That's where my family is. Take my token and find Lone Eagle. He's my servant. Ling Xiao ordered Li Kuanghu. Ling Xiao had been planning for Li Kuanghu to return to Meteorite City for a while. Although he had some strength now, he had not reached the level where others could look up to him. His main task now was to constantly improve his strength. Of course, while Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't want his family to remain at their original level. After all, his future path would not be limited to this small northwest. He wanted to see more powerful cultivators and climb to the peak that his predecessors had been chasing. He really didn't want to stand at the peak of the world one day while the people around him were still struggling desperately at the bottom. Therefore, he had to think for their sake now. After Ling Xiao finished explaining everything, he took out a spatial ring and threw it to Li Kuanghu, saying, "These are the pills I refined in the past few days. They can help you break through to the middle stage spirit master as soon as possible. As for the rest of the pills, give them to my grandfather Ling Tsong to distribute. This spatial ring is a gift from this young master. I hope you don't disappoint me." Kuanghu will not disappoint young master's expectations. Li Kuanghu knelt heavily on the ground and said, "The spatial ring Ling Xiao gave him was something that others could only dream of. It was difficult to obtain. In his heart, he was even more determined to work for Ling Xiao." Chapter 248. After letting Li Kuanghu leave, Ling Xiao was considering whether he should go see the great beauty Ji Beixin first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to make a trip to the city lord's mansion first. He must have left for so long. He was afraid that Ji Beixin would be worried. As soon as he thought of Ji Beixin's pitiful appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to see her again. Just as Ling Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion, he found that the entrance was locked. "Why is it locked?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully, then went forward to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a while, no one came to open the door. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose to jump in from the outer wall, the door was opened with a creak. Two outer sect disciples wearing the Purple Sky sect's martial uniform walked out. One of them said impatiently, "Who is knocking on the door here?" Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to take out the token to enter and exit the city lord's mansion, he saw that these two people were unfamiliar with him and had such an arrogant attitude. He could not help but say indifferently, "I have something to request to see City Lord Ji. Please inform him." There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the Purple Sky sect, so of course not all of them had seen Ling Xiao's face. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not the type of person who was famous for being flashy in the sect, and the two people in front of him were not the servants of the original City Lord's mansion, so they did not know him. The person who spoke just now said again, "There's nothing here, City Lord Ji. Quickly leave." The man waved his hand and said a few words. Then, the two of them retreated and closed the door once again. This time Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that, after leaving for half a year, the City Lord had changed? Regardless of whether or not there was a change, Ling Xiao planned to investigate. Thus, he went around the side wall and nimbly jumped into the City Lord's mansion. Previously, when Ling Xiao cured Ji Beixin's foot, the relationship between the two of them quickly warmed up. Ling Xiao often came out from the sect to accompany Ji Beixin, so he had long since known the City Lord's mansion like the back of his hand. Ling Xiao withdrew his aura and carefully made his way to Ji Beixin's boudoir. Just as Ling Xiao was about to knock on Ji Beixin's door and enter, he heard sobbing sounds coming from inside. "Miss, Lord Liu said that if you don't go over, he'll come over personally. You should hurry up." I know. Can you let me stay for a while?" "Miss, are you still waiting for young Master Ling Xiao?" "Don't be silly. Young Master Ling Xiao hasn't been here for half a year. His Excellency sent someone to ask around, and they said that young Master Ling Xiao has gone missing." "I know, but I really miss him. If he knew that I became another woman, I think he would be very sad." "I don't want him to be sad, but I don't want to see Grandpa suffer. Xiao Chui, what do you think I should do?" I don't know what to do either." "Forget it. You won't understand. Let's go." Just as the person in the room was about to walk out, another voice rang out. "Who is it?" Ling Xiao's body trembled, and in a flash, he appeared in front of that person in an instant. He grabbed that person's neck and gently twisted it. Kacha! That person immediately died. Coincidentally, at this time, the people in the room walked out and saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing someone. "Laugh." A delicate voice couldn't help but cry out. "Don't make a sound." Ling Xiao threw the corpse to the side and immediately ran over to knock the servant girl unconscious. At the same time, He carried the woman who spoke and entered the room again. All of this happened in a moment, and no one was alerted at all. Xianxia, what happened? Ling Xiao asked gently as he looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Wasn't she Ji2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin really didn't expect Ling Xiao to appear at this moment. She immediately buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and started sobbing. After crying for a while, Ji Beixin slowly explained the whole story to Ling Xiao. Originally, everything was caused by a Deacon Liu from the inner sect of the sect. Speaking of which, this had to start from half a month ago. Since Ling Xiao hadn't come to the city lord's mansion for more than half a year, Ji Beixin missed him more and more. She thought that Ling Xiao had already forgotten about her, and her mood had always been very low. Her grandfather, Ji2, also saw through her thoughts and tried to persuade her many times, but she was still depressed. Thus, Ji2 came up with a rotten idea. He actually introduced a partner to his granddaughter. He thought that this was the only way to transfer his granddaughter's feelings for Ling Xiao and live a normal life. In any case, now that Ji Beixin's legs were healed and she was so beautiful, any man would probably not reject her. Ji2 didn't do this for himself, but for the sake of his granddaughter's happiness. After all, Ling Xiao had been gone for half a year and there was no news of him. According to the news he had heard, Ling Xiao had died while out on a deacon mission. Ji2 had already confirmed that this news was true. A few of his friends had also died in that mission, so this news was definitely not fake. Therefore, Ji2 could only think of a way to divert Ji Beixin's mind so that she could forget about Ling Xiao and live a happy life. Ji2's idea was good, but also brought disaster upon him. The person Ji2 introduced to Ji Beixin was the grandson of his old friend, Pang Jun, Pang Yongsheng. Speaking of this old friend of his, he had some status in the sect. He held the position of an inner sect deacon in the Medicine Peak. His grandson, Pang Jinsheng, was also not bad. He was an inner sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak. He had just turned 23 and was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Therefore, Ji2 felt that Pang Yongsheng was a good match for his granddaughter. With this plan in mind, Ji2 brought his granddaughter into the sect to visit Pang Jun. Of course, Ji Beixin didn't know Ji2's intentions. She thought that her grandfather was bringing her to the sect to see the world and visit his friends, so she didn't think too much about it. When Ji2 and Ji Beixin arrived at Pang Jun's residence, Ji2 quietly told Pang Jun his intentions. Seeing that Ji Beixin's looks were top-notch, Pang Jun agreed to let his son meet her first. If his son had no objections, he would arrange for them to be engaged. Pang Yongsheng was at the age of hot-blooded youth and was shocked the moment he saw Ji Beixin. He never thought that other than their junior sister, there would be such a beautiful woman. When Ji2 and Pang Jun saw Pang Yongsheng looking at Ji Beixin, they knew that there was hope. Just as the two elders were rejoicing, Lu Dong, an inner sect disciple of the Medicine Peak, suddenly came to visit. When he first saw Ji Beixin, he was also shocked by her beauty. It was also because of Lu Dong's appearance that Ji2 and Ji Beixin were in trouble. In the beginning, Lu Dong was extremely fond of Ji Beixin, so he definitely wouldn't snatch Pang Yongsheng's wife. However, when he saw Ji2, he found out that Ji Beixin was actually Ji2's granddaughter, so he set his sights on Ji Beixin. Why? Because Ji2 had a feud with Lu Dong during the outer sect disciple selection more than 10 years ago. Therefore, Lu Dong wanted revenge. If Lu Dong was only an inner sect disciple, he naturally wouldn't have the guts to offend the outer sect Deacon Ji2 and the inner sect Deacon Pang Jun. However, things are different now. He, Lu Dong, was no longer the grade 2 alchemist Lu Dong. He had just accidentally refined a grade 3 medicinal pill. Even though it was the lowest grade 3 medicinal pill, it allowed him to completely shake off the title of a grade 2 alchemist and successfully advance to a grade 3 alchemist. At the same time, he was also conferred the position of an inner sect deacon by the sect, and his status skyrocketed. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to take revenge on Ji2's day. At that time, Ji2 didn't know what Lu Dong was thinking. He only wanted his granddaughter to marry Pang Yongsheng as soon as possible, so that he could enjoy his old age in peace. Who knew that the situation would suddenly change? In just a few days, Pang Jun actually rejected the marriage between his son and Ji Beixin, and even strongly recommended Ji Beixin to be Lu Dong's 9th concubine. Ji Tu was incomparably angry when he heard this. He didn't think that his old friend would actually change his mind. This originally wasn't a big deal, but his old friend actually wanted to recommend his granddaughter to Lu Dong as a concubine. This was what made Ji Tu most angry. Ji Tu flicked his sleeves and left, breaking off relations with his old friend. He had originally thought that this matter would end here. However, the real trouble had just begun. Lu Dong actually invited a few inner-sect deacons to come together and present betrothal gifts to Ji Tu to ask for Ji Beixin's hand. Xiao. They're now in the hall, forcing Grandpa, saying that if he doesn't hand me over, they won't let Grandpa be the city lord. They even said that they will kill Grandpa. Ji Beixin nestled in Ling Zhao's embrace and said delicately, "Don't worry. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Come, accompany me to the hall." Ling Xiao didn't know that the Lord Lu that Ji Beixin mentioned was their Medicine Peak senior. Just as the two were about to walk out of the room, a disgusting voice rang out. "Sister Beixin, are you still not coming out? Do you really want Grandmaster Lu to invite you over?" He's the grandson of Grandpa's friend, Pang Gusheng. Ji Beixin nervously grabbed onto Ling Zhao's arm and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Ling Xiao gently patted the back of Ji Beixin's hand and pulled her out of the room. Just as the two were about to leave the room, Pang Gusheng, who was standing outside the room, discovered corpse. His expression immediately jumped. Oh no, did Sister Beixin escape? Just as Pang Gusheng was about to break in, the door opened. Pang Gusheng saw an extremely handsome young man pulling his favorite goddess out of the room, and his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife. "Who are you? Let go of Sister Beixin." Pang Gusheng shouted at the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Although he liked Ji Beixin, he didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong over her. After all, she was already a true disciple, and even his father had to respectfully address her as Grandmaster Lu. He didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong, but that didn't mean that he was willing to see the woman he liked enter the arms of someone else, especially a man who was younger and more handsome than him. "And if I don't let go?" Ling Xiao glanced at Pang Gusheng and said indifferently, "If you don't let go, then I'll break your arm." Pang Gusheng's face twisted as he said coldly, "You could try." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Pang Gusheng was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the kind whose foundation was not yet stable. This kind of opponent didn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. "How dare you?" Pang Gusheng shouted and punched at the bridge of Ling Zhao's nose. Chapter 249. Pang Gusheng was an inner-sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak and possessed the earth element. His punch had a yellowish color to it. If this punch landed on the face of a normal high-level mystic cultivator, their nose would probably be broken. However, he wasn't facing a high-level mystic cultivator, but a middle-level spirit master. Ling Xiao frowned slightly at the incoming punch. A formless pressure swept towards Pang Gusheng. Pang Gusheng was caught off guard. He didn't hit Shun Lian and was sent flying. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. You're a spirit master." Pang Gusheng crawled up and said in shock. "Umph." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and ignored Pang Gusheng. He pulled Bei Jisen's hand and walked towards the hall of the residence. "Brat, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death later." Pang Gusheng looked at Ling Zhao's back, and hatred rose in his heart. In the hall in front of Ling Zhao's City Lord residence. Other than City Lord G2, there was also Medicine Peak's Lu Dong and 3 dignified middle-aged men. The one wearing Medicine Peak's martial uniform was Pang Gusheng's father, Pang Jun. The other 2 were Medicine Peak's inner-sect deacon, Zhu Honglin, and Black Rock Peak's inner-sect deacon, Fu Xianxia. G2, who was sitting in the seat of honor, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Lu Dong. "Lu Dong, I offended you in the past, but you took revenge on me. Now that we're all from the same sect, do you really want to force this old man to report you to the sect before you'll let us go? If it was just Lu Dong here, G2 definitely wouldn't be polite. However, the 3 intersect deacons were all helpers invited by Lu Dong. None of them were weaker than him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. City Lord G's words are wrong. Right now, I'm using 2 third-rank medicinal pills as a betrothal gift to marry Baek Xian. How is that revenge? Once Baek Xian and I get married, you'll be my father-in-law. Having a third-rank alchemist like me as your grandson-in-law doesn't seem to be a loss of face for City Lord G, said Lu Dong proudly. He had been sulking in Medicine Peak for many years. First, it was Chao Nan who suppressed him. Then, it was Ling Xiao who dared to contradict him. All of these made him extremely dissatisfied. He was the dignified eldest disciple of Medicine Peak, yet his limelight had been overshadowed by 2 disciples who came later. He was extremely jealous. Fortunately, after returning from the Fire Valley, he regained the trust of his master Zhu Ruchang. Therefore, under Zhu Ruchang's supervision and teaching for a few months, he finally refined a 3rd-grade elixir a month ago and was promoted to an inner deacon. After so many years of suffering, the bitterness had finally come to an end. Now, he was going to enjoy the days of being respectfully addressed as master by others. At the same time, he didn't put G2 in his eyes. Although his strength wasn't as strong as G2's, he could refine 3rd-grade elixirs. Therefore, many people could put down their pride for 3rd-grade elixirs and listen to Lu Dong's orders. For example, Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiangzhong, who were present. Lulu had promised the 3 of them that as long as they were willing to help him marry Ji Beixin, he would definitely refine 2 3rd-grade elixirs for them for free. Pang Jun was also tempted by the 3rd-grade elixirs, so he rejected G2's idea of letting his son back out of marrying Ji Beixin. After all, his son's Tianbin wasn't too outstanding in the sect. Only with the help of elixirs could his son quickly break through to spirit master level. In front of pursuing strength and women, Pang Jun and his son were more loyal to the former. Even if they had to give up many years of friendship, Pang Jun wouldn't refuse. Give up, I definitely won't let Beixin marry you, G2 said resolutely. G2, don't be stubborn. Deacon Lu is now a 3rd-grade alchemist. Your granddaughter won't have any milk powder by his side. Moreover, if there's anything you need in the future, Deacon Lu naturally won't just stand by and watch. For example, let him speak to the elders and transfer you back to the sect. It's better than being the city lord here. Pang Jun advised. Although G2 was the city lord, he was only an outer sect deacon in the Purple Sky sect. He couldn't enter the sect normally. In the eyes of ordinary people, being a city lord was a very glorious thing. However, in the Purple Sky sect, being able to stay in the sect to cultivate was much better than being outside the sect. Just the heaven and earth spirit chi in the sect was many times denser than this so-called city lord mansion. Moreover, one could go out and do things for the elders at any time and obtain more black crystals for cultivation. For a martial artist, these 2 things were indispensable. Didn't every martial artist pursue a higher realm, obtain the respect of more people and a longer lifespan? Deacon Pang, I've been friends with you for many years. I didn't expect you to sell an old friend like me for such a small benefit. You're really loyal, G2 said sarcastically. Pang Jun's face didn't have the slightest bit of guilt as he said, I'm doing this for your own good. If I had a daughter, as long as Deacon Lu is willing, I would definitely send her over. If it sounds nice. G2 coldly snorted, then said, You can leave. I don't welcome you here. G2, it seems like you still haven't understood the situation. We came together to tell you that if you don't give your granddaughter to Deacon Lu, then your position as city lord will come to an end. Black Rock Peak's Fu Xiangzhong said impatiently. Are you threatening me? G2 suddenly stood up and said coldly. At the same time, he released a powerful aura towards Fu Xiangzhong. Fu Xiangzhong's strength was slightly weaker than G2's, so he was immediately forced back a step. his face slightly pale. G2, are you really going to disobey our orders? Pang Jun stood in front of Fu Xianxia and said. Pang Jun and G2's strength was on par, so G2's pressure naturally couldn't affect Pang Jun. G2 retracted his aura and looked at the few of them coldly. Whether I become the city lord or not, it doesn't seem to be up to you to decide, right? Do you really dare to take the initiative to remove me? He had been in the Purple Heaven sect for many years and knew that the dismissal of the city lord had to be decided by the Elders Guild, and then the order to replace him would definitely not be decided by a few intersect deacons. G2, your words are right, but you are also old, and your body is useless. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to manage the Purple Heaven City, and the Elders Guild will send someone else to replace you, right? Lu Dong took a sip of tea and said with a cold smile. When Lu Dong said this, Pang Jun, Fu Xianxia, and Zhu Honglin had already sealed off G2's chance to escape. Once G2 didn't agree, they would definitely not let G2 have an easy time. You guys are going too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you trample on my granddaughter. G2 wasn't a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He shouted loudly and grabbed towards Lu Dong. He knew that only by controlling Lu Dong would he have a chance today. Unexpectedly, Pang Jun was already prepared and instantly blocked in front of Lu Dong, kicking towards G2's day. For a moment, the two high-ranked spirit masters fought together. At this time, Fu Xianxia and Zhu Honglin wouldn't be idle and immediately rushed into the battle circle. G2 couldn't do anything alone and was soon seriously injured. He was captured by Pang Jun and the others. Kill me if you have the guts, or I will definitely not let you guys go. G2 shouted angrily. He never thought that Lu Dong would actually dare to take the charge of not killing each other and let others capture him. He also knew that this matter definitely wouldn't be good. Ji Beixin quickly found out that G2 was captured. Lu Dong didn't immediately use force on Ji Beixin, but very generously let Ji Beixin go back to her room to tidy up, and then come to the hall to bow to the heaven and earth to marry him. In the hall, G2 had already been seriously injured by Pang Jun and the others, and was tied up tightly with a 1,000-year-old rope so that he couldn't struggle. However, just as they were patiently waiting for Ji Beixin to appear, they suddenly felt a powerful aura. Lu Dong and the others looked at each other, and Lu Dong said, "Why don't we go take a look together?" Pang Jun and the others nodded and walked towards Ji Beixin, with Ji Beixin in custody. At this time, Ling Xiao also appeared in front of them, holding Ji Beixin's hand. Ling Xiao. Two voices cried out at the same time. One of the voices came from the tied-up G2, while the other came from Lu Dong. G2 never thought that Ling Xiao would actually appear at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was already dead, and now he really hoped that Ling Xiao would have a way to save his granddaughter from this place. Lu Dong didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who hadn't returned to the sect, would appear in the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, he was even holding the delicate hand of his future 9th concubine. Pang Jun ran to his father's side from behind, pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Master Lu, father, this guy wants to take little sister Bei Xian away." "Yes, I saw it," Pang Jun replied, but in his heart, he was wondering, how could it be him? This is going to be bad. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin both recognized Ling Xiao. After all, the two of them were working under Medicine Peak, so they had a very deep impression of this direct disciple of the Peak Lord. They didn't have any misgivings about taking down G2's day. After all, G2's position in the sect wasn't high, and he didn't have any backing. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was the disciple of the Medicine Peak's Peak Lord. As inter-sect deacons, they had to be courteous to him. "Quickly let go of Grandpa," Ji Beixin cried out in distress as she looked at the injured G2's day Ling Xiao. "Quickly take Bei Xian and leave." G2 shouted back. Ling Xiao ignored G2's words and looked coldly at Lu Dong. "I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. I wonder what crime City Lord Ji has committed to actually trouble eldest senior brother to come and capture him." Ling Xiao also didn't expect that the Lord Lu that Ji Beixin mentioned would actually be this despicable Lu Dong. It seemed like it was time to settle the grudge between them. Back then, Lu Dong had bribed Lao Fanqing to assassinate him. If it wasn't for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have offended the Lao family and had to escape from Burning Ground City in such a sorry state. Lu Dong came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao in disdain, "Ling Xiao, don't call me eldest senior brother. I don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "Oh, when did eldest senior brother become so humble?" Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Lu Dong laughed and said, "Don't you know that you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak? That's why I, Lu Dong, don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "You're saying that I'm no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Chapter 250. "That's right. You've already been kicked out of Herb Peak," Lu Dong said with certainty. Ling Xiao fell silent after hearing this. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin looked at each other, as if they didn't know if this news was true or false. "I don't believe it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He definitely didn't believe that his master, Nan Gongchangle, would kick him out of the sect. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Was he going to be kicked out of the sect just because he'd left the sect for half a year? That didn't make sense, right? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it's the truth. When you return to the sect, I think the Peak Lord will announce this news. Lu Dong smiled sinisterly, then said, "Ling Xiao, put down my bride's hand, or you're dead." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed, then really let go of Ji Beixin's hand. Ji Beixin's delicate body trembled. Just when she thought that Ling Xiao was really going to compromise, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her, making her feel unusually warm and safe. "She's already my woman. Let go of old too, or else you'll know the consequences." Ling Xiao took a light breath and said faintly, regardless of whether or not he was really kicked out of the sect, right now he had to help Ji Beixin deal with Lu Dong. At the same time, he also had to help himself resolve the grudge between him and Lu Dong. "Who the fuck do you think you are? Father, hurry up and kill him. Just now he made me vomit blood. You have to take revenge for me." Pang Yongxian looked at Ling Xiao with jealousy and roared. The woman who was supposed to be his was now in the arms of another man. He was extremely unhappy. "Shut up. There's no place for you to speak here." Pang Jun coldly snorted at his son. Pang Yongxian knew that he was being too hasty, so he immediately responded and retreated. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao malevolently and said, "Deacon Fu, I'll have to trouble you to help me cripple that claw of his." Lu Dong had always disliked Ling Xiao. He had talked back to him many times before, and now he was hugging his concubine's slender waist. How could he not be angry? Fu Xiangzhong stood up. He had the strength of an intermediate spirit master and could also see that Ling Xiao's strength was on par with his. He was very confused. This kid is so young and already so strong. How could he be expelled from the sect? Did he make a big mistake? Although Fu Xiangzhong was thinking about it, he still had to listen to Lu Dong's words. After all, he also needed a third-grade medicinal pill. Just as Fu Xiangzhong was about to make his move, Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "What benefits did Lu Dong give you that you're willing to listen to him, even though you're committing fratricide? Cut the crap. What he can give us, you can't." Fu Xiangzhong snorted coldly and reached for Ling Xiao's neck with his bare hands. "Must you force me to kill?" Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly. He raised a finger and pointed at Fu Xiangzhong. "Xiao!" A ray of fire, spiritual energy shot out from his fingertip. Li family's Cyan class technique, Raging Flame finger technique. Fu Xiangzhong didn't expect Ling Xiao to know finger techniques. Furthermore, the two of them were too close. Ling Xiao's finger light was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. "Ah!" Fu Xiangzhong screamed and took a few steps back. He clenched his hand, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Shockingly, Ling Xiao's finger had pierced through his palm. "Fire element finger technique," a few attendants exclaimed at the same time. "I'll say it again. Release old two, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao pushed Ji Beixin back and said faintly, "Good kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a bit of peace." Fu Xianzhong swallowed a medicinal pill and shouted. His feet pushed off the ground, and he immediately jumped up like a goshawk. Raging flames and wild sand. Fu Xianzhong roared and kicked out waves of yellow earth light from his feet. It was like a sudden sandstorm in the desert, terrifying and suffocating. Trying to play leg techniques with me. You're looking for death. Ling Xiao sneered. At the same time, he kicked out with one foot and his whole body jumped into the air like a spring. His feet were like sharp blades as they swept towards Fu Xianzhong. Wind God's kicks third form, torrential storm. Bang bang. Countless shadows of legs intertwined with each other, producing a series of muffled sounds. The yellow earth light and the cold intent caused the surrounding houses to deform. Fu Xianzhong really didn't expect that the leg technique he was famous for would be blocked by his opponent, and it even had the momentum to suppress him. Lu Dong and the others at the side also looked very serious. They also didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only know finger techniques, but also be so proficient in leg techniques. Lose. Ling Xiao once again increased the speed of his kicks. Ice spikes flew out from the tips of his feet. Fu Xianzhong's moves were already used, and Ling Xiao's true power was just starting to show. Bang bang. Fu Xianzhong was trampled by a wave of ice attribute footprints. His dark protection force couldn't withstand it and was shattered. His whole body finally couldn't take it anymore, and with a scream, he flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing into one of the houses and disappearing. Ling Xiao landed firmly on the ground, one foot on the ground, the other slightly bent. He looked very cold and grim. If there were more girls here, they would definitely be enchanted by his cool appearance. Let me experience your skills. Zhu Honglin, who had been silent all this time, made his move. He was an inner deacon of Medicine Peak, and at the same time was also a second-rank alchemist of Medicine Peak, famous for his palm techniques. Both of his palms sent out scorching hot palm shadows, densely packed as they flew towards Ling Xiao's chest. The speed of the palm shadows was peerless, and they attacked when the opponent was unprepared, making it impossible to defend. Bang bang. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be able to react before he was hit by several palm strikes. Good job, kill him for me. Lu Dong seemed to be injected with chicken blood as he roared. Pang Gusheng, who was at the side, also shouted, kill this damned bastard. Smile. Ji Beixin exclaimed from afar. Just as she was about to run over, she suddenly stopped and looked in front of her in surprise. Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place, not even releasing his dark protection force. His body wasn't injured at all, as if the person Zhu Honglin had hit just now wasn't him. Zhu Honglin looked at Ling Xiao in shock and exclaimed, how can you not be injured? You're not even worthy of making me itch with that little strength of yours. Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he flicked his sleeves with his fingers. Lu Dong, who was at the side, panicked. It turned out that when Ling Xiao came to Medicine Peak, he was only a high-level mystic cultivator. How could he be so strong now? His strength was actually above Fu Xianzhong and Zhu Honglin. Deacon Pang, you guys attack together and kill him. Lu Dong ordered. Come on, don't waste time. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his body disappeared like a ghost. Old Zhu, watch out. Pang Jun shouted, then took out his pendant and shot towards Ling Xiao. Zhu Honglin was immediately alerted by Pang Jun's warning, and he threw a few palm strikes at the figure beside him. Unfortunately, all of his palm strikes missed, and all he hit were after images. His mind was shocked so fast. Bang bang. Ling Xiao had already arrived at Zhu Honglin's other side, and a cloud-expelling palm struck Zhu Honglin's waist. At this time, Pang Jun had already rushed over. Ling Xiao was already prepared and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, a fiery sword appeared in his hand, and he turned around to fight with Pang Jun. Boom. A dazzling mystical technique blossomed with a gorgeous light in midair. Good kid. I didn't think that a middle spirit master would have this kind of strength, but unfortunately, you must die. Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to fight evenly with him. He sighed lightly, and the long sword in his hand once again strengthened with spiritual power. Rays of dusky yellow light smashed towards Ling Xiao like a city wall. Ling Xiao flew backwards a few times, and Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong seized the opportunity to attack with their palms and feet. "Watch out!" G2 shouted from the side. If he wasn't bound by the 1,000-year ox vine, he would definitely run out to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be assassinated by the three, Ling Xiao was still able to wear a faint smile. The moment he was about to hit the ground, he actually pointed his sword at the ground, and using the force of the fall, the fiery sword was bent. Then, with a flick, Ling Xiao bounced back into midair, and at the same time, a fierce sword light burst out. Sword Scar. This was originally an abnormally overbearing sword technique. Of course, Ling Xiao was only in the martial disciple realm, but he could rely on this to defeat Luo Qingxuan, who was in the profound practitioner realm. Now that he was already a middle spirit master, the power he could display was hundreds of times stronger than before. Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to turn the situation around in such a strange way. Furthermore, he was able to use such a powerful sword technique, catching him off guard. Ding dang dang dang. Pang Jun used all his strength to block, and a series of crashing sounds rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Not good. Pang Jun used all his strength to block most of Ling Xiao's sword light, but there was still a portion that greeted his vitals, causing him to panic. Don't even think about succeeding. Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong once again sneak attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Ling Xiao had no choice but to withdraw his sword technique and turn around to defend. Ling Xiao forced Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong back with one move and said coldly, "Don't force me anymore." Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon from the depths of hell, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice house, and their bodies were filled with discomfort. Indeed, Ling Xiao hadn't used his full strength, or else they would already be dead. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Ling Xiao walked towards G2 step by step, the flaming sword in his hand cutting off the 1,000-year ox vine that was binding G2's day. "Don't just stand there. If they escape, everyone will be in trouble." Lu Dong was anxious and shouted at Pang Jun and the others who were still in a daze. Only then did the three come back to their senses, and once again attacked Ling Xiao, and G2 was already heavily injured, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let him fight. He threw a pill to him, and once again faced the three. "You forced me to do this." Ling Xiao's entire body was completely cold. He decided that he had to kill the chicken to show the monkey the chicken to make them retreat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the innate Yin Wind evil chi and the blue demon flame, a voice called out, "Stop! I'll kill her." Ling Xiao paused and looked back, only to see a long sword on Ji Beixin's neck. Bastard! Ling Xiao was furious. However, while Ling Xiao was distracted, Pang Jun and the other two had already arrived. "Ling Xiao, be careful," G2 warned loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 251. Pang Jun's powerful earth attribute sword light, Zhu Honglin's fiery palms, and Fu Xiangzhong's tricky footsteps all greeted Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Boom! This time, Ling Xiao was sent flying far away by the three of them. His body smashed through the wooden wall and landed in a house. "Haha, well done." Lu Dong laughed loudly when he saw that Ling Xiao had finally been killed. He was very happy and proud. Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiangzhong heaved a sigh of relief and quickly swallowed the pills. G2 dragged his heavy body as he stared at Pang Jin and said, "Let Hixer go." It turned out that Pang Jin had placed a sword on Ji Beixin's neck, causing Ling Xiao to be distracted and injured by Pang Jun and the others. "Hee, as long as you take one more step forward, I'll kill her." Pang Jin sneered at G2's Day Xian, quickly put down the sword. "He won't be able to do anything." Pang Jun shouted. Pang Gushing unwillingly looked at Lu Dong and nodded his head. "Yes, father." Just as Pang Jin was about to put down Ji Beixin, His eyes suddenly went black, and his entire body immediately withered. Looking at Pang Jin, who had suddenly fainted, everyone was dumbfounded. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Pang Jun came back to his senses and shouted as he ran towards Pang Jin. Pang Jun called out a few times, but seeing that his son did not respond, he immediately reached out to his son's nostrils. Boom! Pang Jun's mind went blank. His son had actually stopped breathing. Deacon Pang, what happened? Lu Dong walked over and asked. My son! Pang Jun roared towards the sky as 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. He then glared at Ji Bei-shin and shouted, It's you. It must be you witch who killed my son. I will kill you to avenge my son. Pang Jun's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his mind had already been drowned by hatred. He only had one son, and he had died in such a baffling manner. This was truly a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. How could he not be angry? He felt that Ji Bei-shin must have used some sort of trick to kill his son. He did not care that Ji Bei-shin had already been set by Lu Dong. He only knew how to take revenge for his daughter. Just as Pang Jun's attack landed in front of the pale-faced Ji Bei-shin, he was just like his son. His mind went black, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand fell, and his entire body fell limply to the ground. Lu Dong and the others watched in horror. They really couldn't understand what was going on, so they could only look at Ji Bei-shin. As she readied Ji Yu's eyes, Ji Jin, Ji Bei-shin. It Ji Ji, Ji Ji, Jin, Ji 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 to this, you're fine? Fu Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He didn't want to kill them. After all, they were all from the same sect. However, Pang Jun dared to use Ji Bei-shin to threaten him. He was furious. If he didn't leave the mountain of killers, others would think that he was easy to bully. Ling Xiao believed that they had brought this upon themselves. They actually dared to touch his woman, so they deserved to die. Lu Dong, Fu Xianxia, and Zhu Honglin all knew that Pang Jun and his son had been killed by Ling Xiao. They did not know what method Ling Xiao had used to kill Pang Jun and his son, which was what made them afraid. Anyone would be afraid of the unknown. Fu Xianxia and Zhu Honglin timidly retreated. They had worked together with Pang Jun to not be able to kill Ling Xiao. Now that Pang Jun was dead, they knew that they could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. So, the two of them did not hesitate and immediately escaped from the city lord's mansion. Their speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Lu Dong saw that his helpers were either dead or had fled. He did not dare to stay and immediately turned to leave. Lu Dong, you stay behind, Ling Xiao faintly said. Lu Dong stopped in his tracks and did not dare to move an inch. He did not want to die silently like Pang Jun and his son. Junior brother, if there's anything, we can talk about it. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao in fear. He could not understand how Ling Xiao had become so strong after returning. This was bad. He could only pray in his heart that Ling Xiao would not kill him. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Lu Dong for the time being. He gave Ji2 some pills, then comforted Ji Bei-shin and asked her to go to the side to talk. Follow me. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Lu Dong and then walked to one of the guest rooms. Lu Dong did not dare to disobey and could only follow with his head lowered. He only had the strength of a low-level spirit master and did not dare to play any tricks in front of Ling Xiao. Tell me, have I been expelled from the sect? Ling Xiao reprimanded with his hands behind his back. Yes, no. Lu Dong trembled as he answered. Do you have it or not? Ling Xiao asked impatiently. You have only been expelled from her peak, not from the sect. Lu Dong calmed down and said. Then Lu Dong told him the whole story. Only then did Ling Xiao know that Lu Dong's master, Chang Jian, had suggested to the elders to expel him from the sect. In the end, the elders did not approve of this suggestion and only expelled Ling Xiao from her peak. Ling Xiao was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. In other words, Nangong Changle was no longer Ling Xiao's master, and Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's only master. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He had really thought that he had been expelled from the sect. It turned out that he had only left her peak and was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. Actually, With Ling Zhao's ability, even if he didn't cultivate in the Purple Sky sect, he could still become a supreme expert. However, he wanted to chase after that beautiful figure. He wanted to surpass her and capture her heart. This had always been his goal, and he had never thought of giving up. Even though he had already acknowledged the priestess as his wife and had a few women he liked, in his heart, Yin Mengqi was still his dream. Junior brother, can I leave now? Lu Dong looked at the silent Ling Xiao and asked in a low voice. Leave? You want to leave so easily? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Lu Dong playfully. Lu Dong shivered and knelt heavily on the ground, begging Ling Xiao for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. I swear that I will never disturb City Lord Ji and his granddaughter again. I don't think you have the guts. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and continued. Now, I will settle my old debts with you. Old debts? Lu Dong's heart went cold. I just entered the sect not long ago, and you bribed Fan Qing to assassinate me. If it wasn't for my luck, I would have died long ago. How do you think this debt should be settled? Now, you have come to harass my woman. Either one of these two debts is enough for me to send you to the Western Paradise, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Lu Dong's entire body trembled as he begged for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. It's all because I was muddle-headed. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you. Facing the call of death, Lu Dong completely collapsed. Why would I want trash like you? Ling Xiao said with disdain. I am a third-rank alchemist. This is a pill that I refine myself. In the future, if Junior brother has any use for Senior brother will definitely die 10,000 times. Lu Dong thought for a moment, then quickly took out the two pills that he had given as a betrothal gift and presented them to Ling Xiao. After all, any third-rank alchemist was very useful, and Lu Dong hoped that Ling Xiao would let him go on account of his usefulness. Ling Xiao took the pills and opened them. All he saw were two crooked pills that didn't seem to form a regular pattern. For a moment, he wanted to laugh. What kind of pill is this? Ling Xiao asked, trying hard not to laugh. This is a third-rank strengthening pill, Lu Dong replied. Strong. Strengthening pill, haha. So, it's this kind of useless pill. I have to say, Senior brother, you are very creative. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Strengthening pill was a third-rank Earth attribute pill. After taking this pill, a martial artist would have a strong defense for 2 hours. Martial artists below the king level would not be able to break through this defense. However, after taking this pill, the martial artist's attribute would temporarily change to the Earth attribute for 2 hours. Moreover, it could only be used for defense and would not be able to make a strong attack. This kind of pill was a good pill for Earth attribute martial artists, but for martial artists of other attributes, it was simply useless. After all, it could only be used for defense and not for offense. What use was it? After 2 hours, they would still be at the mercy of others. Ling Xiao wasn't laughing because of the effects of the strengthening pill. He was laughing because this senior brother of his had refined the lowest third-rank pill, and he still had the nerve to loudly announce that he was already a third-rank alchemist. Moreover, the strengthening pill that Lu Dong had refined was simply terrible in shape and quality. Originally, the strengthening pill had a defensive ability for 2 hours. However, if one used the 2 strengthening pills in Lu Dong's hands, it would be considered good if one could defend for an hour. These 2 pills were simply trash to the extreme. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh, even if he didn't want to. Lu Dong's face turned into a pig's liver, but he didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he squeezed out a dead man's smile and said, "Junior brother is right. You are right." It wasn't easy for him to successfully refine the strengthening pill. Although it was the lowest level, it was still a third-rank pill. His master had personally praised him, but he didn't expect to be laughed at by this insensible junior brother. His heart was incomparably uncomfortable. "I'll leave these 2 pills for you to use." Ling Xiao threw the strengthening pill back to Lu Dong and said, "When I return to the sect tomorrow, I hope senior brother can prepare 502nd rank spirit herbs and 103rd rank spirit herbs for me. Otherwise, after saying this, Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly. Xiao! A wind blade flew towards Lu Dong's face. Lu Dong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. A lock of hair fell down, and a shallow scar was left on his face. Why aren't you scramming? Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me. Lu Dong crawled up and thanked Ling Xiao. In reality, he already hated Ling Xiao to death. As long as he returned to the sect, he definitely wouldn't do as Ling Xiao asked. Was Ling Xiao really being soft-hearted and letting a tiger return to the mountain? Chapter 252. After Lu Dong left, Ling Xiao's face changed. He murmured in his heart, Zhu Ruchong, don't think you'll have a good life if you kick me out of the medicine mountain. If you really think I'm an honest and kind man, I'll tell you that you won't have a good life if you offend an honest man. If Ling Xiao's words were heard by Lu Dong and the others, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. A kind and honest man? He's a devil who kills without spilling blood. He's so scary. Ling Xiao went out of the room and found Ji2 and Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin didn't care about her shyness. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and felt very comfortable. Well, it's okay. The bad guys are gone. They won't dare to come again. Ling Xiao patted Ji Beixin's back and comforted her. Xiao, I want to practice too. I can't let you worry about me anymore. Ji Beixin raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Xiao firmly. Her heart was almost broken when she saw Ling Xiao was thrown into the room for her. Since her foot was cured, her grandpa always wanted Ji Beixin to practice. It was not only good for her body, but also for her to have the ability to protect herself. However, Ji Beixin wasn't interested in practicing, so she didn't pay attention to it. Now she finally made up her mind to practice hard so that she could stay with Ling Xiao in the future and not be a burden to him. As long as you want, I can make you stronger. Ling Xiao said softly and then said, help Grandpa to have a rest. Jiabin nodded, then turned around and walked over to Tuesday. Ji2 looked at Ling Xiao with a guilty face and said, Xiao, I'm sorry. With that, he allowed Ji Beixin to support his heavily injured body and walk away. At night, Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin snuggled together in the pavilion by the lotus pond and told each other how they missed each other for half a year. Xiao, you haven't come to see me for so long. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Ji Beixin held Ling Xiao's waist tightly and said emotionally. Ling Xiao lightly tapped her forehead and said, how could that be? How could I not want a woman as beautiful as a fairy like you? Wouldn't that be the same as having another man? When Ling Xiao said this, he couldn't help but think of the priestess of Zhai City. He had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique within 2 years. He absolutely couldn't let her die. Xiao, take me tonight. If something like this happens again, I'm afraid. Ji Beixin caressed Ling Xiao's chest. Before she could finish her words, Ling Xiao's mouth had already covered her jade lips, and he was enjoying her lilac fragrance. Ji Beixin's body trembled slightly. She hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's neck and responded passionately. The two looked at each other and kissed passionately. Ling Xiao's big hand slowly trembled on the virgin goddess's peak that was just the right size. Ji Beixin's delicate face flushed, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The sound was like an aphrodisiac spell. The blood in Ling Xiao's body was boiling, and the suction force was even stronger. His hands kept wandering around Ji Beixin's delicate body, and the thin gauze and satin separated them were all messed up. Xiao, carry me into the room, Ji Beixin said quickly. Looking at her beautiful face that was like dripping blood, it was simply too beautiful. Ling Xiao didn't think of himself as a gentleman. He already considered Ji Beixin as his woman. Since she was willing to follow him, there was no harm in eating her. Ling Xiao carried Ji Beixin as if she was weightless and ran toward her boudoir. Ji Beixin was nervous and excited. Although she was already prepared to be taken by Ling Xiao, she still felt extremely shy when she faced him. Although Ling Xiao was impatient, he knew that Ji Beixin was no different from an ordinary person. She, who didn't cultivate at all, couldn't possibly withstand his wild torture. Therefore, after entering the room, his movements became gentler. Xiao, you don't like it? Ji Beixin saw that Ling Xiao's movements weren't as intense as before, and couldn't help but panic. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin pitifully and said, "How could that be? I just want you to relax a little. You're too nervous." When Ling Xiao said this, Ji Beixin's delicate face became even redder. "Come on, I can do it." Ji Beixin closed her beautiful eyes and slightly turned her pretty face away, not daring to look at Ling Xiao as she said in a low voice. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the shy Ji Beixin and her rising and falling breasts, he gently untied her clothes one by one, finally revealing the pure white, tender, and round skin inside. Ling Xiao looked at the white and tender neck, the towering holy maiden peaks, the smooth and jade-like abdomen, and the dark and mysterious garden area. All of this made Ling Xiao extremely infatuated. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, his body shook, and all the clothes on his body fell apart. He couldn't wait to bury his head between the two peaks and kiss that tender, jade-like skin to his heart's content. Ji Beixin's entire body was like an electric shock, her delicate body trembling nonstop. A strange feeling assaulted her entire body, and her lower body couldn't help but become moist. "Smile, I want." Ji Beixin hugged Ling Xiao's head, letting Ling Xiao's face press tightly against her Sanus's breasts. Her jade lips parted and softly moaned. Ling Xiao licked the two pearls of red on Sanus' peak. His hand supported her perky buttocks, and his body lightly pressed down. Ji Beixin only felt that her lower body was filled with something hard, and a certain part of her body was broken. That kind of tearing pain made her unable to help but let out a soft cry. Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then gently kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and said, "Relax, it'll be fine in a while." After pausing for a moment, Ji Beixin said shyly, "I can do it. Come on." Ling Xiao responded, and his body slowly began to move. Gradually, the room was filled with a light and passionate tone. Ji Beixin also gradually found the joy of fish from the original pain. That kind of feeling made her shy and infatuated, and her mouth kept emitting unbearable sounds. "Smile, hurry up. Faster." Ji Beixin seemed to be enjoying some kind of elixir, causing her to be completely intoxicated. At the beginning, Ling Xiao was afraid that Ji Beixin wouldn't be able to take it, but who knew that she would be so fierce? He immediately no longer pitied her, and only wanted to ravage her, let her know how powerful he was, and make her obediently beg for mercy. Following a series of violent impacts, the two of them entered a state of forgetting themselves, leaving only a series of loud cries echoing in the room. Ling Xiao didn't know that the innate Yin Wind bead in his sea of consciousness was constantly circulating, and strands of innate Yin Wind qi passed through his dantian into Ji Beixin's body. And Ji Beixin was actually able to absorb the innate Yin Wind qi and then return it to Ling Xiao's body. Gradually, the innate Yin Wind qi formed some kind of energy bridge in the two's body, and as they went back and forth, the innate Yin Wind qi actually increased significantly. The two of them had no idea what was going on, but they were still immersed in that wonderful feeling of ecstasy. The two of them actually fought for an entire night before fainting in the early morning. It wasn't until late in the morning that Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He really didn't think that he would sleep so soundly and deeply. When he looked at the beauties curled up in his arms, Ling Xiao smiled warmly and thought to himself, "When can I sleep together with them?" However, after he sighed, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again, and his eyes revealed a puzzled expression. How did my spiritual power increase so much? Ling Xiao really didn't expect that after a night of madness, the spiritual energy in his body would actually increase by a lot. He had already faintly reached the peak of the middle stage, Spirit Master. This was really too inconceivable. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head to look at the beauty in his arms, and his eyes widened even more. How is this possible? Ji Beixin actually went from an ordinary person to a middle-stage, profound practitioner in one night. This was simply inconceivable. Exiner, wake up! Ling Xiao lightly patted Ji Beixin's fragrant shoulder and called out. Ji Beixin still had her eyes closed and said in a somewhat displeased manner, "Don't be noisy. I haven't slept yet." After saying that, she tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger waist and rubbed her head against Ling Xiao's chest a few times before continuing to sleep. Could it be that doing that can also cultivate? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a certain cultivation method and couldn't help but wonder. Ling Xiao thought hard for a long time and really couldn't think of any other way to say it. He immediately turned over and entered the moist area from behind. Following Ling Xiao's series of attacks, Ji Beixin once again enjoyed that wonderful feeling of wanting to die. At this time, Ling Xiao tried his best to maintain a clear mind. He had to understand what was going on. Sure enough, when the two of them reached a state of harmony, the innate Yin Wind Pearl in his sea of consciousness once again released a grayish-black baleful aura. It passed through his dantian to Ji Beixin's body, and then returned to his body. This repeated endlessly, and the energy of the two of them increased. Does this count as the Acacia art? Ling Xiao grabbed Ji Beixin's holy maiden peak, and while attacking with all his might, he thought in his mind. When the two of them reached the critical point, the speed at which the innate Yin Wind baleful qi circulated back and forth became even faster, and the condensed energy became even more vigorous. The two of them let out a muffled groan and then stopped moving. Ling Xiao left Ji Beixin's body and began to sit cross-legged to refine the newly increased spiritual energy. After a while, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Sure enough, it seems that there must be some kind of energy sealed in Exener's body, and it must be related to the innate Yin Wind baleful qi. I must ask Elder Tu about this." Ling Xiao confirmed the cause of the matter and took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring. After putting them on, he lightly kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and left the room. Ling Xiao found a servant to find Ji Tu's day. After a night of adjustment, Ji Tu's condition was much better, but his old face was still pale. Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked, "Elder Tu, I want to know what attribute Exener's parents cultivate." Ji Tu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked, "Xiao, why do you ask?" "Because I want to know what kind of energy is contained in Exener's body," Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. Chapter 253. At first, Ling Xiao thought that what he and Ji Beixin did was the Acacia technique, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it was. After all, the Acacia technique required one to practice the chant, and he and Ji Beixin did it unintentionally. This seemed to be related to the innate Yin Wind bead. Ling Xiao felt that there must be an energy in Ji Beixin's body that didn't belong to her, but this energy had been unsealed. He needed to understand if this energy was harmful to her. When Ling Xiao absorbed the innate Yin Wind baleful qi from Ji Beixin's body, he felt that there was still something in her body. Now, he was completely sure that what he hadn't discovered was the existence of another source of energy. It should be hidden in her dantian. Ji2 was stunned for a moment by Ling Xiao's question, and his old eyes emitted sadness as he said, "Exener's father has the same wood attribute as me. As for Exener's mother, I don't know. I haven't seen her use any profound skills, but I feel that it should be the wind attribute. Even Elder 2 isn't sure of Exener's mother's attribute," Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Elder Ji sighed heavily and said, "To be honest, I've only seen Exener's mother once. 18 years ago, Exener's mother suddenly found me and told me that Xianxia was my granddaughter. She told me to take good care of Xianxia and left. At that time, I thought that woman was lying to me. Later, I secretly gave Xianxia a blood test, and I was sure that Xianxia was my son's daughter. As for that woman, she never returned, and I haven't seen my son for 18 years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. When Xianxia asked me when I was young, I lied to her, saying that they went to a faraway place and would come back one day. But as the years passed, Xianxia and I also accepted our fate. I think my son and daughter-in-law have already sighed. Ling Xiao listened to Elder Tu's story and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that Xianxia's life was so pitiful. It seemed that there was no way to find the source of the energy. At this time, G2 walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed to him. Xiao, I was confused yesterday. From now on, Xianxia will rely on you to take care of her. I hope you won't wrong her. She is just a kind and pitiful child. Ling Xiao quickly supported G2 and said, Elder Tu, don't be like this. Xianxia is married and is my woman. I will take good care of her for the rest of her life. Don't worry. Last night, he had already discussed the true meaning of life with G. Beezer. How could he not take responsibility? What's more, he wouldn't allow his woman to lie in another man's bed in the future. Any man would be very selfish about this. Elder Tu, Tian, Xiao will Tian said. Yin, Ji said, I will Elder. Elder Tian I Li, Xiao. Elder Tu, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. Ling Xiao said with certainty. 20 years ago, my son was a true disciple under Wooden Flag Peak. His name was Ji Xiaozhen. At that time, he was not only 25, but he was already a high-level spirit master. His Tenbin was also very high in the sect. Later on, he rashly entered the Blood Demon region to train. He swore that he wouldn't return to the sect until he reached the king level. Unfortunately, he never returned. G2's eyes were misty as he said, 2 years after my son entered the Blood Demon region, Xianxia's mother handed Xianxia to me and left. Although I don't know what happened to my son in the Blood Demon region, I have a feeling that my son won't die so easily. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that Ji Beixin's father, who was his chief father-in-law, was not only from the same sect as him, but also from the same peak. This was something that Ling Xiao hadn't expected. Elder Tu, what do you mean? Ling Xiao didn't understand why G2 was telling him these things. I'm thinking, if you enter the Blood Demon region one day, I hope you can help me find my son's whereabouts, G2 said in a pleading tone. Elder Tu, I want to know what kind of place the Blood Demon region is. Why are you so sure that I'll definitely go in? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. G2 stared blankly at Ling Xiao, then sighed and said, You'll know when you return to the sect. You just have to promise this old man that if one day you enter the Blood Demon territory, you'll help me find my son. Ling Xiao nodded in confusion and didn't ask any more questions. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, Ji Beixin had already woken up. She wore a plain white veil, and her delicate face didn't have a single trace of makeup on. Her pure, rosy skin emitted a penetrating glow, making her beautiful beyond compare. Thinking about it, after being nourished by Ling Xiao twice last night, and in the morning, she still became a mature young woman, causing people to have endless fantasies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise softly, Xianxia, you're so beautiful. Ji Beixin glared at Ling Xiao and said coquettishly, Wasn't I beautiful before? No, you've always been very beautiful, but you're even more beautiful now. Ling Xiao walked over to Ji Beixin, knelt down on one knee, held her hand, and gently kissed it. Ji Beixin's heart was filled with honey, so sweet that she became even more beautiful. Xianxia, do you feel that something's wrong? Ling Xiao asked softly. No, I think it's pretty good. Ji Beixin hesitated for a moment, then replied in a mosquito-like voice. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face blushed all the way to her neck. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, Xianxia, you're thinking too far. I mean, do you have any strange feelings in your body? For example, do you feel especially strong right now? Ji Beixin patted Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, "You're the one who's thinking too far." Then she said, "Xiao, you're right. I I did that thing with you. I feel like I'm very strong." "That's right. Xin, didn't you say you wanted to cultivate yesterday? You're already a middle-level profound practitioner," Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. "What's a middle-level profound practitioner?" Ji Beixin asked in puzzlement. She had been crippled since she was young and had always stayed in the mansion to learn the four arts, but she had never understood anything about cultivation. Thus, Ling Xiao spent a lot of time explaining to Ji Beixin the levels of martial artists, cultivation techniques, and profound arts. "Do you understand now? You've already laid a good foundation for cultivation," Ling Xiao said. Ji Beixin nodded, then shook her head and said, "Xiao, you said that every martial artist starts from an ordinary person to a martial disciple, and then to a profound practitioner. I've never cultivated before, so how did I suddenly advance to a middle-level profound practitioner?" "Hee, this can only mean that you're luckier than others," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Just tell me why." Ji Beixin unwillingly tugged at Ling Xiao's arm and begged, "You really want to say it? Really? Then listen carefully," Ling Xiao said, and then whispered a few words into Ji Beixin's ear. "Scoundrel!" After Ji Beixin heard this, she rebuked and pushed Ling Xiao away. Her face became even more beautiful, as if blood would drip from a light touch. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said innocently, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." After a while, Ji Beixin asked again in a low voice, "Xiao, you said that doing that thing really can speed up cultivation?" "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Ling Xiao said seriously. "Then Ji Beixin said shyly with her head down. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xiao had already thrown her onto the big bed. Ling Xiao stayed in the mansion for 2 days, and finally he was on his way back to the sect. In just 2 days, he had reached the peak of the middle-level spiritual master. He believed that in less than a month, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master. This was the great harvest he gained from the 2 days of discussing life with Ji Beixin. If Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to return to the sect, he would probably be able to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master if he persisted for a few more days. Ji Beixin would definitely become a mystic knight, not a high-level Xian practitioner. If other people knew that Ling Xiao broke through to middle-stage spiritual master less than half a year ago and was about to break through again, they would probably all go crazy with jealousy. Other people worked hard for dozens of years and still couldn't reach the spiritual master level. Now this young man was advancing like a rocket. How could this not make people jealous and feel inferior? Should I go back to her peak first or go straight to Wood Flag Peak? Ling Xiao thought hesitantly in front of the sect. The day before yesterday, he had beaten Lu Dong and knew that he was no longer a disciple of the medicine body. It didn't seem appropriate to return to her peak, but he wasn't willing to leave just like that. He was a grand 4th rank alchemist, a rare genius in Tenbin. How embarrassing it was to be kicked out of the mountain. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to regain his face first. Thus, he rushed towards Herb Peak with large strides. "Who are you?" Just as he stepped halfway into Herb Peak, 2 deacons blocked Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao had some impression of these 2 people. They were the gatekeepers of Herb Peak. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He directly took out the Herb Peak's medallion and showed it to them. However, he was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that the news of me being kicked out of Herb Peak has already spread? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment towards his master, Nangong Changle. When the 2 outer sect disciples saw Ling Xiao's medallion, they didn't give way. One of them said, "You are no longer a disciple of Herb Peak. Please leave Herb Peak immediately." Ling Xiao sneered, "Master Nangong hasn't taken back my medallion. I am still a disciple of Herb Peak. If you have nothing to do, scram." Ling Xiao was furious. He had only been away for a short period of time, but everyone was already running over to pee and shit on his head. If he didn't show his imposing manner, Others would think that he was easy to bully. When the two heard Ling Xiao's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then one of them said, "Hand over the medallion. We'll bring it back to the Peak Lord." Ling Xiao frowned and didn't say anything else. His body flashed. Bang, bang. Ah. The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they were both kicked to the side. Even if I'm not a disciple of Herb Peak, I'm still a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. If you dare be rude again, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao immediately floated up the mountain after he finished speaking. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again ascended the medicine peak that he hadn't seen for a long time. He didn't feel any nostalgia, only a strong desire for revenge. He definitely wanted to make Chong and his disciple regret offending him, as well as Nangong Changle, who didn't insist on standing on his side. "You guys forced me to do this." Ling Xiao tightly clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 254. On Herb Peak, gusts of cold wind blew, bringing with it a hint of desolation. Ling Xiao stood alone at the top of the mountain, looking down at the grass and the trees. Even though he didn't stay at Herb Peak for a long time, he still had some feelings for it. A figure rushed over from not far away and kept calling out, "Boss! Boss, you're finally back." Ling Xiao looked at that person, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Wasn't the one who ran over his only brother in the sect, Hua Xiaogui? Hua Xiaogui came in front of Ling Xiao and heavily punched Ling Xiao's chest and said loudly, "Boss, I knew you didn't die. You'll definitely come back. F***CK, you're cursing boss to die." Ling Xiao kicked Hua Xiaogui and scolded with a smile. He misunderstood. "I know that boss is omnipotent, with one hand covering the sky. There's basically nothing that can stump you. How could you die?" Hua Xiaogui unceasingly flattered. "F***CK off, you bastard." Ling Xiao scolded, and then said, "Not bad. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a year, you've actually broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this all because of boss's teachings?" Hua Xiaogui scratched his head and smiled proudly. Previously, when Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui had just entered the sect, Ling Xiao had passed on the cultivation method of cloud expelling force to Hua Xiaogui. In this more than a year, Hua Xiaogui had cultivated nonstop every day, which allowed him to break through from the middle stage to the middle stage of Mystic Realm. Although he suddenly took a medicinal pill when he became a Mystic Realm, but Hua Xiaogui still knew that this was completely inseparable from the cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm in a short period of a year. This is the result of your own hard work. All right, there's still a little more than a year before the 3-year deadline. It's not easy to become a third-grade alchemist, Ling Xiao reminded. I also know this. Master once said that before I break through to Spirit Master, it's impossible for me to become a third-rank alchemist. That's why I've spent most of my time cultivating. However, to suddenly break through to Spirit Master within a year, that's practically impossible, Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue had a 3-year agreement. If Hua Xiaogui could become a third-grade alchemist within 3 years, then Wu Xixue would agree to give Hua Xiaogui a chance to date her. At that time, Hua Xiaogui thought that she was outstanding in Tenbin, so she confidently agreed. However, when he truly became an alchemist, he realized that alchemy didn't only rely on Tenbin, but also the alchemist's own ability. Without the support of tyrannical strength, it was impossible to refine a higher-grade pill. Normally, in order to become a third-grade alchemist, the alchemist must at least have the strength of a spirit master. As for why Ling Xiao could refine third-grade pills at the mystic disciple level, it was because of his own Tenbin and the convenience that mental strength brought to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a third-grade alchemist so quickly. Nothing is absolute. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can definitely do it. Ling Xiao comforted her. To be honest, he also didn't want Hua Xiaogui to grow too quickly. After all, it wouldn't have any benefits for her. Continuously using pills to advance wasn't good for a martial artist body. It was even more limited for her future achievements. All right, Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Hua Xiaogui revealed a troubled expression. There's no need to say it. I already know. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently, Boss, this is all Martial Uncle Zhu's doing. Master was also forced to do it. Don't blame him. Hua Xiaogui said. No matter what, Nangong Changle was his god-grandfather. He really didn't want there to be any conflict between Ling Xiao and Nangong Changle. It's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter if I stay at Medicine Peak or not. It's just that I can't take this lying down. I need to get back my dignity. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss, then what are you going to do in the future? This was the first time Hua Xiaogui had seen Ling Xiao like this. He didn't know why he felt flustered. He had always treated Ling Xiao as a good brother, a good big brother. He really didn't want to see Ling Xiao like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Now, accompany me to see Master Nangong. He shouted in his heart. This is the last time I'll call him that. Hua Xiaogui nodded and went with Ling Xiao to Medicine Peak's main hall. When Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui arrived at the main hall, all the important figures of Medicine Peak were sitting there. Nangong Changle sat at the head of the table, while Yang En and Zhu Ruchong sat on either side. Next to them were Chao Nanxian and Lu Dong. After Ling Xiao and Hua Xiao entered the hall, the two bowed to Nangong Changle and said, Greetings, Master. Good, Ling Xiao, you're back. Nangong Changle nodded unnaturally. Yes, disciple has returned. I've caused Master to worry, Ling Xiao replied. Nangong Changle's expression became somewhat complicated. Just as he was about to speak, Ruchong said, Ling Xiao, you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak. My senior has already expelled you, so you don't need to call him Master anymore. Nangong Changle unhappily glared at Ruchong and said, Junior, let's talk this out. Ling Xiao glanced at Ruchong, then looked at Nangong Changle seriously and said, Master, do you really want to expel me? Nangong Changle's expression slightly stiffened. Then he lightly sighed and said, The elders have unanimously agreed that it's better for you to stay in Wooden Flag Peak. Yes, I understand. Ling Xiao lightly said, then took out the Medicine Peak's token and placed it on the ground. He then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Nangong Changle. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Nangong Changle asked in confusion. These 3 kowtows are Ling Xiao's thanks for Elder Nangong's teachings. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a resolute look. That's good. Even though you're no longer in Medicine Peak, I believe that you'll still be outstanding no matter where you go. Nangong Changle encouraged him. At this moment, his heart was already filled with regret. This was because he could see that Ling Xiao's strength had actually reached the middle stage Spirit Master level. If he were to teach Ling Xiao for another month, he would definitely be able to become a 3rd-tier alchemist. He felt that it was a pity to lose such a disciple. However, that regret only lasted for a moment. After all, Hua Xiaogui's Tenbin was not any weaker than Ling Xiao's. As long as Hua Xiaogui broke through to the Spirit Master level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a 3rd-tier alchemist. Moreover, in his heart, Hua Xiaogui's position was much more important than Ling Xiao's. All right, from now on, I will respectfully address you as Elder Nangong. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was unexpectedly not afraid of him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile that rejoiced in his misfortune. Lu Dong, have you prepared the spirit grass that I wanted the day before yesterday? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Dong playfully and asked. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with viciousness. Ling Xiao, you actually have the face to ask me? You killed Deacon Pang and his son, and now you want to threaten me. Now, in front of my master and the Peak Lord, you should confess to your crimes so that we don't have to waste our time. Ling Xiao didn't think that Lu Dong wouldn't be afraid of him and would even make things clear. It seemed that Lu Dong still hadn't given up. At this moment, Ruchong coldly shouted at Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you are no longer a disciple of our Medicine Peak, but you killed our deacon. You deserve to die. If you kill yourself, I will leave your corpse intact." "That's impossible. Boss just came back. How could he kill a medicine peak deacon?" Hua Xiaogui spoke for Ling Xiao. "What do you know?" "Scram." Ru Chang glared at Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui was still unafraid. "I believe in boss. Whoever wants to kill him will have to step over my corpse first." "Good, very good," Ru Chang coldly said as he stared at Hua Xiaogui. At the same time, he released a wave of pressure toward Hua Xiaogui. "Impudent!" Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the head of the table, coldly shouted. Ru Chang's body trembled, and his aura completely dissipated. With an ugly expression, he asked Nangong Changle, "Senior, are you really so protective of your disciple?" Nangong Changle unhappily said, "Xiaogui is still young." "Junior, do you want me to have no one to pass on my legacy to?" Nangong Changle had long been unhappy with this junior of his. Back then, he had snatched Xiao Nanxian as his disciple because he didn't want his junior to ruin Xiao Nanxian's future. At the same time, he also believed that Xiao Nanxian could pass on his legacy. Because of this, his junior, Ru Chang, harbored hatred in his heart and went against him. Nangong Changle felt guilty towards him, so he often tolerated him. Take Ling Xiao's matter as an example. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong. At most, he had talked back to his junior a few times, and his junior wanted to chase him out of her peak. Otherwise, his junior would be expelled from her peak along with all the other disciples. Helpless, Nangong Changle once again indulged Ru Chang's actions. However, this time, Ru Chang actually wanted to make a move against his own godson. Nangong Changle couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't show some of the dignity of the Peak Lord, he would treat him as if he didn't exist. When Ru Chang saw that Nangong Changle was really angry, he didn't dare to add oil to the fire. He immediately vented his anger on Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, do you not admit that you killed Pang Jun and his son?" Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Ru Chang and his disciple. He calmly replied, "That's right, I killed Pang Jun and his son. All right, since you admit it, then you can commit suicide. Otherwise, when the sect executes you, your reputation will be ruined. I don't want our Her Peak to be shamed along with you." Ru Chang didn't expect Ling Xiao to directly admit to it. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lu Dong was even happier now. He thought to himself, "Damned bastard, let's see how you die this time." "Elder Zhu, are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao asked with an extremely disdainful gaze as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. You bastard." Ru Chang roared and smashed the tea table beside him into smithereens. He directly sent a palm towards Ling Xiao. He was a dignified elder of the Purple Sky sect, but he was actually called an idiot by a junior. How could he not be angry? How many years had it been since he had been humiliated like this? Boss, Hua Xiaogui didn't know Ling Xiao's true strength and thought that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator. He couldn't help but worry for Ling Xiao. He was afraid that if Ru Chang's palm landed, his boss would really die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Chapter 255. For example, Chang Nai was a high-ranked spirit master, and his strength should be higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if his palm didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao, it should be able to send him flying. Ru Chang was thinking the same thing. He wanted to execute this brat on the spot to vent the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ling Xiao's strength and overestimated his own. Ha! Ling Xiao stood in place and met Zhu Ru Chang's palm head-on. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would vomit blood and die from the impact. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Someone vomited blood, but it wasn't Ling Xiao. It was Zhu Ru Chang. Not only did Zhu Ru Chang vomit blood, he was also sent flying and crashed into many things. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then turned to Hua Xiaogui and said, "Little turtle, try not to use pills to break through in the future if you don't have anything else to do." Ling Xiao wasn't wrong. For example, Chang Nai had relied on pills to become a high-rank spirit master. Otherwise, with his Tenbin cultivation, it would be good if he could break through to become a spirit master. Hua Xiaogui hurriedly nodded and thought to herself, as expected of the boss, he's so strong. Ling Xiao said, and looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong's body trembled as he hurriedly ran in front of Nangong Changle. He knelt down and said, Peak Master, quickly restrain him. Ling Xiao, did you really kill Pang Jun and his son? Nangong Changle asked with a frown. It was strictly forbidden to kill each other in the sect. If it was light, they would be punished, and if it was heavy, they would be sentenced to death. If Pang Jun had really been killed by Ling Xiao, then Nangong Changle wouldn't protect Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just been expelled from Medicine Peak and was no longer a disciple. That's right, I did kill them. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. Just as he was about to explain further, Ru Chong attacked again. I will kill you, you bastard. Zhu Ruchang's mind was already destroyed by his anger. He used all the spiritual power in his body and swore to kill Ling Xiao. Bang! Zhu Ruchang also failed to hurt Ling Xiao and was blown away by Ling Xiao again. Stop! Nangong Changle finally made his move. A powerful spiritual force shackled Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist and just stood there coldly. He swallowed a few pills and glared at Ling Xiao with a sinister expression, saying hoarsely, I'll kill you, you damned bastard. That's enough. If you continue arguing, then get lost. Nangong Changle coldly snorted at Ruchang. Senior apprentice brother, I'll definitely kill him. Ruchang shouted without any sense of reason. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Bang! Before Zhu Ruchang could even touch Ling Xiao, he was once again blown away. Senior apprentice brother, you? Ruchang struggled to get up and looked at his senior apprentice brother in disbelief. His senior apprentice brother had actually attacked him. This seemed to be the first time. Junior apprentice brother Zhu, do you want to be the Peak Lord? Nangong Changle asked coldly. At this moment, Nangong Changle was furious. Ruchang had repeatedly challenged his patience. If he didn't bring out his authority as the Peak Lord, then Medicine Peak would probably think that Ruchang was in charge. Ruchang shivered from Nangong Changle's aura, but he seemed to have regained his sobriety. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was just angry. Yang and hurriedly tried to calm him down. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was careless. Ruchang didn't dare to be impudent and quickly lowered his stance. Although his senior apprentice brother had always tolerated him, he knew that if his senior apprentice brother was angry, then he could only suffer. Not to mention the fact that his senior apprentice brother was the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. Just the fact that his senior apprentice brother was a low-level king was enough to make him feel inferior. If there's a next time, then get the hell out of Medicine Peak. Nangong Changle waved his hand and snorted. Ruchang didn't dare to be angry anymore. He took a pill and viciously stared at Ling Xiao. It was as if his gaze could kill, and he hoped that Ling Xiao would be put to death by 1,000 cuts. Ling Xiao, do you know that harming a fellow disciple is a capital offense? Nangong Changle looked at Ling Xiao. I know, but I have to kill him. Ling Xiao looked at Nangong Changle. Do you have a deep grudge against Pang Jun and his son? Nangong Changle frowned. Elder Nangong, I think you should ask Lu Dong about this. He knows better than me. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. Lu Dong, why don't you tell me what happened? Nangong Changle sat down and glanced at Lu Dong. It's the Peak Lord. Lu Dong nodded repeatedly, and then began to make up a story. Lu Dong naturally wouldn't say that he had gone to kidnap Ji Bei-shin. Instead, he would say that he had personally brought Pang Jun and the other attendants to send the betrothal gifts to Ji Bei-shin. However, Ling Xiao had been unreasonable. He had kidnapped Ji Bei-shin, killed Pang Jun and his son, and even threatened him to prepare a batch of spear herbs for him. Lu Dong wiped away his tears of sadness as he spoke. His concubine had been kidnapped, and now he was being blackmailed. How wronged? As Lu Dong spoke, Ling Xiao's face was calm and expressionless, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Nangong Changle also noticed Ling Xiao's expression and thought to himself, Could it be that this brat's strength has increased so much that he started to disrespect his elders? After Lu Dong finished speaking, Nangong Changle asked, Ling Xiao, are Lu Dong's words true? Would you believe me if I said it wasn't true? Ling Xiao replied with a question of his own. Are you not going to explain yourself? Nangong Changle said angrily. All right, I'll explain. Ling Xiao nodded and continued. Lu Dong's words are all bullsh *t. You bastard, I beg the Peak Lord to uphold justice for me. Lu Dong cursed at Ling Xiao before kneeling and begging Nangong Changle. Ling Xiao was extremely disdainful as he thought to himself. This is the first time I've seen such a pretentious person. Ling Xiao, you're too presumptuous. If you don't explain yourself, I'll take it as a tacit agreement. You're no longer a disciple of my Medicine Peak, but you killed someone from my Medicine Peak. I'll hand you over to the Elder Council and let them decide, Nangong Changle said unhappily. He originally wanted to give Ling Xiao a chance to explain himself, but this brat's mouth was full of filthy words, and he really didn't want to listen to it anymore. It would be better to hand this matter over to the Elder Council and let Mu Huai deal with it. Ling Xiao, speak clearly, or else. Chao Nan, who had been silent all this time, spoke up first. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, I killed them, but they all deserve to die. Lu Dong, you're not even embarrassed to say that you're lying. I really regret not killing you the day before yesterday, but it's the same if you die now. After saying that, Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his mental force swept towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong had been hiding near Nangong Changle all this time. He thought that with Nangong Changle protecting him, no one would be able to kill him. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to kill him in front of Nangong Changle. Unfortunately, he was wrong, extremely wrong. Ling Xiao was originally a person who feared nothing. He originally wanted to let Lu Dong go, but now Lu Dong was biting him in the back. If he didn't kill him, wouldn't that be the same as treating him fairly? Lu Dong had mysteriously died in the main hall, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that Ling Xiao would actually kill Lu Dong in front of Nangong Changle. As Lu Dong's master, Ru Chong once again lost his rationality and roared, You heavenly bastard! I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Ru Chang's palms shot out dozens of scorching rays of light, and the dense fiery rays almost filled the entire main hall. Mother Fasterus, come at me. You two master and disciple have never wanted me to have an easy time. Today, let's settle this. The anger that Ling Xiao had been suppressing in his heart also erupted. He roared loudly, and his entire body drilled into Ru Chang's fiery rays. Bang bang. The two of them unleashed their powerful spiritual energy and began a clash. How could Ru Chang be a match for Ling Xiao? He had only exchanged 2 blows before he was sent flying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack again, a powerful spiritual energy pressed down on him. Nangong Changle unleashed his anger, and Ling Xiao was ruthlessly slapped by a palm. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh flowers. Boss! Xiao Guwei cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and stood up. He calmly looked at Nangong Changle, but in his heart, he was already thoroughly disappointed in his master. Ling Xiao, you're truly audacious. You actually dared to kill Lu Dong and injure your martial uncle. Do you want to be expelled from the sect? Nangong Changle shouted. Senior brother, Ling Xiao is too impudent. I think we should directly execute him. Yanan was also greatly disgusted by Ling Xiao's current actions and immediately spoke up. Regardless of whether Lu Dong's words were true or false, Ling Xiao shouldn't have killed Lu Dong in front of them. He had no respect for his elders, and this was an undisguised provocation to them. Ling Xiao shook off Hua Xiaogui's hand and began to laugh heartily. His expression was filled with resolute sorrow. He thought about how many attendants and disciples he had saved in Blaze Valley. Not only had he not received any rewards, but he had also been targeted by Ru Chang's master and disciple. Later on, When the moon-worshipping sect had invaded, he had killed Wu Wei and saved a portion of the attendants and disciples. Now that he had returned to Medicine Peak, he had actually been expelled from the sect and even slandered by Lu Dong. Even if he was very open-minded and disdainful of Zhu Ruchang and Lu Dong, he couldn't help but be thoroughly disappointed by Nan Gongchengel's actions. After all, he had once been his disciple. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Could it be that you still won't admit your guilt, even when death is at hand? Nan Gongchengel loudly cursed. At this moment, he was also thoroughly disappointed in Ling Xiao. He had actually dared to kill Lu Dong in front of him. The little bit of guilt he had towards Ling Xiao had completely disappeared. I admit my guilt? What crime have I committed? Did you even understand the whole story? Could it be that after being expelled from Medicine Peak, I will still be bullied and humiliated by you? Ling Xiao shouted at Nan Gongchengel. Although Ling Xiao had always thought that he was very kind and honest, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully him. You still dare to quibble? You actually killed Lu Dong in front of me. Do you still have me, your master, elder, in your eyes? Nan Gongchengel coldly snorted. Elder Nangong, please clearly see which hand I used to kill him. I was imprisoned by you the entire time. Could it be that I could have used a clone to kill someone? Ling Xiao denied. When Ling Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Indeed, Ling Xiao had just threatened Lu Dong, and he had died. However, no one had seen Ling Xiao make a move. He was still obediently standing at his original position. This time, everyone was confused. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.